coming at you.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Infinite Weekend Podcast, episode 63? 63.
Wow. Yeah, man.
All right, we've got some special guests today from the Feral Ferrels podcast. We've got Justen and Amber.
Hey.
And, of course, as always, Zach, Josh here, and we're kind of doing our first little collab.
Yeah, it would be, yeah.
Which is awesome.
It's pretty awesome.
I like it. I'm excited.
Thanks for being here, guys.
Thanks for having us.
So how many episodes you guys got now, Feral Ferrels?
So we recorded episode 15 on Wednesday night.
Okay.
So it'll drop tomorrow. Hopefully.
Hopefully it'll drop. You know what I mean? It's supposed to.
Well,
It's supposed to.
yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Oh, yeah. There's been times when I'll get up the next morning for that Monday. I'm like, why is it not? Because I get an email. It's like, it's processed. It's published. And I'm like,
Right.
I don't see anything. It'll be like 10 o'clock. I'm like, still nothing. I'll call Zach. Hey, man. He's like, fuck, I forgot. I'll do it when I get home.
So that was back whenever we were like recording on Wednesday or Thursday or whatever, but we were still doing the Monday release, and so I would just forget. Like I'd let the weekend go by, and I was never put it up. And
Yeah, because we did record that same night too. But like, what would happen is it'd be like almost 4 to 5 days. You're like, shit, this sucks. So that's why we do Sundays. That way, it's the next day. Boom, it's already out. Because because in between you do that episode, and then you'd have to wait days for it to release, and you're like, well, I'm kind of like want to do another one now.
Oh, okay.
We actually at one time had planned on doing 2 a week, but with work and stuff, one a week is pretty tough as it is because shit happens, and then
It really is.
you only get 2 days of your weekend. Sometimes, as much as you love podcasts, sometimes you're just like, can we maybe we'll just take a break.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, the fun thing about it though is, maybe not so much on video. If we did video, it'd be hard. We have to do like a wardrobe change halfway through. But if it was just audio only, you could do like 3-4 hours and then just chop it up and slow release it out. You know what I mean?
Right.
But that would be funny if we did we did video, but then we just went and changed clothes.
I would just change pants. I would just change pants.
Just always wearing the same shirt.
Same shirt, just pants.
Every time.
Chinos to khakis to jeans, like
Different hat, maybe.
yeah, different hat. Yeah.
Let's change like 2 things. That's it.
Maybe put like eyeliner just on one eye.
Right.
Just something
Why
different.
is he wearing an eye patch this week?
Do those powdered wigs.
Yeah,
You know what?
yeah.
That would get the feedback, I'm sure.
That would be fun.
Oh, yeah. The powdered
man.
wigs. We bought wigs. I did on Amazon we were going to do them for different episodes. So I have like a mullet. I have like an 80s with a sweatband, the long straightened hair.
No, I like
and then we have the powdered wigs.
colonial powdered wigs.
Shut.
They're
Colonial
so
curls
funny.
and
They
everything.
look ridiculous. They have like the little bows in the back too.
Oh yeah.
It's awesome.
Oh, it's like
Full on.
legit.
They're legit.
Yeah.
So
It's legit.
1776.
I was ready to chop down an apple tree.
Yeah. Get some horse teeth. Put them
Yeah,
in.
exactly.
Oh
right.
my God.
So,
Austin Powers has those teeth. You can get. I've got them in my cart for our Halloween costume next year.
Okay.
that'll be
that's
good.
Something I wanted to talk to you about because your comment made me laugh hard as hell.
Which one?
The one where you were talking about dressing up for Halloween. Because Zach was like, I dress up. People hounded me to dress up to go to this party, and we are legit. Like,
Yeah.
nerdy.
I know y'all did the whole you were Leia, and then y'all do the whole thing, correct?
I was Padme. Yes.
Yeah. Her mother.
Whatever.
Yes, I was her
Either way.
mother.
Close enough.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
don't get involved in the dressing up thing. But I've also never even been to a costume party. He had to bust my balls about that.
Oh damn!
Like an
know.
actual like college. No, I never.
That's
never
because
went
he
to
was
one.
a child bride, so that's why.
Oh.
Is that what I am now?
Yes, it is.
Should get a T-shirt. Child bride.
Child bride.
Is that illegal?
Not here.
Yeah, so you didn't get to go on a Rumspringa like the rest of us.
I did not. No. So, tell everybody kind of what y'all show is, as far as like what category y'all would be in, like kind of people listening want to join in on y'all show as well.
I mean, I would say we didn't count it as comedy. We did it more so like social and pop culture and
Yep.
like just lifestyle. I think is what we put it as. We talk about every fucking thing though. Like,
I think that's how it kind of we conceptualized the show before we started. That's exactly what we were thinking. Was like we were super nerdy.
Yeah.
We were going to talk about podcast
Because it first started, it was called Awesome Sauce. So we did like video games and comics, and that's it.
Can I be
Very
honest
little
with you?
anything else.
I think you should have 2. This one and then something like that
I see.
on its own.
He has
I'm
said
glad
that
you bring that
so
up because I
many
have said
times.
that 100 times.
Dude, I don't want to harp on him, nigga.
I've thought about that because this is like more free form. We just kind of like bullshit. and
Let me
stuff. We just
rephrase
hanging
that.
out.
You're right, but it needs to be too. You know.
I think so. I think we should have one that's like solely focused on.
Let's talk about jerking off and taking shits. Before
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome.
It was fun, and that was fun. We did 3 episodes of that, and it was strictly just pop culture, video game stuff. But there's a lot of those too. But he's brought it up before, actually doing more of the shows now, because everybody's involved in everything. Like there's Game of Thrones, there's the MCU, all of it. So maybe we talked about doing another one too, but just coffee. What we try coffee shops all around.
I can't pass the letters MCU without asking you guys if you saw the last episode of Loki.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't listen to that episode, or did you not?
Oh yeah, we're very well. Yeah, there's not much we miss.
Oh yeah. As far as the Disney series go, that was the lone bright spot. Was that show? Everything else has been kind of like
the lone bright
straight
spot.
crap.
It was the only spot.
the only.
You know
the only
what I mean?
bright spot. And that final episode was awesome. I mean, even if they don't bring back Loki again, that's a good.
It's a good place to leave him.
Good place to send him off.
Yeah,
but I think he'll cameo at some point. In
Loki never really dies.
No, yeah, he'll cameo. He'll cameo somewhere.
He's the god of stories now.
He's like Optimus Prime. When he dies, he don't really die.
Yeah,
he's coming back.
100%.
If you don't see him die, he's not dead. You don't see if there's not a body, you don't see it happen. That character comes back.
That's the rule. That's the rule of film. If you don't see the body, well, they're all like bloody and decapitated, then they're alive.
They're alive.
Or if they leave them without an actual explanation, I know that bitch is coming back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you hear like the shot, you hear like a gunshot, like, oh, it happened. But no, they shot the wall or
the
something.
most recent one with a gunshot that I remember was I just watched Blade, because I always watch Blade towards Halloween. I watch all of them.
Oh yeah.
And it was when Whistler supposedly killed himself, which I guess he did. But then he was already a vampire or whatever, and he came back, and Blade rescued him or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
God, those are so good.
Oh, God,
that's one of my favorite. Blade 3, which is Blade Trinity, which is kind of terrible, but it has one of the best lines. One of my favorite lines in the whole series. So I was born ready, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And then Dracula's like, motherfucker. I like that.
Yeah.
I love that.
There's so much leather.
I pick up
there
on
was
some
so
of the
much
dumbest
leather
things.
in that scene.
No,
Everyone was everybody was. I can't believe nobody was all just sweating their asses off every 5
That's because
seconds,
they were. They were
crazy.
They got it in post editing.
And why? And they dig him up too, right? It's thousands of years old, and that's the outfit he picked when he came back.
Yeah,
was that red leather?
Yeah,
cod piece, that whole like frock thing, and a little vest.
You know, he's.
Hey, look, man,
he was a badass though.
I mean, maybe that's what he wore when he was, back in the day. That's what he wanted to wear, but he was restricted to his time.
That's true. Lack of material in the pyramids.
You know what I'm saying?
Technology wasn't there yet.
Yeah, exactly.
The
fashion did not catch up.
The first Blade's probably the best.
It is
100%.
The only reason why 3 was any good at all is because there was a lot of people in that movie. Like Ryan Reynolds was in that movie.
Jessica Biel with the bow.
Yeah, like how do you go wrong with that?
Yeah,
you're getting all the guys right there.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean. Like Triple H was in that movie.
He was.
Even Ryan Reynolds built like a brick shit house in that movie.
That's what I'm
because I remember that as soon as it came out
for the ladies and Jessica Biel for the fellas.
As soon as it came out, there was like a Men's Health ad that was like, "Get the body of Ryan from Trinity," and you look at it, you're just like, "Good Lord."
That's hilarious. I like Ryan. He's funny and he's hot, but it's just not. That's
He's played in the MCU a lot, so I'm wondering how they're gonna. I guess with the alternate timelines and all the different variants, it doesn't really matter anymore.
No,
they could just write it into it, right?
That's the good thing about what was it? No Way Home. Yeah, No Way Home and Multiverse of Madness and Quantumania and everything. They could take every single franchise that's out there that's old, past, whatever, and it's now MCU canon.
It's relevant. Right? It's all relevancy,
Because this new Deadpool movie is supposed to be the starting key for all that too. You're going to have
everybody,
so many cameos.
I've seen
everybody.
Yeah,
I'm on like several different Marvel fan pages on Facebook, and I've seen a scene from it, which it was taken down, obviously. But it's Deadpool and Wolverine are fighting, and they keep tripping over the 20th Century Fox sign, and they're on like a desolate world.
That's
somewhere.
pretty good. That's going to be good.
Oh yeah,
yeah. He was born to play that role.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like Ryan Reynolds will always be Deadpool.
We literally who were we talking about that with today?
It was me and you. We were just saying how could they
you guys
be
were
better?
just talking earlier.
We talk. I talk a lot.
She's like, I forgot.
I forgot. I talk a lot. I was just thinking, who were we with today? Tawana. We walk our walking partner when we walk at
That's
6 a.m.
That's exactly who we were talking.
We were talking to
early
her
this morning
about going to the movies and the show box. We were talking about that too. But
Do you guys know about the show box?
hold on, before that,
We're coming back to that.
we were
coming back to
talking
that.
about Ryan Reynolds. Literally is Deadpool. Like
Yeah.
he was, like you said, born to
Jackman,
his-
born
Wolverine.
to do that.
It
His
fits him
natural
perfect.
comedy style is Deadpool's comedy.
Yes,
You know what I
all
mean?
day.
That's just how he.
Which is good and bad for him, I think, because if he does anything else, all I ever hear and see is Deadpool now.
Yeah, he's
Right.
straight up. He's typecast.
It don't matter what
sure.
movie it is.
Which
it could
I
be a
like.
serious role, and I'm going to see Deadpool.
I really liked
Hitman's
Hitman's Bodyguard,
Yep.
and I loved him in the second one. His relationship with Helma's character,
Yeah.
it's freaking
Selma Hayek.
hilarious.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's fine.
She looks incredible.
What is it?
I was just thinking if the only thing that might be weird of old movies that they could. I mean, I guess they could, but Chris Evans played in Human Torch, so like
I've
if
heard
they
that
brought
that's
him
going to
back-
be in the movie.
if they like cameo, like if they cameo that in, so they have like an alternate universe
hilarious.
of the Fantastic Four. Everybody's gonna be like, what the fuck? It's Captain America,
Yes.
right? As well as everybody.
I'd be okay with it, though.
I would
like
totally
she said,
be okay
at this
with it.
point, like it's just like,
It's like whatever.
we can just make it canon. It's
Yeah.
fine. Everyone now knows how crazy all that multiple timeline universe world. Everybody's like, it's cool.
Well, I mean,
I think
we get it. Like we would understand what's happening, but like the average viewer is gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
Like the actual fans that
Yeah, yeah.
watched and paid attention.
It worked for that Spider-Man movie.
Right.
It was awesome.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, but if you think about it, it was all different. Everybody had a different Gwen. Everybody had different Mary
Right.
Jane. Some of them
There
didn't
was-
even have a Gwen.
There wasn't one actor that cross played. It was just different actors playing the same character, and that's the reason why they could get away with that. But I think that's going to break that one. Is the only one they couldn't do is the Chris Evans Human Torch one. They could do everybody else.
Are they going to play Venom back into it?
Yeah.
Yes.
So they play Venom back.
Unfortunately.
They play Venom back.
There's a lot
into
going on, man.
The Spider-Man when Spider-Man's in the MCU. So they played it through that way, and the Spider-Verse series is also linked in with the MCU canon, MCU universe as well. So, which is interesting. Have y'all seen those? The animated.
They're very
Spider-Verse? They're
good.
very good.
Oh, yeah.
I wasn't expecting this second one to be on a cliffhanger, but
They're good.
I was expecting it to kind of like end, but it ended a cliffhanger, which was really good.
Cool.
I'm super excited about the way that's going.
My daughter loves those shows.
Yeah.
Actually, that's one of the movies she actually pays attention to. She's like, I want to watch that.
Yeah, it'll be awesome. I wonder if they would maybe wrap up the animated Spider-Verse, kind of the way that the trajectory, and then live action cast it and do a live action of it.
Who would play him?
So I've seen the kid. I can't think of the character name. The kid on Stranger Things could play
Yes.
Miles Morales.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
he
that would be good.
perfect for it.
That would be real good.
You know what I mean? And then I'm not sure who would play. We already have a Gwen Stacy, but I mean she's dead. R.I.P. So it could have to be somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, this Gwen Stacy in the Spider-Verse is a different, obviously, universe Gwen Stacy.
Sydney Sweeney should play it.
Yes.
Yes.
I love her.
Yes. Actually, she's playing
I don't care.
Spider-Woman,
We could.
so-
It's fine. They could make it work. It wouldn't bother me.
in Madam Web, which I gotta say,
Looks
y'all
like
see the
shit.
trailer for Madam Web? It
Yeah.
looks. I'm iffy about. Like I'm excited that it's. More
Did you see the
Spider-Man, I guess,
Marvels?
but it looks terrible. I haven't seen the Marvels yet.
I haven't
I'm
either.
not going to.
I
I
just-
watched the post-credit scene on YouTube, and I'm not watching that shit
I'll catch
show.
it when it's on
sucks.
Disney+.
I'm not watching that movie.
Well,
There's just different directors, and you can see, man. You don't have to study who the director is. You know by what it's coming out. It's
It's
just
a
like,
movie about characters nobody cares about, and I'm not getting involved in it.
That was it. Like that movie is only for people that actually, I guess, watched and liked the Disney Plus shows, WandaVision, and I mean, you had to watch WandaVision and Miss Marvel to know who the two of the main characters are
right.
in the movie.
You
Like,
have to know who that. We watched everything. We
Yeah,
watched.
But even
it
after
all.
seeing those, I still
Yeah.
don't care about any of them. I don't care.
I mean,
I like Captain
WandaVision
Marvel's
was okay,
powers, but I don't. She's
But
awful
Monica
actress.
Rambeau was a bit like a throwaway character, and Miss Marvel was okay.
Oh yeah, she was on the cartoon series too, the
Yeah.
What If series.
yeah, right.
right.
Yeah,
we watched
that
all
too.
of the What If series too.
were good.
Those were super.
It's
Those
It's
are
coming
cool.
back out right before Christmas.
Right.
Yeah, those are going to be awesome.
Oh yeah, it looks good.
Oh yeah, yes. So that actually I've been rewatching some of those episodes whenever Ultron wins. He actually gets the Vision body.
Yeah.
So awesome. I mean, he ends up getting all the Infinity Stones, kills Thanos.
I like
becomes
how
like
he
super
kills
omnipotent.
Thanos.
It's just lasers him in half like a sandwich, just flays him open.
I like how we all get excited when the bad guy wins. It's like when I used to watch Power Rangers for like
yeah,
I don't know,
right.
20 seasons. They would always win. I'm like, this is bullshit. And finally, they did one where they lost for like 2 episodes. I'm like,
That's
this is
right.
a much better show.
So
More
that,
believable.
That reminds me of growing up and watching Austin Powers. It's one of our favorite fucking series right now.
Yes.
Literally growing up, I'm like, Austin, he's the best. Austin Powers is the one. He's the winner. And now I'm like, man, Dr. Evil kind of has a point.
No, it's Dr. Evil all the way.
Dr. Evil kind of has a point. I'm kind of siding with Dr. Evil as an adult.
Those movies are such hidden gems. They're
You
so
flip
good.
You
it.
mentioned Power Rangers. It
flip.
makes me think. I think I'm going to dress up as a putty for Halloween next year. And just go,
Just paint your, but don't get a Scott. Just paint yourself gray,
I'm just all gray in a jumpsuit,
and then just wear like a plate.
yeah. Which it was like they had like a kill button right on their chest,
Right on their
which is
chest.
stupid.
And they had like oversized mittens.
Yeah,
Love it.
That
Love
entire thing.
boxing mittens.
And their faces were like old people.
Yeah, right.
You know, I actually met that guy at Comic-Con. The Green Ranger and the White Ranger, Jason. What's his name?
Jason David Frank.
Yes.
R.I.P.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
he had passed away. God bless him. But I met him, and I was like, dude, this is going to sound really corny, but like, you're my hero. And he goes, it doesn't sound corny at all. Thank you for saying that, man. And he was like really nice to everybody there.
I've heard from you obviously, but other people I've heard on videos and comments stuff that just said he is super humble, down to earth guy.
And he's a legit dude too. Like he done some of his moves while he's there. He's not quite as acrobatic as what's his name that played Maul.
Ray
He was
Park.
there too. Ray Park
Ray
was there.
Park.
Ray
I've
Park
talked
is
to Ray
awesome.
Park on Instagram. He's a really cool dude.
He's intense, man.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
like-
Hold up.
Yeah, I've talked to Ray
Shut-
Park.
You talked to Ray Park on
Yeah,
Instagram.
I've talked to Dave Park. I've talked to Dave Mira, R.I.P. before he passed away.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I talked to him.
What a legend, man.
When you say talk, you mean like you shot a DM and he was
No,
like,
like
"Cool,
we've
man."
messaged over content. I've talked
What
to Ray Park.
The fuck?
Yeah,
when
that's
were you
cool.
gonna
Over
drop
workouts?
this nugget?
Oh, that was years ago when we started potting. I talked to Ray Park.
You've been like stalking celebrities in their DMs
Yeah,
forever,
for years.
and you didn't think to tell me like you've actually had success at this before.
Yeah, actually, more times than you think. I've talked to. Well, here lately, I've
In
talked
other words,
to.
he's saying you never asked.
Yeah, but like dirt bike,
No, you-
fucking
so-
motocross,
okay,
like
so Ray-
they don't
so
count.
Ray Park is
Ray
probably
Park
the
is an
one.
actual. He's like been in
Yeah.
movies.
Yeah, I've talked to Ray Park. He's a nice guy.
So hold on a
So what
second.
did y'all say? What'd you
Well,
talk
so
about?
this dude's so excited.
Yeah, dude,
Usually
this is-
never
I'm kinda pissed
excited
off.
about who I talked to.
Because I know it's never going to work, and then that it's actually worked in the past.
First off, that was hurtful. so anyways, yeah. So he had posted. So
day.
if you guys follow him on Instagram, he does a lot of stuff. He has like this whole like jungle gym set up in his backyard for his kids and him, and he does a lot. He also does a lot of weird DJing, dancing shit too. Does some weird shit.
Wow.
But it's Hollywood. Part of it.
Whatever.
One day he posted some workout stuff, and I just happened to comment about his workouts, and him and I just kind of started talking about exercising and working out and just shit, dude. Just normal talk, like we were neighbors. I didn't go into like, I really liked you when you played Toad.
You'd be like,
Right, yeah,
like,
yeah,
how did
you
it
know.
start though?
I messaged him on a comment on a video he had made, and I asked
What'd
about
you
his
say?
workouts.
What was the trigger? That
He was doing
like,
some
this
sort of
guy, I'm gonna
circuit
respond to him.
training where they would do like, he would shadow box and do this, and I had mentioned like, that's a pretty good routine. Just small talk. I was like, let me just see if he'll say something. And he did. He came back with this, and I came back, and yeah, it's just a quick thing. I don't do it every day. I haven't talked to him since, but he was cool.
You should hit him up. You guys are bros.
I guess like semi gym bros,
What the fuck?
kind of sort of.
Like,
Yeah,
I'll-
virtually gym bros.
You're over here trying to get Alan Richardson or whatever.
Fuck him.
You've already had communication with Ray Park already.
Yeah. I don't. He might be a really nice guy, but he doesn't answer me. It pisses me off.
Yeah.
I even messaged his wife, and she didn't message me back either.
I watched.
Do y'all know who that is? Alan Richardson, you know who that is? The guy who plays Reacher, that monster of a man.
Oh, yes. I didn't know.
he's
his
so
name.
cool.
Non-responsive.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's. Well, I mean, I get it. Like, he's got like probably he's almost at 1 million followers. Probably at 1 million now after they just had that shirtless scene of him in the new season where he's even bigger.
Yeah.
So I'm
Oh
sure
my
he has
gosh.
more DMs now.
And it's so you got overshadowed by all the women.
That's probably what happened.
I guarantee it. I mean, he's and probably men. You seen him
Right.
at
I
was
6'4",
gonna-
240?
Right.
I was about to say, never mind. It's so funny.
What are you doing, man? How do you get like that? What he gets
What's
a lot
your
of that,
routine?
you know.
Oh, I guarantee. I didn't say that. I was just like, hey, man, I don't want any money. I just want some of your time. Yeah, that was my. I always say that. I don't need anything from you. I just need some of your time. That's it. I don't need any money. I don't.
Yeah,
I'll
but time is money.
it's
So
not. He has time.
gosh.
They were just out for the writer's strike. Asshole.
I just saw him in Fast 10 or whatever the fuck it's called. And that dude,
Fast 96 or something.
Yeah, who cares?
Who
Who cares?
about that? Like his
Vin
character,
Diesel, the movie 10.
right?
They'll be in
Pretty
wheelchairs racing.
Yeah. By the way, Vin Diesel looks old as shit. He
looks awful.
By the way, but
Family.
Alan Richardson is in it, and Richardson or whatever the fuck his name is.
We'll just call him Alan.
Yeah, Alan. Alan's in it.
Adolf.
Oh, Alan. You know
Yeah,
Alan.
I know Alan.
Alan's in it, and he's supposed to be playing like super spy of the agency or whatever, and he's like he's now like over the entire thing, like he's the director or whatever.
Oh, okay.
But he's the thing is like that guy would not be like behind the desk like director or whatever. That's a field agent because the dude is like ripped to shit, and
huge.
he's about to bust out of this like sleeveless button down with suspenders, and it just looks ridiculous. You know what I mean? Those movies used to have some kind of like of course it was crazy, but they used to have some kind of connection to reality a little bit.
Well,
Not anymore.
After
Not
the
anymore.
one where The Rock's introduced and he's going to interrogate that guy, and he picks him up with one arm and throws him into the ceiling.
Yeah, like no,
Like obviously he looks juiced up because he was
but
sweating.
you can't one
the
arm
entire
like
movie.
a 280
Yeah,
pound man.
no, The
And then-
Rock's natural, man. You
Yeah.
didn't know?
Oh, it's chicken and rice. And then and then he's able to. Didn't Vin Diesel fight off like 10 men at
Yeah.
once? Like, get the fuck
Well,
out
so
of
in
here.
this last movie, he like jumps his fucking. It's the same car every time, right? He jumps
the
that
same
fucking-
Charger
The same
every
Charger.
time.
He just he's restored it like 30 times now.
I don't know. Like,
He-
I don't know if you've ever seen, Duke Boys or anything, but you can do that
Right.
with those cars.
Yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean?
But he jumps it off of a fucking dam, and he's just like racing it down this dam as an explosion's happening. The explosion actually like busts the windows and is like coming into the car. I mean, he should be third degree burn. He
shards-
should be
shards the
fried.
glass, the whole-
100%. He should be absolutely fried. But no, he turns on the NOS as the flames is hitting the canister of NOS.
Yeah.
He turns it on, hits the button, and just pops out of there like the fucking Millennium Falcon.
that would have been shitty if you
Hey,
had burned
look,
up in
man.
that car.
Dude, it's fucking crazy. And then
It would have been awkward.
he
Family. That's all I can say is family.
the power of family. So, and Fast 10 ends on a cliffhanger, which is the first time they've done that. So it ends with he escapes that crazy shit, and then the villain is like, "You think you escaped or whatever," and he presses a button, and he's actually got the dam rigged with explosives, and that's kind of like how it ends with Dom standing on a rock next to the river, like,
He stops it though.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He
So I'm
unbuttons
like, how the
unbuttons
fuck?
that
you-
little sleeveless shirt, that wife beater,
Yeah. Oh,
uses
yeah.
that cross.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Somebody
Parts it.
somebody in
100%.
a fucking
100%.
Porsche / helicopter is going to come by and like pick him up or whatever.
Right.
It'll be Optimus Prime. They're going to do a crossover.
If Stallone's not in the next one, I'm not watching it.
Yeah, that's right.
shit.
not gonna
100% should be.
That would be cool.
Stallone takes him down.
Was Jason Momoa good in it?
Actually, he was awesome. He was
He
kind
got to
of
just be himself.
well. He was like,
You know what I mean?
Talking about he was like mentally unstable and like whacked out. Like there was one scene where he was he had a couple of his henchmen got killed, and so they were just like dead bodied, like taped up, faces taped up to where they looked like they were smiling, sitting in lawn chairs, and he was like painting his toenails, like dead guys' toenails, and like having like he was full on crazy.
He was into it.
But it was really kind of cool.
That's
like,
a goofy bastard. I like him.
It was a different kind of villain.
I actually like him too.
Yeah.
Somebody
He's
said
awesome.
that Momoa went from a 10 to a 7 when he shaved for that movie. I don't know. I'm just saying. Wherever I can get
He
that
was a,
guy,
man,
I'm
he
going
was
to
a
get him.
man dime. And then he came down and
Right. Then he's a nickel. Right.
well, he came on the he was on the Jimmy Fallon show, and he's got that new tattoo on the side of his head.
Mm-hmm.
But he came in, and he's got a new show. I haven't watched it. I don't know the title or anything, but I guess it's kind of part of his ancestry. But he's like, yeah, Jimmy, this is what we have to wear, and he has it's like a leather drape.
Yeah.
And that's what they wear, and then like a thong that goes with it. And
Yeah.
he pulls all this
I'm
out.
sure
He's
he
like,
looks terrible
This is
in
what
it.
we wear in the show. Well, he's one of the few celebrities that will tell you, like, I don't like lifting weights unless I'm being paid,
Right.
and I don't keep a six-pack because I like beer.
He's real about it.
He's real about it. Most of them are. Like, they don't, that's for, you're paid to do it.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
Well, it's grueling, let's be honest.
Hemsworth talked about that. He said he's uncomfortable when he's that big. When he's playing Thor, he usually likes to say trim. I mean, he's got like a whole fitness thing with Center App or whatever. So he's like definitely more into the fitness than Momoa is. But it's still, he does not. Nobody likes to be that bulked up because it's uncomfortable.
I mean, look at Zac Efron.
and how much you have to.
Was that
fucking
really
eat.
him or was that CGI? Because
No.
in
No, that's him.
Love
Efron?
and Thunder,
That's
he
him.
was just jacked.
Oh,
Oh,
Hemsworth?
no.
Yeah.
Yes, no, they go through like super rigorous.
Zeus
He was
wanted
on,
to
well,
even
he was
see
on
him
that
naked.
shit. I don't care what anybody says.
Yes, all day.
Some
all
of
day.
them are on that stuff.
Even Zeus wanted to see him naked.
That Allen dude.
You know what I mean?
That Allen
yeah,
dude's
sure
on it.
enough.
Yeah.
He,
Sure enough.
well, he talked about it on the podcast. He was prescribed to it. That TRT was prescribed by his doctor for it. I mean, like, I'm not saying like all of them are on it, but
They're all
got
on it.
huge for that. That's not just eating and exercising. Like, they do good. I
Right.
mean,
How
look at
old is
Jonathan
he?
Majors. You should see. I mean, he looks crazy.
And Ant-Man, he looked big, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't get as big as old
He just came
Hemsworth.
off of Creed 3, I believe.
Yeah,
is the
so
reason why he got huge.
That's right.
But they're,
That's
you know,
right.
you train like a boxer 5-6 hours a day. You should look the
dude.
part.
Right.
How old are these guys?
And you have, I'm sorry,
Mid 30s, I think,
early 40s?
That's how I'm going to get in shape. I just need to
they're
be
bouncing
cast in a
back.
boxing movie.
or any movie.
yeah.
That's it.
You know?
You need to be in the
Just
MCU.
anything.
Just yeah. I just need to be cast in a movie where I have to take my shirt off.
Well, what's the dude from Always Sunny in Philadelphia that got all?
Rob McElhenney.
We heard what he told
Oh.
somebody. They're like,
Oh,
"Can
yeah.
I
You
get
talking
like
about
that
Lip?
too?"
Mm-hmm.
Is that his name in it? Lip?
I don't know.
Whatever who it is.
No, that's that you're thinking Shameless. That
Shameless.
was,
Okay.
yeah.
See, I
Always
don't watch
Sunny in
TV.
Philadelphia was he's the
We
one
don't.
that
We
he
don't watch
actually-
enough.
He and Ryan Reynolds bought that English football club, the Wrexham.
Okay.
Okay, they
Yeah, that's right.
I think that's probably what he's most famous for now. Probably is
Well, he
being
had-
friends with Ryan
He
Reynolds.
got super fat in that show. Like, he
Yeah.
ate ice cream. Well, then he got a trainer and got
The whole cast was supposed
You
to.
talking about the
I
big
know
guy?
who you're talking about now. My brain
backwards
just
hat,
it went
big
poof,
beard,
click.
took
big
his shirt
guy.
off in the. He took his shirt off in the show.
In that season, he's like one of the showrunners. They're all kind of showrunners.
I know exactly.
But Rob McElhenney, and I think it's Rob McElhenney and Charlie Day, I think, are the primary writers on Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And that season, Rob had the great idea. He was like, everybody should get fat. The entire cast was going to get like morbidly obese just for that
Like
one
Parks
season.
and Rec.
Right, right. But he was the only one that was willing to like put his body through that. Everyone else was like, fuck no. And so he was like just drinking melted ice cream.
That's what he
and
said. He
whatever.
would do 2 things of melt. He would melt it down so he could drink it.
Yeah. And
Oh,
so he got
milkshake
super
and-
fat for
dude.
that. And it was really hilarious that season because he just kept telling everybody I'm bulking, right?
Well, he got crazy ripped.
And then he got
Wow.
stupid ripped.
But someone asked him like, "Oh, can I get like that?" He's like, "Yeah, you can. If you get a personal trainer, a chef, and you work out every day for hours, yeah, you can get like this." He said, "No, not the average person can get like this. I had to have help."
I was literally going to say they have so much money that they can just have someone literally follow them around and be like,
Smack stuff
"Bitch,
out
don't
of their
take
hand.
that. Like you can't
yeah.
eat that.
Well,
like eat this."
If money was, I mean, you could literally nowadays you could just be like, "I want to look like this guy,"
Yeah.
and they'll okay, we'll do our best.
Yeah, they'll do the whole plan. That's the key. Is it's not the it's going to having the personal trainer is good and everything like that, but it's the other stuff. It's the having someone make your meals for you that are
Well, of
perfectly
course, yeah,
crafted. Like you don't
nutritionist
have to
stuff, yeah.
spend the time to do that because that takes so much time.
Or just the hard work and sacrifice, and maybe not eating that cheeseburger or that milkshake.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, we've always been there where it's like,
Just get on. You better watch it.
well, you're like you're trying to eat healthy, but it's a long day at work or whatever.
Yeah, oh,
and
yeah.
You've got nothing, so you have whatever when you get home, you have to make it. And you're like,
Convenience.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna convenience. But if you got like a personal chef, and so when you get home, it's always there. Then that makes it easier.
No,
Dude, that's
Amber,
the life.
You do some fitness
Right.
stuff on your social media, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Now is that sponsorship for those? I'm being nosy, so I'm curious.
No.
I do a lot of. I share a lot of businesses and stuff too that I do like part-time PR for, unpaid.
Right.
That's what I was wondering.
So what I've been sharing a lot lately is NutriFit, which is what I've been using. Justin and I we go to a personal trainer ourselves. And
Recently, obviously.
we're on week.
No, I heard y'all's episode where you
Obviously.
were just talking about you
right.
did your week.
We're going into week 3, and I'm on week 1 of like powerlifting and like lifting really, really heavy shit.
So y'all doing like deadlift, bench,
Mm-hmm.
power cleans, like an actual.
every
Yes.
other day. Like every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we do like a total body cardio type workout,
Okay.
light weights, and then
Like a circuit
in between
style.
those, yeah,
Okay.
in between those, we're lifting heavy.
Okay.
Give our time,
Yeah.
give our body a little bit of time.
Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday we're doing the power cleans, the bench.
So you do like
the
a
squat.
5x5 thing, like we do the 5 major lifts, like a powerlifter would.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
So I'm a baby. I'm a baby lifter. So I'm learning. I'm not lifting as heavy as I feel like I should.
I'm like curling Amber as I'm working out there on the opposite.
Most people when they start don't
Yeah.
they think they think they can do all these other, like that's a little heavier than you think it is when you put your hands on it.
Oh yeah,
Exactly.
So that's my issue right now. I was like, I could probably do heavier, but am I gonna like fucking.
You're not going to be able to rep out with that.
Or
No,
you're gonna,
absolutely not.
sacrifice form over
Absolutely not.
ego lifting.
I've heard. I've heard. I think that it's finally gotten
Straining,
through to the general populace about lifting, especially when it comes to women. Because I feel like have heard so many women tell me before in the past that they don't. I was like, you need to lift. You need to lift heavy weights, and they're like, I don't want to get bulky. I was like, do you have any idea how hard it is to put on mass like
Okay,
that?
well,
That part.
Especially if you're a woman.
as
Like,
a
come
woman,
on.
right now, I'll tell you, we hold a lot of our fat and our weight between our knees to our stomach.
Right.
That's where we're going to hold all the weight. That's where we're strongest. That's where our center of gravity is. I'm going to do certain exercises better than all three of you because of that. But y'all are going to lift heavier than me because that's what you were meant to do.
At least two of
Yeah,
you for
right.
sure. Two of
Biolog-
you for sure.
Yeah.
Biologically, y'all are meant to lift and do
be a
heavy
dick.
shit.
Oh,
man.
Break
But-
this bottle over the table, just cut you.
you guys don't give each other any breaks either.
No,
I've
no,
noticed.
never.
So,
It's a sign of a
to
healthy
me,
friendship.
exactly. To me, it's fun now. A lot of it's a mental thing for women because I'll look in the mirror and I'll be like, girlfriend. But if I look at a couple of other women that aren't not as in shape as I am, I'm like, okay, well,
You tell me you look at
yeah.
heavy set. Was
Yes,
that, you
well,
can say
and not
it.
even heavy set. That's not even the issue. It's the issue of someone not taking care of themselves.
Yeah.
Point
Or
blank.
expecting for it to happen, you know.
They
just
expect to
diet
eat a
alone
keto
or-
yogurt and then
I love this subject so much.
I do too. They expect to eat a keto yogurt and that's just going to help them. That's all they have to do. They don't have to do anything else. And I literally had to get my brain wrapped around food first. Like I had to do one thing at a time because if I did it all at once, I would be miserable right now and I'd be eating a fucking cheeseburger.
Tell them where we started, though. Tell them where we started. We started literally, it was the dumbest thing ever. We were like going to the store. Instead of trying to find a front spot, we'd park all the way at the other end of the parking lot and
There you go.
walk.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You spend
And then
less
we started
time
walking.
than
I'm all about that.
100%. Well, then we started walking 3.5 miles a day after that. And then it's like, okay, what's next? Diet. Okay. It's not like we just said,
We're
fuck
gonna
it.
start powerlifting.
Yeah.
You're like, that's what we should start with.
We should just do that right now. No
It's
prior
awesome,
turn.
man.
And that's what
I
my
feel
personal-
better.
Yeah.
Oh, of course you will.
It's
I
a
mean,
pain in the ass.
We cold plunge. We just tried Hot Works, but cold plunging all day is our favorite. I fucking love cold plunging. It's the best ever.
It's horrible. The first 30 to 40 seconds is horrible.
I know you're not a fan of cold plunging.
I do the cold showers, but I don't
Yeah,
do it
that's true.
every day. Like it's one of them things where like there's a lot of benefits, but it became like a fad. So because I mean I've been working out now a long time too. I went to school for it. Like I'm well versed in it. I'm not a pro bodybuilder by any means, but like I've seen like these fads come and go. Like all the celebrities were doing it, but athletes have been doing it for
Ever.
years.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I first saw a motocross athlete doing it, training for the X Games. He was. They were just doing it inside of a vat. Like
That's what it
that's
is.
before it
It's
ever.
Just, it's just like gone mainstream.
Yes, it's just gone mainstream now. Just because
Right.
the health and fitness, everybody wants a piece of it online. They all want to be an expert, which
Well-
is fine. But I have heard
But you guys keep
From
talking
that
about
part.
working
From
out.
actual-
This fat kid goes get another beer.
Yeah, I have heard from other sources that cold plunging has a lot of benefits for sure. So it does work. But I've only done the shower. I've never done the actual plunge. I do like take your shower, 2-3 minutes at the end, put it on cold, and just take a deep breath, let your then get out.
I don't think I could breathe. I could not breathe through that at all.
But now I can't do. I'm not a freak. I can't I can't turn it on and then just get into it. Like I don't like if someone's like, we should go cold plunge. Like
Well, I'll say this. If you have, in my experience, looking back, like all the guys, how old are you, Josh?
32.
Okay.
That's a lie.
So
33.
fuck?
Fuck, man. I don't know how old I am.
it's all
33.
good. It's all good. I'm 36, and
Yeah,
I told somebody
33.
the other day I was 35, so not a big deal. But man, all the guys that I know that have worked out from day one, there's things that you can go without doing, and you're going to be fine because you're already in shape.
Yeah.
People are cold plunging to get into shape, or if you're not just going out there and getting hit in football or fighting or something crazy, riding a dirt bike in a circuit, do you necessarily need to cold plunge?
Well,
It's a dynamic.
Then
I
you
think-
then you have
but
the
I think
David
that-
Goggins types. Like Rogan was actually talking about this with Evan Hafer.
Yeah.
He had Evan Hafer on the CEO of Black Rifle.
I've started
Coffee.
listening to it.
Oh,
It's
cool.
good.
So I started listening to that one, and they were talking about the cold plunge thing. And it was either Evan Hafer, it was another guy who's he's been on like a all meat diet for 8 years, something like that. He's a doctor. Stephen Baker.
Jordan
Yeah.
Peterson.
No, it wasn't Jordan Peterson. It was
Burke, but the new guy that everybody's been talking
huge.
about.
He's
Anyways.
a big dude. Anyway.
Yeah, I got you.
So it was somebody. It was a recent episode of Rogan, and his there's people that are trying to get into shape. There's people that are athletes and all this kind of stuff, and then I think there's another segment of people that are like all about the psychology of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? The David Goggins types, to where they're all about mind over matter type thing. And so Rogan says that he does it in the morning. And the reason why he does it, and he does 3 minutes every morning usually, is it sucks. He knows it sucks. But the first thing he does in the morning is that he is overcoming his body and his brain telling him, you could just skip it today. You did it like yesterday. And so he's like, no, fuck it, pussy, get in there. And he gets in there, experiences 3 minutes, and it sucks the entire time.
Yeah, of course.
But then his thought process is, and this is how he was explaining it, is that I've now gone through like a sucky thing. Everything else the rest of the day is gravy.
And that
Can't be that
and
bad.
It's a
makes sense.
mentality thing.
Literally how you explain it right there. I've done that today. I'm gonna be fine. That
Well,
makes-
I can be-
gravy train.
I can be pissed about something going in there or worried to death about something before I get in there. But while I'm in there, I'm like, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
And it does release a bunch of endorphins, and apparently it like sustains for hours. It's almost euphoric.
so it is literally releases the same endorphins as doing a line of Coke.
Ooh,
Also,
we'll just do the coke.
Cold plunge cheaper.
well,
Cheaper than the tubs.
You can't snort a cold plunge up. You know what I mean?
Them things are thousands of dollars. How much does a coke go for these days?
first off, we use a trough, like a little water trough from Royal
We
King
picked it
for
up
$80.
That's
It's
balling on a
110
budget.
gallon.
Balling on
I
a
need a
budget.
budget cold
For
plunge.
the cold plunge,
For the
not
Coke,
the coke.
not the Coke,
Right.
not the Coke. I don't have that much Coke.
Not only that, you don't even have to buy ice this time of year. So we're just
Yes.
balling out of control.
Yeah,
that's
we're
good.
balling on a budget out of control. So it's like the water comes out of our tap at about 50 degrees, and that's like perfect temperature. And then when it gets down in the 40s, it's like 40. It's perfect.
Yeah.
So we don't have to do any ice. It's like 8 bags of ice when we do it in the summer. And like we have to get in, do our stuff, get out, do the 4 other bags, get in, get out, like in the summer. So that's kind of like a
I think your
type
next
of-
level should be, because Rogan was talking about he has one where it's constantly moving water, so it moves.
Oh,
and so
you
what
know
it
that's
does is it
colder, man.
there's a thin layer between your body and the water that kind of holds the heat.
Yep.
But when it's moving, it just removes all that.
oh my goodness.
He's right about that because when I get in at like 34 degrees, when I sit in there for about 50, 60 seconds, right at a minute, somewhere around there, my back and my chest starts getting really warm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a thing. And then if you move, like if you take your arms off your sides and it hits your armpits, you're like,
Yeah.
I mean, you're a bitch in there, dude. I'm sorry. You can be the baddest bitch ever.
Oh, no, it
You're-
sucks.
You're
Hey,
sounding like a
it's
bitch
terrible.
in there.
The favorite thing that he does is like he holds himself because he's like that. It is so cold.
The
Oh,
gooch,
yeah.
the
Jelly
gooch.
beans are up, bro.
No, the gooch area has to be slowly lifted and it has
yeah.
to bleed
'Cause if
into
not-
the gooch.
Yeah, because if you dive, I'm gonna be gone.
That noise you made reminded me of Will Ferrell in Get Hard when he's talking about how he learned how to keister.
Keister? Oh,
Yeah. He's like, you have to
Jesus.
clench and release in a quick breath, and then it's in there.
And you accept it. Accept your fate.
Well, Amber spoke. You know how when you can talk in, like breathing in, like, you know, you're breathing in while you're talking. She did it talking out, but it sounded like she was sucking in. I was like, whoa. That was our first cold plunge. She was like,
It was
like,
rough,
oh,
you
gosh.
guys. I lasted 12 seconds.
Yeah,
12.
it's cold. I mean, it sucks.
I'm gonna do that.
But
I'm gonna do
I've
some
never done the
squats in-
actual plunge, and I may get bit by it and try it just to see because it's supposed to be.
I challenge you to do the cold plunge, man.
Awesome. Oh, okay, nice.
I challenge
Okay,
you.
I had to get me a trough. I ain't getting no fancy setup.
No.
You're going to beat it so easily. You're going to be like, really?
Oh, it's still gonna suck.
The only
it
advice
sucks
that
every
I have,
time. But what I've determined with it is it sucks every time. I'm not going to lie to you. But then, like, if I go 3 or 4 days without doing it, my body, I feel like a leading indication to go do it again.
It's like Coke.
It's also like it's an addiction now.
It's like Coke.
Body's
You're
going through
addicted to cold plunge.
Yeah.
But I feel my body like heating up, and I feel me getting like lazy or tired.
Yeah.
Or I'll like want to stop by Dutch Brothers more than one time. And then I'm like,
I don't
okay.
like Dutch Brothers. I think I'm the only person I know that doesn't like Dutch Brothers.
I didn't like it when it first opened, but she got
Coffee
me.
sucks, dude. Unless you get, I just get regular coffee. And the two times I've gotten
you're not
coffee,
Dutch Brothers guy.
It sucks.
You can't do that.
Miss Lucille's.
They don't really have.
That's a bomb-ass
They don't really
coffee.
have. First of all, they don't really have drip coffee.
No.
No,
At Dutch
I found
Brothers.
that out.
You have the only way to get anything close to a drip coffee is an Americano.
And it's not all that great. It's just like everybody else's.
I'll just make
So-
my own at
Yeah.
home.
Where that's hilarious.
I agree with you. Hot coffee, just regular coffee. No, not Dutch Brothers.
I love Muggsy's. Muggsy's is our jam on Dunlop. That's where we like our main favorite coffee spot.
They have
is
sugar-free
right now.
coffee there, though. So I mean,
I don't
you're
get
really
outside
not
of
trying
town
to.
very much anymore, to be honest.
Just because the traffic's terrible. Yeah.
Traffic's terrible over here.
I've been there several times. That's good. It's talking about inside the Books A Million. Is that what you're talking about? No.
No,
It was.
see.
Wasn't it?
Oh,
Wasn't
yeah,
that
yeah.
in Books A Million at one time?
Well,
Sure,
they
I
called
don't
it
know.
mugs or something like that.
Mugs.
Mugs.
Yeah.
That's
what it
right.
was.
Okay.
but Muggsy's is over across the street from the hospital.
Okay.
Where Best Donuts and Capriccio and
I got you. Yeah, I guess I don't drive by there, so I didn't know there was a. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Is that pizza place still over there too? Or sub?
You know what? I
pizzas?
think there is a sub place there.
Oh,
There's
there
a
was?
donut place, and there is a Korean barbecue place next door. Is that right?
Battleground Fitness is there too.
That's
I
right.
have been there because when I worked fiber, that's I was at my part of my area that I worked. So that was the last time I really, besides going to the mall, but I haven't been in that little district in a long time.
Oh,
But yeah, that gym's sweet.
yeah. Oh yeah, it is. Don't they do NutriShop too? Do they own NutriShop?
Same. I think it's the same people that own. Yeah, own.
Yeah.
both
Oh,
of that.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a Nutrition Factory girl. I like Tatum, the manager there, and
Okay.
it's
You
kind
say
of
Nutrition Factory? Oh yeah, I like that place too. I bought a lot from there.
that's where I get my NutriFit. Going back to NutriFit.
Okay. You
But-
try their meals in there? The little.
I've not tried the meals
I
yet.
think that's the only thing we haven't tried, but we did see the little cubes.
They're not great.
No.
Oh,
I tried the meal service, like the little, because they just put them in the fridge. Like another company will bring them in and stuff. They're okay. I'd rather just go to Chipotle myself, but you can try them. Y'all might like
So
them. but I
Chipotle is
wasn't a
pretty
fan.
healthy, huh?
I love Chipotle.
well, the problem with Chipotle
We've had
is
it. It's
like
good.
I'm a picky ass eater,
Mm-hmm.
and I just get meat and beans and cheese. Like that's like it.
Sounds awesome to me.
I could literally eat Chipotle.
Yeah.
I almost do. I love because I can order it. I'll get in the gym and order it, and then when I'm done working, I just go pick it up.
See, I would do that.
Wow.
I would do that. I do DoorDash a lot, even if I'm just
know,
even if they don't deliver it. Or
I
if
made
I'm-
fun of you one night when I was leaving my house, and
yeah?
I saw DoorDash pulling, and I was like, "Fuck."
Yeah, seriously.
It's like you can't go down the road and get your food.
I know. And they don't. I'm glad that they don't have like like neon signs on the top of their truck like a fucking Domino's.
I wish
or
they
whatever.
did.
It's just a little light or whatever. It's like an Uber thing. But so at least that's good. So it either looks like I'm constantly getting DoorDash or like I'm
Constantly having
dealer.
women over.
coming has
Or a drug dealer. I was gonna say,
or
or
I'm a drug dealer,
Yeah.
or this
Well-
is like a whorehouse or something.
I'm gonna go with whorehouse.
whoring myself
I like that.
I like that better. When I came in, bachelor pad right off the bat was mentioned to me, so that's what I'm going with too.
the whorehouse.
Yes, that's right.
My first thought was drug dealer, so there's that.
There you go.
Do y'all drive a Toyota?
So we have a Pontiac Vibe, but it
Which is a
literally
Toyota Matrix.
it's the same thing as the Matrix, but GM would love to take credit for Toyotas.
Well, the reason
I'm
I
sure.
say that is because we've had other guests on, and I think we've never had a guest that wasn't in a Toyota.
Yeah, they've all been.
We've had
Toyotas.
Forerunners, 2 Tacomas. Zach and I have the Tundras, but it's always been just some weird reason. There's always a Toyota.
Ours
Well,
is a
yes.
Toyota, technically.
Go ahead and put us down.
B doesn't. I don't think B. I think he does drive a Toyota, but it's a car. What does he drive?
So
What
you
did he
guys
have?
don't
It was
like working
it was
on your
like,
stuff
It was
either.
orange.
Hell no! I want people to be able to feed their families. I don't. I do.
You know what I mean?
I do the minimal maintenance on my motorcycles, like oil changes, whatever. But if that anything dings on that truck, straight to the shop.
And I used to
I'm
be
not
that way.
doing nothing.
I used to be where I broke down, rebuilt engines and all that kind of bullshit. Just looking off YouTube videos and asking my older brother, who's kind of a gearhead, and but I just don't have the time.
You don't want
I don't have the patience.
It's the patience of it.
No.
You don't
It's
want
like,
to.
and the thing is, I don't like. I could go through all that and maybe save some labor costs, right? But the parts are still expensive as shit. You still got to spend the time doing it. I'm not
You
the
got to
best at
order
doing
it. You got to wait on it.
Right.
You got to put it all
You gotta
together.
spend your
if you
entire
make one
fucking
wrong
day-
move,
100%. Like I ended up replacing an intake manifold on my brother's car one time, but because I wasn't familiar with that the bolt pattern, there was actually like a little bit of oil that was like pulled up, and it was hiding one of the bolts, and I couldn't see it. So I'm trying to get this motherfucker off
broke
there,
it off the ear.
and I ended up breaking it. because I thought, man, it's
so
just
strong.
stuck, and I was just like wrenching it off, and I was like, oh, the bolts are gone, but it was one bolt that was still left, and I ended up cracking the damn thing. So
I
it's shit
refuse
like
because
like shit like that because I'm not a subject matter expert.
And then the parts guy at the store is like, "Sir, why do you need an intake manifold? It's not really a part that needs
and
to
then
be
it may not be
replaced."
that
And
in the
you're like,
first
Shut
place.
up, man.
Right?
I
It's
don't-
like, it was
yeah.
the thermostat, you idiot. I'm like,
I've done I did like my headlights and taillights, like upgraded those because it's a couple bolts.
yeah, a little
But
bit.
anytime I work on anything, I'll go to YouTube. 10-minute video guy's like, it's no problem. I'm 3 hours in. And I'm
You're
throwing
sweating.
fucking tools.
You're sweating, and
100%.
Yeah, they've seen me freak out. Anything dings, straight to the shop.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking doing nothing.
Mine is as soon as I look at something like, oh yeah, I'll just 2 bolts, I'll take this off, and I go and get my wrench and I come back and I'm like, it's the wrong size. Fuck it. I'm out.
I'm done.
I'm not going back and forth trying to get the right fucking size. Boom. I know. Once I
Now I'll wash and clean and do all the you can eat off. I like all my stuff to be very nice and clean.
Yeah.
But yeah, anything even on my dirt bike, like if it's, I'll do the minimal. But if it's something crazy, valve, something in there, or something, going to the shop.
See ya, man.
I want people to feed their families too.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's the way you got to. That's where everybody should.
Well, some people though, like I have friends too. They're like, I'm going to work on my own stuff, like, and that's cool if you know how. But like,
Yeah.
you guys have a shop. Like, most mechanics don't want to even work on their own shit.
yeah. I don't know.
Mine's the most. My car is always tip top.
I'll say this: there's like a dynamic between it.
Yeah.
Like, if her car breaks down, or my personal truck breaks down, or it needs maintenance or something, I love that I can do it.
Right.
But I'm not excited about it. Now, if I'm building a go-kart or a mini bike for myself or a customer, it's like that Facebook meme to where it's showing what your brain activity is. It's like you're talking to your buddy, and if you're talking to your buddy about video games, or if you're talking to your buddy about video games and he knows what's going on and it's like a huge brain, that's me working on mini bikes and go-karts and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm the same way. I'm like, I don't really want to I don't want to work on my own stuff.
Because that's y'all's shop, right? Like y'all own that whole. Okay.
Yes.
I don't even know where it is, to be honest.
on
No, it's
Craft
all
Street.
good.
Is it over by?
There's only 72 on Craft Street.
I know. It's
Well, there's Craft Street Muffler. There's the transmission shop. There's
we're across the street.
okay.
Across from Salvation Army, right next to Skyline Bowling.
Okay.
And Langford and Smith's.
I just haven't needed you. That's what it is. I don't need a shop right now.
Toyotas
That's
usually
fine.
don't. So.
Toyotas don't really need
There you
us.
go.
Gets its oil change and that's it. Unless
Dude,
it's getting
look.
upgraded.
You could sit at the shop. I'm going to actually put a camera up and do like the fast motion in between like uneventfulness or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm going to show like, hey, what's your name? What do you drive? What are you here for? And it's going to be Hyundai. My engine's blown up. Kia. My engine's blown up. Kia. I need a water pump. Chevy Cruze. Turbo. Every time somebody comes in with a Toyota, oil change, wipers. I'm just like, oh my
Maybe
God,
some brakes.
man.
You're like, damn it.
Oh my
Bougie
God.
fucks.
I will say I do. I had a Tacoma before I got the Tundra, and I loved it. But I'm like you said, I don't like to work on my own stuff. I've always been told like it'll go. I think back in the day, their thing was like Toyota was like 1,000,000 miles. That was the whole thing.
Look, the only thing I've had to replace on that Toyota besides like wiper blades and oil, is the water pump went out. That was it, and that's an easy one.
What's the mileage on it?
160 now,
When did you do the water pump?
140 ish, somewhere around there.
It was just leaking. It didn't just break and try to lock up the belt system or anything. It just had a little leak under it.
No, I don't know if yeah, I think it was. I didn't have no suction or something like that, so it was probably a leak. And
Gotcha.
so they told me it was like just replace the thing. So I just replaced the whole thing instead of trying to do a refurb.
Mine's not even broken
Maybe
yet.
just replace the gasket or
I'm at
whatever.
84.
Guess what happens to a newer Chevy Cruze or any Hyundai Kia before like 80,000 miles? Or a Nissan Altima with a continuously variable transaction.
I was gonna guess, but I don't even know the part, so I'm like, tell me.
Well, I mean, it's just like the whole car is falling apart.
Well, and I'm
like, how
going
much
to,
you owe? 12,000? Hold on a second. I'm going in the bathroom, looking at myself in the mirror, like, all right, you got to tell them that it's, you're going to be upside down in this one.
Oh my god, it's the worst feeling ever. Just bring out some ads for new cars.
Oh, yeah.
Check it out.
Check it out.
Oh, yeah.
Here's what we're offering.
That happened to me with the F-150 that I had. I ended up being
That
up
King
under
Ranch,
that King
yeah.
Ranch, which I love that truck.
Dude.
So nice, but man, so
engine was terrible.
sophisticated.
That one sucked.
It
5.4?
yeah, it was a 5.4.
How did I know?
Yep, and it was a I can't remember what it was.
I wondered.
2005, 2004, 2005.
Good old 3 valve.
Yep, and it
Sure.
I had to replace transmission. I had to
I don't
play,
either.
the rear end had to be replaced. What else?
Well, at least
A
it was
bunch of other
cheap.
random
Dude, it was
shit.
like
Yeah,
it was
right.
like what?
It was about
Almost
it was
10,
like
12 grand?
$7,000-8,000 worth of like over the course of me owning it, of me replacing shit on it, and the transmission and the rear end was the most expensive two things, obviously.
So
And so I was just like, I fixed them just because the way it would run correctly,
Right.
and then I immediately traded it in. I was like, I'm out.
well, you're smart though. I'll tell people it's one of two things. Like you got to get rid of this when you get done, or I hate when I have to start a conversation because I look at the truck and I see that it's not what we call a good candidate
Yeah,
to get a lot of money thrown at it. Because I'm
Yeah.
like looking at other stuff and I'm like, so I start off the conversation like, was this your granddad's truck or you know what I
Does it
mean?
have
Like
sentimental value.
I just bought this, you dick.
Yeah, my granddad, he died in the back seat. I'm
Yeah.
keeping it forever.
So I'm like, so you're not in love with it? And they're like, oh God, what? I'm like, well, can you sit down? Like, sit down in the chair. I'm going to talk to you for a minute. I'll
Like a
grab a chair.
doctor?
And
It's like a
sit down
doctor.
next-
Yes.
This is going to be
Dude,
hard.
I'm
Yes.
serious.
Literally.
At least you do that, though.
Isn't that
At least
the truth,
you do
though?
that.
That when they come to the shop, they're usually upset because there's something going on in their life, like they're broke down. So instead of just coming in and being like, which I know a lot of the older mechanics in this town, and they're top notch guys. Like these guys can fix cars, but they'll just walk in there and be like,
people
"Hey, you're
skills.
fucked," and you're like, "What?" or they won't even. I like get interested and a little bit more intimate with them and be, "Hey, look, man, where are you at on this car? What are we doing with it? Are you
Is it a daily
driving
driver?
20 minutes
Yeah.
to work? Are you going to Nashville?
Yeah, yeah.
Or are you going to Murfreesboro? Definitely, you're going to get rid of this one.
Right.
You know what I mean?
But
Like,
at least you do that, though. Like you're transparent about it.
Really, I mean, to your point, it is depending on the situation. It is situational on whether they need to fix it, pay for it, then offload it, or just say whatever. I'll just get something else.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And that's a lot of that's kind of where that's where we are, is we like bring people out in the shop.
mm-hmm.
We let them see what's going on, and then he's very educational.
From a distance insurance adjuster.
Yeah.
right?
Yes. But he actually explains and educates them like, this is why it's doing it. This is probably why you should stop.
Well, see, and
So I
that's
have
good
to
that you
say
do that.
this before we go any further. We have just now started to make money because of it.
Okay.
Like we've been at this since 2018.
I was
This
going to ask
is-
you how long you guys have had your business. I was going to ask.
So February 2018, we started the shop, and she was answering phones as I was working on cars, and now there's 8 of us. So I mean,
I've been following y'all for a while. I remember when you had the pictures of the. Okay, yeah. I got you. God,
But-
I didn't know it's been that long.
Well, that's
Yes.
awesome.
but I mean, just now starting to actually make money because we're honest.
Yeah. See that.
And it sucks to be the good guy, but at the same time, like I have to go to sleep at some point. And I
Yeah.
choose like that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, see,
absolutely.
that's whenever I had to put all that money into the F-150. The thing that kind of killed me about it is, you know, the dude comes out, and he's like, "So we know what it is." I'm like, "Okay, what is it?" He's like, "What's your transmission?" I'm like, "And that means what? Like, what are my options here?"
What is a transmission?
Right? He's like, "Well, we can." It's like, right.
Which one? There's
First
two,
one.
right?
Right. Is that in the cab? Is it in the bed? Where is that?
Can we just remove it?
Right.
And then won't be a problem anymore.
Right, exactly. It's like an appendix. You just take it
Yeah,
out. You
take
can
it
still
out.
live with it.
Just get it out.
But you know, so he says that.
I'm taking that,
and
by
then
the way.
Right. So then he says that, and I'm like, you know, so what are my options? He's like, you know, we can try to rebuild this thing. That's going to cost X, or we can do a refurb, you know, and put a remanufacture one in there that'll cost this amount, or whatever. Obviously, I know I can't run without a transmission, so those are my options. But at the same time, so I ended up doing that. And I ended up getting with the remanufacturer when they installed it, and everything was fine. And it wasn't but like 3 months later, I had issues shaking in the back. My rear end was all fucked up. And so my mind
I
automatically
actually
is
know
like,
what happened to both
like-
of them, by the way.
really? So
Yeah.
I'm kind of going to pick your brain on this because I'm like, what the fuck? Like
So when
everything
you
was
got
fine.
about 45 miles an hour, you had a bad hesitation or a shudder.
It started shuttering.
That
in
was
the
at
back.
45. The rear end was when you turn, you got a like a rumble strip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already know what's wrong with both of them.
Fuck, I told
Okay.
you it was wrong.
So see,
I knew it.
in my head, so
Whatever he says is what I said. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
I go back to the same place. I'm like, hey man, look, transmission's fine. I'm not skipping. You know, everything's firing fine. We're good, except now I got this issue with the rear end. He's like, so they like, all right, we'll take a look at it. They do the
got
whole
a
thing,
posi track
and then
in
they
it.
like, the rear end's all fucked up. And I was just like, how? So in my head, me being mechanically illiterate to some degree. I mean, like I said, I'll do a YouTube video and figure out how to do something.
You have basic knowledge, but
I don't know.
Your conception as a consumer
is like the fuck just happened. Like everything was fine, and all of a sudden this thing just hits a certain age and it's all falling apart. Make it make sense.
Well, I'm just now. I'm coming to a. I think you got had because I've never seen both problems.
So that's where I'm
I
getting
think the
at.
rear end was the problem.
It could have been.
And you got a transmission. And Fords are usually not too bad about transmissions. Now, when they get that shutter in there, you can fix them externally by adding some fluid.
Right.
Helps the clutches kind of just, they slip, but they slip right into gear so you don't have that transition. But the rear end was probably the problem the whole time, if I'm being honest.
Call them tomorrow.
They owe me some money.
Send this episode.
I bucked them.
I know it's been 10 years.
I bucked them for a little bit, but at the end of the day, I had nothing. How am I supposed to prove? I can't.
And see, that's what I'm trying to go against. So the dynamic of owning a shop is interesting because when people come through that door, if I don't already know them, if I already know them, we're good. Whatever, we're joking and laugh. People bring brownies. They bring us Christmas presents and cookies. Whatever. We have a great relationship with the customers that come to L.R. Harper on the frequent. But if people are coming in for the first time, we have to earn or gain that respect because they're coming in after you. Like you've came to the shop and you never met me before. You're going to be like, all right, dude, something's wrong with my truck. And when I call you and tell you something, you're going to half-heartedly not believe me.
Yeah.
But whenever I say, hey, man, where are you at on this truck?
Yeah.
You still owe money on it? What are you doing? Then you start to realize, oh, this individual, this guy cares about what I'm doing.
Right.
And doesn't want to just take my money. And that's what I'm building. And it's really there.
Well, I mean, you're doing it the right way. I mean, even in my business that I think is important as what I think maybe, I don't want to speak ill of your profession, but I've run into it before to where I think you have to set the expectation, and I feel like that making sure that everyone understands what page, everybody's on the same page. And I just feel like when I do in the past, I've talked to mechanics, especially with major work, stuff that I don't know about. Like I don't have really a cursory knowledge of how a transmission actually works. So when they tell me it's busted, I'm like,
yeah, sure, man.
Okay, fine. You're supposed to be the subject matter expert. So I can't even detect if you're bullshitting me because I wouldn't know. Right. But,
which can be proven, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm just I got took to court.
Really?
And I was like, well, I can show you the theory of operation, how this part works. And I can show you that, in case studies, this has happened. And there's a technical service bulletin on. Like, you can prove what I'm doing. Okay. Like, we're taking, there's a little chemistry set that comes. And you can take this fluid and pour it into a vat. And then it has this little pump thing like a blood pressure checker.
Yeah.
You can pump exhaust into it. And it will change the fluid from blue to green chemically.
Yeah.
And that's how you tell, like, whenever you pump into a coolant system, if it picks up any exhaust, the head gas gets blown, buddy. Sorry. I mean,
well, the other thing, too, is, like, people aren't coming to you for good news. They're there because they have a problem.
Not always.
And they're already in a state of, you don't know what's happening at home. Like, what's this going to cost me? Like, I need the cheapest thing you can do to get this thing running so I can get to work the next day.
Yeah, and you're like acting in good faith because, like I said, in like my business, I've run into situations to where I make an assumption on good faith that they're going to do a certain thing, and when really I needed to not make that assumption because the reality is that there are people out there that will take advantage of those little situations where you make it absolutely fucking clear. You know what I mean?
100%, dude.
So it's good that it's good that you guys are approaching it in a way to where I'm going to act in good faith because people coming into my shop are acting in good faith.
Like we literally just had the customer. We went and looked at his car, and there was nothing good left on it. Like, I think he let his son use it for a little while.
Yeah.
He did it no justice.
Shouldn't have done that.
So he's like, so what should I do? And I'm like, man, nothing. You shouldn't do anything to it. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, don't put any more money into this car, man. Don't pay me to fix this car. And he was like, are you serious? I was like, yeah, I'm serious.
Some of their shops will be like, yeah, we can do this and we'll get it.
And it's hard not to say it on a slow week. If I'm being honest with you, it's hard not to say it. If I'm being real with you, dude.
That's y'all's shop. That's your livelihood.
Right.
But I'm like, hey, listen. And then the guy he reciprocated that. He's like, look, man, you looked at my car for almost 3 hours. I've been here for almost 3 hours. I'm going to pay you something. And I said, well, our diagnosis is 110. And all I've done is I feel like I'm collecting 110 from you and kicking you in the balls, at the same time.
Right.
And he just goes, well, what do you want to do? I said, I don't know, man. I don't feel right taking the money from you.
Yeah.
And he just says, okay. Well, he ended up buying everybody pizza there.
But
so,
he'll also be
whatever,
back.
man.
He'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh, he has.
And then
been.
he'll
He
tell
has
his friends,
Yeah.
word of mouth. So you,
Right.
I'm
one
buying
gesture.
in.
110
I'm
for a
buying
kick in
in.
the balls is cheap where I'm coming from.
You know what I'm saying?
And a hair- it might be into that.
pool.
Right.
Yeah.
So say, well, so like as in this industry,
My mouth.
Sir, this is a family-owned business.
Damn it. We don't have an after hours program.
OnlyFans doesn't have a storefront. What the fuck are you doing? Get out of here.
Could you imagine what that would be like? L.R. Harper After Dark.
yes,
We can
joke-
torque you down.
OnlyFans just made $2.5 billion in revenue this
Yep.
past year.
Yeah,
Yep.
straight up.
Holy shit.
That
So-
means
Yeah.
we got a lot of
I
problems.
think the storefront OnlyFans is a strip club. I think that's what
Wait, what is it?
it's a strip club.
It's just a
Is
strip
it?
club. That's
Yeah,
storefront.
that's the storefront for OnlyFans.
That's
That's the brick and
hilarious.
mortar for OnlyFans.
Makes sense.
I love it. But we actually make more money on oil changes and brakes
Yeah, the
than we
routine
do.
kind of stuff.
Yeah, we
You're
I didn't know
doing
y'all
it
did
anyway.
that.
yes, we do oil changes, brake, everything. We do everything but tires, and then we don't rebuild transmissions or rebuild engines.
Y'all do lift kits and all that stuff there?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
No, it's right up his alley. He hasn't met a truck he hasn't wanted to lift yet.
Oh
so.
my goodness. But yeah, I make more money off of your regular maintenance or extra anything like that than I do replacing your
I
engine.
guess I need to come for my next oil change.
Yeah, me too. I
I need to do that.
I think
we
I'm due
do
for one.
we do Thirsty Thursday, which is 30% off your oil change. We are not a Valvoline. Our prices are not going to reflect Valvoline, just so you know.
I don't know what that means. I know what I pay for an oil change.
What do
but
you
I don't,
pay?
I don't know. Usually it's between 75 to 90.
Yeah.
That's about what
That's
it's gonna
about what
be
it
there.
is for Thirsty Thursday.
I don't.
mean, that's what-
I'm not going to do it.
that's what
I don't care
Valvoline
what it
is.
costs. Like now, that's. I mean, and that's even now when I go. I've taken to. I haven't had that truck for almost 2 years, but I go to Valvoline. Every 3 to 5. But they check tire pressure, which I do all that shit anyways. And they're always like, I don't need any wipers. I don't need air. Shh. It's an oil change, dude. I was
Stop it.
I said the only reason I'm here is because I don't want to
ask
get
you
under
this.
this truck.
I'm going to ask you this because they always do this whenever at those Valvoline places, the little pull in, whatever.
Oh, boy.
Is that they're always like
We actually don't use
they're
that
like,
word at L.R. Harper anymore.
Really? The
Yeah.
Valvoline? Okay.
It's
So they
hard-
always
it's
do
hard
this
to hear.
thing after I'm like synthetic oil change, whatever. And so they do it and they're like, looks like you're due for was it
Oh, boy.
redo the fuel in your transmission. You need to
fuck.
service this
Oh,
and service
God,
that.
man.
And you're due for this and you're due for that. And you're like, okay, well, if I need to do that, what's that going to run me? Oh, about $640. I'm like, get the fuck, let me get out of here.
Oh, what's okay? So they always do this. They always pull the air filter out. They're like, "Looks pretty rough. You want to change that?" I'm like, "No, I'm good." For the first time ever since I've been driving, ever, this guy looked at me. He was like, "You're good for a while, man."
Yeah.
I was like, "Holy shit!" And he was like, "It's good."
I'll even blow
I couldn't
him
believe
out.
it. I couldn't believe it.
I didn't
Yeah.
want a guy to do that to me too.
He
Yeah.
literally looked at him and was like,
He's like, it looks still
Well,
good.
you guys know what happens at places like Valvoline, right? Like if a tech there does like 10 oil changes and there's nothing else on the ticket besides the oil changes, their boss pulls them in a room and is like, hey, man.
"You need to upset. You need to
Yeah.
start
Sorry,
fucking
man,
people
but-
over real soon."
Yeah, because it's
That's basically what it is.
That's
I mean, really, it's
literally
what,
what they're saying.
I mean,
That's
this
literally
dude
it.
was telling me, it's like, yeah, it's like, I was like, why do I need to like redo the whole transmission, like drain it and what else? He's like, well, there's these like little bitty shavings that get in there, and after a while, I'm like, that's probably true, but like,
So
how detrimental is that to my vehicle? Like, if I don't drain the transmission?
misconception, by the way. If you buy a vehicle new, you own it new, you go to that manufacturer and you say, hey, I need to know service interval on this.
Okay,
And if you do that service interval by the Bible on that thing, it'll stay together. If you don't, automatic transmission specific here, I'm speaking about automatic transmission. If you do not change the transmission fluid, don't change it because all those, he said, shavings,
yeah, like little particles.
it's
of the-
clutch material.
Okay,
So once you drain out the clutch material, the clutching material was usually on the plates.
yeah,
But after not changing it for so long, it comes out and gets into the fluid. Clutching material usually turns into like a darker color,
yeah.
and it makes the fluid darker.
Oh, okay.
If you change the fluid out, you don't have no clutching material anymore, or at
Okay.
least less.
My brother told me the same thing.
It's
He said-
literally,
he said, "Dude,
it's
don't."
not science. Now, if you get a like a centrifuge,
Mhm.
You know what a centrifuge is? It
Yeah,
spins
spins.
up. Okay. If you were to take your transmission fluid out and centrifuge it to where you're getting all the clutching material outside the fluid and you get rid of just the fluid and put with new fluid, because new fluid doesn't have clutching material, but it's newer and it's more thick and it's not as wore out. And then you were able to put the clutching material back in that fluid, which it looks like you're going to take new fluid and make it look nasty, but it's essential, man.
Yeah.
Isn't a centrifuge what's on the proton packs from Ghostbusters? This thing that spins. I think that's what that is.
Yeah, the things that spin.
If it's not, it is now.
Now we're talking. He's like the proton packs.
Right.
Like, shit, got it. Fucking transmission. I need a proton pack. That's funny. I've heard that before. When I bought my truck, they were like, "Hey, you get a lifetime warranty." I'm like, "Yeah, I don't care. I don't ever keep anything long enough to use the warranty."
That's true.
And
Great,
he was
man.
like, and he was like, "Well, here's what the stipulations are." I look at him like, I said, "So for that to work, I have to go by your guidelines on service." He's like, "Yeah." I said, "That says $1,800. He said, "That's after." I said, "I'm not buying a $40,000 pickup truck, and then I'm gonna come see you in 2 months to give you $1,800. No, sorry. I'll do the oil changes and what needs to be done when it breaks." I said, "But I'm not coming." No, you're out of your mind.
So
It's like $4 or $5 grand a year on frickin' no.
I had a friend that told me one time, we're just sitting here bullshitting like we are now.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Hey man, when you buy a car, they already have all the repair costs into buying the sticker price on it." I'm like, and I thought about it.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't cost them, $80,000 to make a King Ranch pickup
No.
truck.
Oh no, absolutely not. See the prices lately?
Dude, that's probably right. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
that's you could actually sit down and calculate that out, and it would be about right.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't realize how y'all have had that shop. That's awesome.
Man, we've been working. It is not something that like we started and now we're just gangsters and we're balling. It is something that took a little while.
We didn't have we don't have mommy and daddy's last name or money, so that was a lot of it.
Yeah, no.
that was.
There's no rich people at this table. We're not rich either.
I was gonna say. That's so funny to talk about that because people think just because you own a business, that's it. Like, oh, you own a business, you run that. Like, whoa,
You typically don't make any money for the first 5 years. Usually,
And we're going into year 6 and just now making.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
so true. That is so true.
My dad said it's the best. It's his favorite job he's ever had is owning a business.
Yeah.
He said it's the greatest thing. He's had a bunch. He said it's one of the greatest things in the world.
What is the quote? Entrepreneurs will quit a 40-hour a week job to work 120 hours a week.
We had Gage on. Gage is one of those people.
Yeah, and it's not.
God bless him.
We have a lot of fun. We've learned that. I hate the word like work-life balance.
You can use it.
I mean, I hate it. I
Live,
hate
laugh, and love. and all that shit.
you can use it all you want to. There is no fucking balance to this whatsoever. It's literally balls to the wall, all business for 3-4 weeks
Clench
at
your
a time.
fist, grit your teeth,
Yes,
and go in,
I've
lower
heard
your
someone-
shoulder.
I've heard someone
Yeah.
describe it that way. It says that if you're self-made or you're like an entrepreneur, you got your own business, is you work in sprints.
Yeah,
It's not like a constant 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week, and then you do the 2-day week. No, it's like you work your ass off for like 3 months, and then you chill for like two weeks. And then
maybe.
you go back.
in
Or
the
maybe.
first 2
But like
years-
it's sprints.
right.
Yeah, we're in the,
You're
we're in
right.
the corporate
You
world.
go
so we
at
have
it.
No idea.
You go at it as hard as you can. Like in the first 2 years, all I did was like read Leonidas quotes from the movie 300.
makes
You know what I mean? Because it was stacked against me. But it's just like when we used to get slow, I'd get so worried.
Well, yeah, because
But-
it's your lively. Like
Now it's different. We get slow now because we don't really get slow that lot, and we stay. It was almost seasonal when we first started,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yes, I mean you could tell.
Graduation, it was like,
Where the fuck are you?
what are we gonna do?
Right. At the end of the school year is a lot of it slows
Vacation
down.
time.
It's vacation. Kids get out of school, they go on their summer vacations.
So, were you a mechanic before? I'm being real nosy. Were you a mechanic before you got the shop? Obviously, probably.
So I started working on what I'm working on now, like professionally, in 2012,
okay,
but non-professionally, pretty much my whole life.
that's usually how most of your good mechanics they like take apart the lawnmower when they're a kid to see how it works. I've always heard that before.
That's
from people.
me.
Like,
That was me, 100%.
He had a souped up.
Ding,
My
right
favorite-
on the head.
My favorite story his dad tells, and it's still funny to this day. I love it when he tells it. It's way better. But he said I was
He was
coming home
so
from.
pissed.
He was so mad. He said I was coming home from work one day and saw some kid on a lawnmower, and I caught up to him finally on the road. I looked over, and it was Justen.
Nice.
And he said, what did he say to you?
He's like, son,
What gear?
put that thing in the lowest gear it's got and get it to the house. I was like, yes, sir.
Were you Bobby Boucher?
Yes.
Dude, I was Bobby Boucher. I could pull my dad's, I can drag him to 45. He was an F-150.
That he still has, by the way.
Yeah, he still has that same truck.
Yeah.
What an old man. But that thing would do 45 in fourth gear, and it was a 6-speed, and I never had the balls to go any faster on it because the steering on a ride more is like turn it.
Yeah.
The wheels are not turned. Now they turn.
Yeah.
Oh, nothing. Oh, it's going back the other way finally. So if you get in a speed wobble,
Oh yeah, you're toast.
you just bail off, you know.
That's all you do.
You know, but we were Jamaicans with a bobsled team in my neighborhood because the gearing was so tall in it.
Yeah.
We had all the neighborhood kids pushing it down the hill because we lived on a hill. We're pushing it down the hill, and it would finally start. Boom, 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 and then it'd take off, man.
That's like Pastrana and them had that. I used to watch their old dirt bike. They had a lawnmower.
Yeah.
It was an old snapper. They put a 250 two-stroke
I've seen
motor
that.
on it.
Yeah, that one thing's
We're like
nasty.
70 miles an hour down the damn highway on a lawnmower. It's crazy.
That's awesome.
Pipe hanging off the back of it. It was badass.
So I plan on building one in the next probably year or 2 years. I'm going to put a ride more back together. This time not as a kid, but as a man with high speed bearings and all the right type steering. You know, I'm going to make it just low.
Have you been to?
No,
have you ever watched
remember
lawnmower
that,
racing?
You remember that show?
Serious stuff, dude.
It's
You remember that
badass.
show, Pimp My Ride?
Yes.
I remember there was one of them.
Yes.
I don't know why they did this to this dude's car. I guess because because he mowed yards for extra cash or something like that. But they turned it into a mower, a high speed mower. It had the whole track that come out of the back of the trunk.
Pissed would you be?
And then you could actually like open the doors and had like old timey like.
You know what that
mower
was? That was
blades.
Monster Garage.
Was it Monster? No, it was.
Jesse James built a green Fox body.
That's right.
They had real mowers on the doors.
Yeah, you like open the
okay.
doors and like the mechanical mowers drop down and they had like a full deck that come out of the trunk in the back and he was like mowing a fucking field at 60.
Yeah, it's funny you bring up Pimp My
crazy.
Ride. Like, you know, the dude comes out like
They always
X to
made the dumbest
exhibit.
shit.
He's like he would do like these little weird pop-ups in the driveway. But I like when they turn it over and then like the person shows up like, this is unbelievable. I'd be like, I can't fucking drive that every day.
Like the dude would say
How's that
something in
gonna
passing
work?
and be like, I really like, cereal, and they would like make a cereal dispenser in his fucking trunk or some
Yeah.
shit. It just
Or
makes
the
no
one
sense.
had like it would fold
You know
out
what I
this
mean?
shit. And I'm like, they're like, I can't. If the dude couldn't
This is no
afford a
longer
car payment or a new car, now you've got 28-inch wheels. He can't buy tires for those.
right.
No.
You've literally made him worse off than he was before the show. Thank you.
Funny story. We read a documentary on Pimp My Ride that whenever they finished it, they like took everything out. It was just
Yeah.
for the show.
It's that
makes
bullshit.
sense.
It was literally
yeah.
just for the show. There
I'm
was a
afraid
fish
so,
tank
guys.
one. Had a fish tank in it. Remember that
Yeah,
one? How
yeah,
the fuck are you supposed to drive
That's
around
right.
with a fucking fish tank in
Exactly.
there? Never.
So
So,
some of them I'd be like, yeah, you need to take all this bullshit out.
I like the Facebook memes. They're like, hey, her dad died in a house fire, so we put a flamethrower in her grill. I'm oh my God,
Right.
shut the hell up. Or she almost killed herself one time, and she beat it, so we put suicide doors on her ride, or her whip, or whatever.
Put a noose on the rearview mirror.
Oh my God. Oh my God,
So
dude.
stupid.
I love the internet.
I do too.
Pimp My Ride was that dumb, though. They
Oh,
would
yeah.
do
Yeah,
some
but
dumb
you know that
like
shit was fun to watch, though. I watched
It
it.
was. Like, oh, cool, I got TVs underneath my car. Oh,
See,
what
I
am I
would be
supposed
like,
to do with those?
I would be like, I would want to have like, can you make this hearse into an Ecto 1? That would be
Dude.
Ecto 2.
Well, you remember their
That's what I would
meetings?
do.
They'd have like their storyboard room. They'd be like, "What do you guys think?" The guy would be like, "You know what I'm thinking?" He like
Oh,
get up
God.
on the table. I'm thinking about putting two 15-inch TV screens.
You know what?
on the what is that called in your? I've totally drawn a blank.
On the headrest?
No,
Yeah.
your sun visor. Is that what's called, a sun visor?
Yeah.
Fuck,
Yeah,
I just,
sun visor.
Your
yeah.
visor.
This isn't funny anymore.
Right.
I fucked that whole thing up. Someone else. Someone else.
You know
No,
what I mean.
but I know what you're saying. Like, now that you're saying that, I'll put what you're saying to reality. I'm pretty sure the lead tech on that show was very tied in with like Funkmaster Flex and what's his name from come on, Big Timers. What's his name, man?
What is it?
Number One Stunner was one of their hits, and then the other one,
Birdman and Manny Fresh.
yes.
So we all have cell phones. Everybody's like, I don't know what it is.
So-
Like, Google.
Google? Anybody Google? No.
But anyways,
Give me a second.
That's who they were getting ideas from, and they just found the guys to actually do that kind of work that was freaking nuts.
Yeah. See, that was the thing about it. It's like the guys that were coming up with ideas, like they didn't look like they were like mechanics to where they could actually do that stuff.
No, because the guys in the shop
They were
working
just
all that
coming up with
shit
bullshit.
were not on TV.
No, 100%.
Tell them about Gas Monkey. There's a similar story.
Oh my goodness. So we went to Dallas a couple years ago, and it was like we were in the middle of our shop, beginnings. I think it was 2019. And we went to Gas Monkey because we were like, "Hey, I liked Richard Rollins for a whole different reason. He was not really good looking.
Stop traffic. What is gas? I don't know what that is.
The Gas Monkey
Fast and
Garage,
Loud
Fast
show
and Loud
on
show.
Discovery.
So Richard Rollins,
Anything?
you got to look him
No?
up.
Okay.
Anyways, it's for older. It's for older people. I say that. I say it like that.
I
But
mean, I like Antiques Roadshow.
I think I'm the
I
oldest
don't
one
know.
here.
Are you
No.
familiar with Aaron Kaufman? He
No.
is a they did a bike build off with Jesse James and a few other
Okay.
people.
Okay.
But
yeah, they're in that circle. But Richard
got you.
Rollins is the head dude at Gas Monkey, and we went to Gas Monkey in Dallas.
Okay.
And there's a lady Sue that does all of their upholstery.
but
And
she's a
down-
separate business.
Yeah, she's a separate business. She's down the road, and she's done all of Jay Leno's stuff. Like,
Oh, no
she's
shit.
legit
Okay. I
upholstery.
know who Jay Leno is.
Yeah. She's legit. Miss Sue is like a fucking beast. But anyways, we went down to Dallas and we went to the Gas Monkey garage, and it was completely and
It
totally
was Wednesday at lunchtime, and there
It
was
was
nobody there. So I
completely
was like,
gated up. Nobody was there.
and I did the you thing. I messaged Richard Rollins
Smart.
Sliding the DMs.
and got hit with a robotic response, and
Yeah.
no ever real response. But I'm like, look, it's lunchtime. Everybody could be out, and where I'm over there looking through the fence, and there's literally no one or nothing there.
All
So-
for show. That
I walk
sucks.
across the way to the
Like the merch
shop,
place,
like
yeah.
the merchant shop, and I go in there, and there's some of their vehicles in there that they have done on display, and I'm looking at it. I'm just like, okay. So I go over there and talk to the girl. I'm like, where's everybody at? And she's like, he smiles at me, slides a car, and it says Sue's Upholstery, the lady that does their upholstery on the show, which I know she has a huge fan base from
Yeah.
the show too.
Okay.
So I'm like, cool, we'll go see her. She goes, yeah, you're gonna need to go ask her because I can't really say anything here. I'm like, yes, ma'am. So we leave there and go to see Sue and walk in, and I guess we just had a lost look on her face.
No, that's not even the lost look. We were the only people in there that were like touristy looking people. Like we knew
You
what was
walked
going
into a
on.
cult. It was
Yes.
a
Yeah.
cult meeting.
Right.
So we were the only. They were working though. That's that they had a whole garage over to the right, and then it was a merch store in the middle. But then they had other stuff going on.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, we were here to hopefully see Sue. And then right as I said that, Sue come out and she was like, oh, hey everybody, because she's Asian.
Ah.
I was about to say, is that really what she sounds like?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes,
Oh
that
my
is literally what
gosh.
she said. And Justin rattled off. He was like, "Oh, hey, we're huge fans of the show." Blah blah blah. And she says, "Oh yeah, you mean ass monkey?
Ass
She
monkey.
calls him ass monkey.
Ass monkey?
Instead
Oh,
of
you mean
gas
ass
monkey.
Yeah. You're like, I like ass monkey.
And
better.
he is like the guy that owned and ran all of it.
Yeah.
Oh, Richard, yeah.
He's the money guy, but he's like one of those guys. He looks like an older Ryan Reynolds. Has gray hair that he combs straight back like a greaser,
yeah.
and has like
Oh,
man
nice.
jewelry and necklaces and stuff. And he's
Accessories.
only a
Jesse
little
James
bit.
has that kind of look.
Yes,
look.
yes,
know what I mean?
And no, yes and no. He's
It-
like
You guys will look it up after this, and you'll see what we're talking
Okay.
about.
like a Jeffrey Dean Morgan crossover.
just look it up now.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah,
You know
okay.
what I'm saying?
Just look it up now, then
Yeah.
won't you?
What's his name?
Google
I could do that style.
Richard Rollins.
Hell yeah, dude.
Richard Rollins. That's all you need to see.
I've dabbled in some man accessories.
But no, the whole premise of it was we're looking up on the wall and see her shaking hands with like Jay Leno, and we're like, so this is a for real thing.
This guy looks like an asshole.
He
And
is.
she said
That's
he
kinda
is,
hot.
but I love him though.
Let me see.
But I love him though. At the same time,
I
everything
actually
that's
Googled
bad
it.
about him is good too, because he's a gangster,
I
dude.
do like his hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He makes a lot of money.
And
So there's that.
You can't wear a skull ring and not make money.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So I mean, he'll show you if he gets it. Like if he gets his ass kicked, he'll put it out there. Like, hey, we bought this car, put this much money into it, and we didn't set a reserve like idiots, and we lost our ass on it at the.
But
Then
Sue-
he's just like buys F40 Ferraris that are wrecked for like $100,000, and then turns them out for $2 million the next week. So I mean, really,
So he kind of knows what he's doing.
He kind of knows enough. That's his
He
other
knows-
ring.
That's the other. See, again, it's not like I like his attitude. I genuinely do like his. He's a douchey attitude, and I'm not a huge fan of those kind of people because I'm more of I want you to come down to this. I need to be on the same level.
To be honest, though, he's going out there. And he's going after it.
Yeah, so that's why I like him. I like him because he's like, yes.
It's confidence. Sometimes confidence comes off as cocky or douchey, but underlying it's the confidence.
There's a difference between, there's a difference.
There is a story behind it because she says, you look for Ass Monkey. I said, yeah, I'm looking for Richard, She's like, yeah, it's TV, mostly TV land. They bring in a mechanic, fix off site, bring back. I'm like, yes, ma'am. and she goes.
I like that. He's just like, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, this lady she was for real because you could tell she literally
was
just
she fresh
got
off the fucking boat.
Yeah.
Like,
no, that's the thing.
She's been here for 100 years.
They bring guys come fix cars.
Yes, they did. That's literally how she spoke.
She said, "You want to see my operation?"
Yes, you want to see. You want to see tour?
When you did your act, it sounded like she talked to you differently. She's like, "Let me bring it down for you."
Yes, yes, absolutely. Let me break it down.
We saw her operation. She had a lot of people back there. It almost kind of like a sweatshop.
Pretty badass, though.
Yeah.
Yes, it was pretty badass.
Yeah.
So she took us out back to one of the projects she was working on, and it was a fire truck. It was bomb as fuck.
Had ostrich seats in it. It was like an old school Ford fire truck.
Okay.
It was
cool.
It was nice.
So did you also went and saw Mean Girl Pod too, didn't you?
I did. So I totally fangirled on that one, but I was like one of the only 15 females there.
Dudes.
That like
it was all dudes.
It was all dudes, and I wanted to ask you guys about that. Have y'all looked at your analytics?
It surprised me too.
Yeah, we have 28% women.
28% women.
We're probably
higher than
which is a lot higher than we thought. Which is
I was
weird.
one of those.
Well, it's weird is because it's like obviously my wife listens, you listen. Like he has friends that are female that listen as well. I've got people I went to high school with that listen.
Just because,
but we have another friend of ours that listens. Well, it's through whatever, but she's like, I was trying to figure out the age. Like, I know how we are and stuff, but we have some that are in their 40s that listen to it and love it. So I don't know if maybe there's just this, and that's why I was wondering too. I looked at the analytics. I'm like, hell, that's kind of high. Like Zach said, I thought it was going to be like no women.
None.
We also have a robust exotic dancer community that listens to this.
We do.
Oh, sweet.
You are a fucking liar. That's the best.
So that's 20% of it right there.
So,
The other 8 is people we know.
yeah. Well, the first time we went to Vegas.
Pie chart.
First time we went to Vegas, we talked about the pod a lot at a certain place.
Oh.
And the next episode we did, we had like 16 or 17
we got a bunch of hits
new demos from Vegas.
Yeah.
Nevada. What the fuck? Is
I love it,
happening?
dude.
Yeah.
That's where you want people listening to it, honestly.
Yes.
They meet a lot of people.
Good move.
Exactly.
What are y'all's? What are your?
So we're 60% female listeners. We are.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all do the small business and stuff too, and like a little more business insight.
And the health and
Probably more
wellness
attractive
and-
than taking shits and jerking off and
I do talk about
I don't
jerking
know,
off
man.
a lot.
Listen to y'all
it's
is like
funny.
my happy place driving down Wilma because people are like just going from the right lane all the way over to the left and slamming their brakes in front of me. And then if I just not listen or watch that and listen to you guys, I'm laughing,
Yeah,
It's
so it don't matter. We're not cussing them out.
My neighbor Aaron texted me yesterday. He was deer hunting. He was like, I was really cracking up on that last one. So you're talking about you asked everybody in the car if they had
Yeah.
boners, and I'm like, I don't remember that, but I'm glad you liked it.
Yeah.
He
Brandon,
was rambling. At
Brandon
this
will
point.
text me that where he's like working out at the gym. And he's like, I'm like laughing to myself. Everybody's looking at me. 'Cause
Yes.
I'm just like on the treadmill or giggling.
Doing
Yeah.
so it's so funny. I was telling Josh too. I literally talk back like the podcasters can fucking hear me.
Yeah.
And then when it goes like going back to Mean Girls Pod, their clientele, their listeners are mainly male listeners, and which is so weird to me. And
It was weird to me too.
Why?
the reason why I was like weird to me was because they
I
talk
think it's because
about.
they're hot and they just listen to their voices.
But are
or
they though?
something.
But
You know what I mean?
thank you though. So
I don't.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
thank you though.
Go
so
ahead.
I love Jordan and Alex. I love the way that they put some things off.
I'm glad we're bringing this up.
But I feel like it's not real life.
One
Does
of the
that make
guys
sense?
that was there, because I went with Amber to that whole thing. I just wanted to see Barstool and see what it was about,
Yeah, yeah.
and I actually liked it.
That's.
But
I would be there.
100%. Well, one of the guys that was trying to get a picture with them, and he was like trying to get a picture with them, And I'm just kind of like, what is going on here? And he's like, yeah, I'm a huge fan. I'll listen to every episode. And I'm like, I'm sitting over here. I was probably wearing something like this. And,
Like a
I'm,
bouncer.
Yeah, and I'm just like, what the hell's going on with it? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I didn't think that either.
Well, so we've talked about before we
Because
started
actually,
our
when
podcast.
they first came out and started doing a bunch of episodes,
Yeah.
and they just kind of all of a sudden they went from like 0 to 60 in no time. They just
Oh, yeah.
as soon as they got picked
boom,
up, they worked
picked
for
up on
Barstool.
Barstool,
It
and then
was-
boom,
yeah.
Barstool.
So,
and they just blew
Dave
up.
probably had a lot
Dave
to do with it.
Portnoy
You know?
was talking to Alex and was like, "You're a fucking mean girl," like because she was being mean to his girlfriend
Yes.
at that time, and it wasn't like intentionally mean. It was
Yeah.
just like,
That's funny.
So
as fuck
It's
that he
funny.
said that.
Yeah, I mean,
And so I mean, when they first came onto the scene, I definitely was intrigued, and I was like, I think the reason why they probably have a large male audience, and including myself initially, but then after I started listening to them for a bit, I was like, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm out.
no, none.
They don't. They know the stuff that they end up saying. I'm just like, make no sense, and they almost play stupid.
Yes.
I don't think they are stupid.
Absolutely.
They're playing stupid, and it just seems I'm just not into it. But initially, what I think it is is this sounds fucked up, but I think the reason why they have a majority male audience is that guys like listening to women talk about sex and sexual things.
maybe. I mean, what was the age demographic that you saw?
Our age.
I was going to say
in
our
between-
age, maybe younger. That guy was younger than me.
Yeah, between like
You know what I mean?
24 to like 40 at the max. I did see older men there, but it was mainly.
Were they there with their daughters?
No, they were
Okay,
there.
I
with
wasn't
either-
paying attention.
They were there with their
That
girlfriends.
just makes it more creepy.
I was drinking
Right.
pink fluid, whatever that was.
Pink Whitney.
Pink
we were
Whitney,
drinking
yeah,
sponsor
Pink
for the
Whitney.
show.
I wonder if the other
That's right,
huge
yeah.
podcast that
Duh.
was on Barstool and not on anymore because there was a whole falling out thing or whatever. But I wonder if Call Her Daddy is supposed to be a very big like female centric podcast is the same way.
I don't know, and I'll tell you right now, I listen to more male podcasts. Only
That's because women don't like each other.
no.
That's sad.
No, that's true.
I will listen to-
women generally don't like.
Who's
each other.
harder on women than women?
yeah, you're 1,000%
And
right.
you might have best friend that, and you can correct me because you're a woman at the table. But I'm like most of the time, and I've told my wife this. I'm like most of the time, women have more guy friends because you're better friends with them. Usually, women don't make good friends because you're constantly competing with one another. You don't even know you're doing it.
So I hate that. I hate.
That's sad.
I
man.
don't have I don't. I'm confused at why you're competing with me. Like, don't compete with me.
Oh,
you
right.
see what I'm saying? Like for me, don't compete with me because
She's
you
a
have,
dude with a vagina, though.
literally, I'm a dude with a vagina.
There's-
All
I've
day.
snuck
There's-
her
'cause you
on
might be the
bachelor
difference.
parties.
Yeah.
It might be the difference between because I've heard people talk about the two different types of there's guy girls and girl girls,
Yes,
and so
That makes
you're
sense.
probably more of a guy girl.
I
Oh,
am.
oh my god,
Right.
are you kidding? We were
That's
going on
true.
a bachelor
Well, when I
party.
met you, when I first met you,
Yeah.
you came off that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
just naturally, you
and
know.
and don't get me wrong, I love my girlfriends. Like I'm a loyal girlfriend. I'm a girl's girl too, but I'm a guy's girl more.
Yeah.
Only because I just don't.
You're going to be the matron of honor in a lot of weddings, but you're
I
like,
have been,
all right,
but-
I'm going back with the dudes.
I'm
Sorry.
going over to the bachelor area because they're
is,
way
you
cooler
know.
than you.
Like, I'll be your maid
Right,
of honor.
that's what I'm
Like,
saying.
I'll be your maid of honor, but I'm going to the bachelor party.
I know, right? So literally, I go. So I get invited.
Not even a lie.
I get invited to all the bachelor parties because they're
By
like,
my
"Hey, you want to go with
friends.
us? You want to go with us?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I do. Where are we going?" Like,
Yeah.
hell yes.
They're like,
You
you're
know?
going,
And
right?
then
I'm like, yeah.
I'm
And
the
they're
mom
like,
of
is
the
Amber?
group, though. I'm the mom / like the aunt, the cool
Yeah.
aunt. Like I'm the mom /
Yeah.
cool aunt of the group. Like, okay, I'm gonna need you to calm that down just a tad. Let's get to the next place, and then you can turn the fuck up. Like, can we do that, please? Can we not
Yeah,
get
yeah.
So
arrested?
the last bachelor party I went to was actually it was actually really good. It was a combo. It was bachelor bachelorette. It was like all of our
collab.
friend group collab
Yeah.
kind of thing, and it was just like a big group of friends, male and female. We did all the same kind of shit that we would do if it was a bachelor party. We went to
Right.
the bars, we drank, we cut up, we actually went to a strip club.
Yeah.
Like, it
Of
was
course.
awesome.
You know,
Of course you did.
I was
great.
thinking about that on the way over here as one of the topics I wanted to ask. Like, because I feel like everybody tries to be weird now in some kind of shape, form, or fashion about a certain topic. Like, I feel like guys can have female friends.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I don't
that's a-
think that's
a good
an-
one.
Now, and if they can't, then there's an issue there, psychologically with either person.
But I say,
I know the argument.
You can have female friends, but as we talked about before,
Yeah.
they've still gone through
You're
the
still
system.
going to run through the
Everyone's
system.
going through the system.
You're going through the system. Have y'all heard that episode
You
we
ever
talked
talk
about?
about that?
The system?
I'll have to revisit that one.
Well,
Wait, no,
I'd love
explain
to
it.
tell
No,
it again.
go ahead and
You know,
explain
I'll
it.
tell
Go
you.
ahead and
Everyone
explain
has as a guy male brain.
We're
Yes.
revisiting
and
it now.
It's called the male gaze, like I said
100%.
last time. GAZE.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are. If we could be like best friends, whatever. We see you. You get processed through the
That's correct.
like would I
All day.
You get
Would I?
processed through the would
Would
I
I?
Yep.
Yeah.
system.
I think it's called. I think now the kids call it. Is it pass or smash? Is that
Pass
the
or
new
smash,
thing?
right.
That's the new thing now.
Exactly. Right. I think it's like for my brain, it's like 95% smash, 5%
Right. Well, of
pass.
course.
Yeah.
Right. But everyone's calibrated
true.
differently. But we could be 100% friends. Nothing ever happened. I would never say anything
because you're
There's
a man and
never
I'm a
any
wo- you
actual
see what
feelings there. But you have gone through the system.
Yes.
Now, whether
absolutely.
which compartment you landed in is for me to know and you not to know.
Exactly.
Sorry about
Right.
your luck.
Exactly.
Exactly. Well, and that's to me.
Batman couldn't even interrogate that out of you.
Right. Exactly.
Interrogate that out of you at all.
No.
So yeah,
absolutely
you
not.
can't. But I think you can. I mean, but it's.
Yeah.
But like he said, you have to just accept that you've ran through it, and I'm sure women have their own system
all day.
too. 100%.
All day.
I don't care. It's
Well,
fine.
because there's a level of like, so how we talk about it is, or how I say it is do you think you can love more than one person? Like, can I love another man? Not necessarily the way I love Justin, but like, can I love him both? Like, love is just so different for everybody.
Sure.
But for me, we have a friend James, and I've known him since I was like 10,
Mm-hmm.
and I love that man. Like,
Well, we have been all friends for over 25 years, and
Right.
you've known him longer than that. So,
yes.
I mean,
So I'm like, I've known him the longest, and I absolutely love him. Like,
Yeah.
I will kill someone over. I'd kill his wife over him. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
that to me, I'm like, no, like, you can't hurt his feelings because then now you've hurt my feelings, and then that's not how this is going
Yeah,
to
it's
work.
their best friend. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I can call him right now if something was going on. Like, hey, can you come pick me up? Can you send me $1,000? Whatever it was, he'd be like, what the fuck's going on? I'll be there in 10 seconds.
100%.
You know, and
100%.
It's a loyal friend.
exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I love Josh, but I don't want to fuck him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
That's
my
it.
thing is, it's like
But
that
I
needs
feel
to
like-
happen more
You
often.
didn't even think about it. It's kind of rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't go through the system. Sorry.
What if he was the only option? No.
We're gonna just
but
die alone.
in all seriousness, I could literally
It is
go-
Vegas, man. No, I'm just
Like James, when we used to all go out with his wife and all of our families hang out all the time. They live in our neighborhood that we grew up in and stuff like that. So when we go out, James and I'll go off on our own little dates. Like we love breweries, we love acting a
Well,
fool. We're crazy.
when they get drunk, they like dancing. Me and his wife were just sitting over there like,
you don't like to dance?
not in public and not the way they were doing it. So you're with them. You're with them.
That's my favorite thing
But-
to do when I drink.
but-
Same.
I can't tell you how many UFC fights I've watched at James's house, and me and James's wife end up really just like sitting on the edge of our seat, and we're like making bets with each other.
And me and
we
James
look
are on
over
each
at
other's
Amber
shoulder.
and James, and they're just
yeah. So, what y'all have is like that's just a family friend. That's family.
That's
Yeah.
family.
Yeah, I mean,
to us. But
so
I mean,
yeah, like,
to
so-
me,
Yeah.
like
100%.
has he been through the system? Maybe back when I was a teenager, but that system
Well, yeah,
went
of course.
out. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
but
Like,
you've crossed. It's been processed. It's done.
it's done.
Yeah,
But y'all, that's
That's
just
it.
like a.
like-
that's family. That's
Yeah.
just a community.
one
thing.
of her best friends, 100%. I look at her, and I'm just like, it goes instantly like family
Yeah,
or
of course.
sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I
Right.
mean?
And to me, like, I just don't.
That's a
have
good
that.
way to put it. Family.
There's
Yeah,
another
that's
thing.
all
I
it
don't
is.
ever put myself in a situation
Chill
that
out,
would
Dom.
make.
I forgot my chain. Damn it.
I would never put myself in a position where I felt awkward because then I would have to be like, "Hey, I'm feeling awkward and I don't want to be alone with this person." Then it
Never
then
felt
it
like
gets
that,
to that.
though.
But I've never felt like that with anyone. Maybe one or two, but then again, I'd never put myself in a situation again to be like, "Oh,
Right.
I'm not trying to be alone with this person or in the same vicinity as this person." But other than that, I'm like, "Hey, what's up, dude?"
So
Well, this is a foreign concept to me because I've been single since the Bush administration. So
well, when you,
Which one? Just kidding.
W.
the Mean Girl. So did y'all go see an episode live? Is that what it was?
No,
Essentially?
it was
like
not.
a Q&A
It
or
was
like a meet and greet.
Meet and greet at the
I'm so
old bar
shocked-
stool.
I'm so shocked about the men thing. So I was like Zach. I was a fan at first, and then they just started getting on my fucking nerves.
Yeah.
Like
So my
Jordan
nerves.
is Jordan the brunette? Yeah. Like I don't
I
like.
thought she was cute and she was.
Well,
but-
she's cute. They're not ugly girls by any
Yeah.
means, but I got to a point to where I was like listening to her, and I'm like, You just like bitch about how you can't find a man, but you're out fucking all weekend. So this is really counterproductive.
Well, at first I was intrigued because first of all, I've said this before. I've said this before. Sometimes if I'm looking at like a show or a TV show or a movie or whatever, and I'm on the fence about it. But then I see like the actress is cute. I'm like, I'm watching.
Somebody's hot in
right,
it.
That's all.
What do we always say?
My lizard brain takes over, and I'm like,
There's one famous line from this show. What is it? Attractive people make everything better.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a fact.
Right. Funny is funny. Attractive people make everything better.
Do less, God bless.
Yeah, right. So that's kind of the I would say that's the theme of the show, our motto, if you will. So, and I think that's what originally gravitated
Did someone
toward
say cult earlier? No.
I would make a great cult leader. But
Yikes.
Yeah, I think that initially I was, gravitated toward that. But another part of it was I feel like it's interesting as a male hearing women have a conversation. You feel like you're like getting behind the scenes access to thought processes and things like that.
I used to read Cosmo magazine back in the day because I thought I was spying on the
Get the
enemy.
fuck out.
Right.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, like that. Right.
Yeah.
Because
Hints and attempts to make her scream. I'm like, I gotta get in this.
women are confusing as shit. So, we're trying to get any kind of little bit of,
I don't.
tidbits.
I get what you're saying because women are confusing, but what does she say? Don't complain about our hormones unless you can make that hormone.
Yeah, don't say anything about hormones unless you can make that hormone.
That's right.
That's so thoughtful. I like that.
That's so thoughtful.
This is a whorehouse. So
It is.
right.
put that up on the wall.
I think that's a little darker than the Cosmo, though.
I want a neon sign that says whorehouse, and I would like to sit under it every time I'm a guest. Just throwing it out there.
It's awesome.
So, but yeah, that's why I quit listening. And then the other girls, like, I was thinking, okay, cool. We got the wild single girl who's still trying to figure it out, and then I've got the married one. Well, then when
That's why I liked it at first.
at
That's
first,
why
I was
liked
like,
it.
okay, got a married, like a different kind of. We have that dynamic here.
Dynamic, right? Exactly.
So-
I
100%.
dress like the dad, and you dress not like
Like I'm constantly going to battle the
Yeah,
bands.
those New Balances.
Yes.
Battle the bands all the time.
exactly.
So
50405s right here.
yeah, I thought that's what it was going to be, and then she like goes into this whole rant, and then like he cheated on her and this whole thing. I was like, this is not what I thought at all. And then their content got bland. It was the same thing, and they were trying to give life advice. And I'm like, I can't take you two
Seriously.
Not
anymore.
at
So-
life advice. No,
I'm like,
As a female listening to it, it's
it's entertaining and amusing at the same time.
certain things are.
hats
now,
off to him for their podcast.
It's like
Right.
a train wreck, kind of interesting to watch.
Yes,
kind of
it's
thing.
like you can't turn away from it. But now it's more so of. I love that Alex like kind of talked about the whole situation of her divorce and what was going on with it and how it happened. But at the same time, like you said, that was my thing saying that we needed to be here.
So
It's originally set for 6.
I'm gonna have to say, to put it into words, it's like diary entries, but on a podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the thing with they were talking about, some of the new stuff that they're talking about, I'm like that's not what we do. Like for me as a female, I'm like, that's not what all the females around me are thinking.
Yeah.
You sound like you sound, I hate to say it, privileged. Like you sound like you're more privileged than the rest of us around here.
I got that from Alex.
Yes.
For sure.
Like in that one kind of, I was like,
She's not hot enough to talk like that.
Yeah, I got that from Alex. And then the Jordan, what I kind of was getting from is like,
airhead.
You can't be this dumb.
Right.
No,
You're like,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can't,
yeah.
you're an
You
airhead.
can't be this dumb.
Which you
the
go
part
back
she's-
to dynamics.
It's the part she's
You're
playing.
playing this.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But
I agree.
she said something about 6 inches, 6 foot tall.
Oh, the
and
3
six
sixes.
figure. Yeah,
That's
yeah,
correct.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got to take one, or you have to. That's the main 3. If you get all 3, then apparently it's like a diamond in the rough. So
And it's just kind of like, guys, I hate to tell you this. I know I'm a guy and I know nothing about picking guys for females, but
sure.
some of the baddest men I've ever known were 5'6", 150 pounds, and the last motherfucker you wanted to mess with in the room. I mean, it's just the way it
It's
is,
all-
man.
that's- Especially
Short kings.
when they do that.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like when I used to online date. That was a thing. Like a scope was like looking between 6 foot and like 6'6". I'm like, that's like less than 1%. Good luck,
Yeah.
bitch.
Yeah, but I've
Yeah.
asked
Good
your
luck,
weight.
bitch.
But
and
if
I'm like,
I
the
do
worst
that,
thing
yeah,
ever.
if I put looking between 115 and 140, they're like, oh, really?
you bet you
Yeah,
pig.
yeah, yeah.
bastard.
Oh, that's
yeah,
hilarious.
yeah.
So
100%. I agree with that.
I did listen to a podcast, so I wanted to hear you guys. I heard your hall pass.
Oh shit.
Well,
You remember that one?
well, I don't really have hall passes. I mean, I have.
Well,
I have. Please.
please.
I'm begging you.
Please, I'm holding up.
I have change.
I'm like Oliver Twist. I'm holding up. Please,
I'll buy
sir,
dinner,
can
but
I
you
have
got
some more?
to do it like this.
For some reason,
Please. Take a seat.
Sit here.
Somebody said all of Justin's hall pass. I think it was you. It was
Yeah.
like
Kate Beckinsale and Underworld.
Underworld, Kate Beckinsale,
Oh, yeah.
or it was that was Zach's. That was
Yeah.
Zach.
Kate Beckinsale.
Yes.
No, Underworld. That was Drew.
Was it Drew?
Okay.
Underworld. Doo-doo.
Yeah.
I'll have to bleep that later. Whatever.
Yeah.
He had the Underworld.
That's true.
Kate Beckinsale.
Okay.
Shout out to him.
100% agree with.
Yes, I think that's
Shout
why I
out to
said
him.
you, because you agreed with it. You're like, yes. So
Oh, yeah,
Underworld, Kate Beckinsale.
She's beautiful.
Yeah.
She's all right. We dated a long time ago. She broke it off. We're still friends.
She's
you
still
know?
upset about it. That's why I'm trying to settle down.
That's what it
since
is.
then.
That's what it is.
I just
yeah.
actually sent a picture of her to our boys group on Instagram, and she's like, what, 52?
And I don't care.
She looks stunning.
I don't
Well, then
care.
I saw a video of J Lo. Looks incredible. Like
Look at Elizabeth Hurley. Just had that one where she came out of the pool.
Selma Hayek.
Selma Hayek.
Yeah, she looked.
Right.
I think she's getting better.
They're frozen in time.
Yeah.
They're
She's
They-
getting no. Selma
they-
Hayek looks better now. Sorry.
They're eating like fucking stem cell milkshakes.
They're eating
They're
stem
just-
cells
no
to
way.
the
fetuses off
Yes.
like from South Park.
South Park. They're just cracking a fetus and sucking it dry.
Sucking that. That's it. Like a Capri Sun pack.
100%.
Yes.
Right.
When I get that rich, maybe I'll let you in on a secret.
That's a real thing though. They legit go down to like fucking Panama and like get blood transfusions with 8-year-olds.
Oh, well.
I'm not kidding. That's
Whatever
the
they're
thing.
doing, it's working.
Yeah.
They look incredible.
They look amazing right
Like, you
now.
hear about this? Like, there's a tech billionaire that, or no, millionaire. He's not a billionaire, but he spends about $2 million. I guess the reason why that matters, I guess, because he spends $2 million a year because he's trying to like reverse the aging
You talk about
process.
that pale guy with the long hair? Looks like he
looks
fucks kids.
awful. Yeah,
he's
he
weird.
looks terrible. But he actually
Dude
does
sucks.
blood transfusions with his son, who's like 21 or something, and he's like committed to reversing the aging process. And it, like, don't get me wrong, he's like, I don't know, 50 or something like that. He's in incredible shape. He actually like has good skin. Like he's
kind of pale though, right?
He's kind of pale,
kind of eccentric, kind of
yeah,
weird.
well, I think he's like Swedish or some shit.
wow.
He's like light complected anyway. But don't get me wrong, he
That
looks,
checks
he
out.
looks good, but he's clearly aging. Like there's nothing you could do about that. You know what I
Well,
mean?
there's
Like
some-
to spend $2 million a year to look marginally less worse than you would have if you just
naturally
been
aged.
normal.
Yeah.
There's
Right.
another guy in the U.S. that does that. He's doing like the whole like lay in the red lights and like his entire day is spent to not age.
That's it.
It looks miserable.
That's
I don't
my thing.
want
Is
to
like
do that.
you
No.
are going to die. It doesn't matter how good you look.
Yeah, like-
You're eventually going to die, and so you're going to spend all this time and money to try to fight the inevitable. You might as well like just enjoy your life.
Like
So
I
why are
want
you
to kill him
spending
when I
so
see the
much time?
videos. Like I don't
Yeah.
want him around any longer. He's weird.
Like stay in shape, be healthy, and like try to not die an early death. Like I'm all for that. But like, why are you spending all this time and money to get to the, you're going to get to the
He
same
looks like an
place.
alien.
You're going to die.
I want to be,
weird.
I want to do it all.
Strange.
Like, I want to be able to put in my day that I'm like, okay, I've worked out, I've done my things, I've taken all my supplements, done what I can. Okay, it's time to work and then have fun.
I
Yeah.
think
You know what I
that
mean?
they're
Like-
disconnected of what's really supposed to happen. Like they're trying to become younger. When you said it's impossible, but my whole idea of looking at it is, okay, man. The dynamic is you have to work a long part of your life. You know, you have to work. You have to put the work in. The idea of is to be healthy enough in your older age to be able to go out and do the things you want to do still.
Yeah.
That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Now I'm not counting on that. I'm counting on getting there quicker.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, it's just that's the way I look at it. But if that guy's got $2 million to spend on that, I love him, man. Like, do it. You know,
Yeah, he looks a little weird, but
I could do a lot
sure.
cooler shit for $2
$2 million.
million.
You know what I mean?
Right.
now.
and die old as fuck looking.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, exactly.
$2 million.
Well, I mean, people on their deathbed, they don't look back and like, man, I'm fucking glad I worked 60 hours a week. I'm glad I got to middle management or whatever.
you know what I mean? Like, what?
It's all about the experiences,
That's
and
a
the
corporate
memories that you
thing.
made, and the places you've seen, the things you've done. That nobody really thinks back and regrets that they didn't work enough. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll say this: there is a manly aspect to that. Like when I look at, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like Clint Eastwood is looking rough now, but he's also very old.
Yeah.
But if you look at like Sam, what's his name? The mustache, it was on the ranch.
You're talking about
Sam. His
What?
name is Sam.
he was
Yeah.
in Ghost Rider. Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, I know
Sam
Tom-
Elliott.
Sam Elliott.
Sam
yeah.
Elliott.
Okay,
Thank you.
so Sam Elliott looks his age, but does he not look like a badass?
Yeah, he looks
does.
awesome.
You know
All
what I'm
day.
saying? So aging is
dude
all
not
day.
terrible.
If he could get
You
it up
don't
all
have-
day.
You know what
She
I'm
said
saying?
smash.
He went through the system.
That's a hall pass. That's
That's
a hall
the hall
pass.
pass. If
But-
he could get it up, still yes.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, even Chuck. Has anybody seen Chuck Norris here lately? He's like 84. He looks
Yeah.
55.
Yeah.
Like that dude, roundhouse death.
Yes, yeah.
You know?
Rogan was talking about that when he had either the carnivore dude on or it was Evan Hafer. I can't remember which, but they were talking about
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
and they were like, "There's nothing." They were talking in the context of looking back at like old TV shows and movies like Archie Carbuncle was like 48 in the show, but he
Looks 70.
looked 70. You know what I mean?
100%.
So everybody just looked different back then because the perception is that whenever you hit in your 50s now you're an old man. You got to do
Right.
old man things. You got to look like an old man.
No.
But the perception is also you're older now. You don't need to be doing all that stuff. You don't need to be lifting that heavy a weight. You don't need to be running that
Why
many
not?
miles. Why the fuck? Like, be
Listen.
safe and don't injure yourself. But his perception that this guy that Rogan was talking to, I think his name was Stephen Baker. I think he was a doctor, and he's also a carnivore advocate. He was like, I push myself to this day, and I'm
Right.
well into my 50s. I'm like late 50s. And so people like that end up looking like Sam Elliott and, later in life. And then all of a sudden they'll just die. But you know what I mean? But it's going to be it's not going to be a slow sitting in a
But they
fucking
died with their
armchair death.
dignity.
You know what I
Right.
mean? Yeah.
They died with their dignity.
Exactly.
And being a normal person and a good person.
Yeah.
But like, it's crazy to think about. You see the older guys that are still doing it. Like Harrison Ford, didn't he just do another movie?
Yeah, he did the new
Yeah.
Indiana Jones movie.
Yeah.
And he looks great, man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can tell he's older, but he's still Harrison Ford. He's still a badass.
He's
you
still
know?
I mean,
moving
my
around.
dad's in his mid-50s and was out on the
He
trail
still
with
gets
us
at it.
yesterday doing 24 miles wide open in the
I
woods.
love that, dude.
It's like-
I love my hair
Yeah.
standing
Yeah,
on
dude,
my
like,
arm right
he
now
told-
because I
he-
love that.
And then when we can't do motorcycles, we'll do side-by-sides. By God,
Yeah.
we'll do
Something.
That's why we all exercise so much is so I can do things.
Right.
Like if somebody calls and like, hey, we're gonna go run
But-
5K, or hey, we're gonna go lift, we're gonna go ruck. Like I can do all the things. I want to be able to do all the things.
Is like in 6 months from now, when I'm doing my personal training and powerlifting, and I get to be my prime self.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going to look really good,
Yeah.
but I feel like Kevin Costner's still going to be able to pull more pussy than me.
Well, of course
You know
he
what I'm saying?
Kevin Costner.
because he drives
Have
a
you
Tundra.
seen
Also-
Waterworld?
He's got
Also-
gills behind his ears. How do you
know
beat
that?
that? You know?
What?
He was the Mariner.
It's because he drives a Tundra.
Shut the fuck up.
He has a Tundra. It's no bullshit.
That's it.
Hey, if you got a Tundra to be like Costner, that's why I started taking greens. Is because Chuck Norris told me that I have to take greens, and I'm
Well,
like,
of course.
yes,
You're not gonna argue
sir.
with him. He'll
Then
kick
wh-
your
then
ass.
why-
Sir.
If I'm driving Tundra, why am I driving
That's
the
not a
Gobi
Tundra.
Desert?
That's the El Camino. That's the El Camino. It's not four-wheel drive.
You're right.
No.
You're right.
I always say like, oh, that's an El Camino.
It's an El Camino.
If it's two-wheel drive, you know?
Two wheel drive.
I love it.
I like the old guys that take the El Caminos and stick them up on like a K5 Blazer frame and do all that.
Oh,
Those are
yeah.
so cool.
Dude, I
man.
saw a Honda Civic yesterday at the trail we went to. We did a charity ride yesterday, and it was a Honda Civic lifted
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
with wide wheels. It was crazy looking. Aftermarket suspension, all of it on a Honda Civic.
I think I seen a Miata here in town that was pre-runnered. I was
Was it
like,
red?
whoa.
Oh, you said it was pre-run. It's probably nicer then. There's one over here that's red. It's got chains on the front, and it's lifted.
They
on
just
big
beat
tires.
that thing, man. I seen that.
It looks like shit. One of the wheels is like.
But I
bowed when
love
they
it,
drive.
though.
I do too.
But I
would
love
to
it.
have it. I would love to drive it, but it's all like one of the wheels is like warped out. I'm like,
Right.
that's not going to make it.
No.
Yeah, you're gonna lose that, buddy. Don't get on the interstate, okay?
Oh God, I bet it rides terrible.
But it rides like a kite, you know.
There's no fender wheel. There's no fender wheel gap. There's nothing.
Oh, no.
I know every time it hits a bump, it's just slamming through the top
Oh
of
my,
it.
I can feel my teeth rattle right now.
It reminds me of George's cars, you know. George's like, "Hey, you want to ride down the store with me?" I'm like, "No, you know what, man? Yeah, I'll ride to the store with you." You know, I'll have to really think about it. Like one time he dropped me off to go get a customer's car that was really close to the shop. I had went down the road to the
You have to
concrete.
explain George's car, though.
It's an 80s.
Which one?
It's like an 88 Civic that's
Nice.
stanced, bruh. It's got the wheels.
God, they
the
both-
fenders
those
sit
are
down
so-
on the
That's a
the
Gen
rim
Z.
lip.
Oh yeah.
It's
he's
bussin'.
he's like a what is it? An elder
George,
millennial?
man.
I feel like I'm an elder millennial.
Okay.
But he's like an elder Gen Z. So
And
he's kind of
there's
like
a huge fake
millennial-y.
taxi sticker on the back of it
Oh
because
my
that's what I
God.
want to be seen in. You know.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
Well, we go down this gravel road, and you know how gravel roads are going to a concrete truck business.
Oof.
So he's like, "Hey, there's a little bump right here," and the car gets stuck on like a water puddle. I'm like,
You're like, I'm
So
going
we're-
to die in this taxi. I'm going to die in here.
so we push it over. You know, that's how low it sits. And he says it's got to sit dirt nasty low. That's what he always says.
Dirt nasty low.
Like JDM Trash. He's part of that
Yeah.
whole crew. It's
I'm not gonna lie to you,
hilarious,
See,
man.
I'm the complete opposite. I'd rather like ride around in a fucking tank or whatever. I want to be like big
Dude.
and like you know what I mean.
I had an Ultima that I got at an auction for like $300, and I
Yeah.
called the shop. I was like, I want to lower it. They were like, well, you can do it the cheap way, or you can do the expensive way. And of course, I don't know. I think I was 19. I'm like, the cheap way because I'm fucking poor. He's like, bringing it. And it was the same shop that I've been to since I was 16 that do all my exhaust stuff. Those guys are great. And they were like, yeah, bring it in. We'll take care of it. So I bring it. I was like, what's going on? He's like, what we're going to do is we're going to heat these springs up and we're going to slam it and lower it down. I was just like, cool, man. It's going to be awesome. Had a big like Pep Boys muffler on the back. It was like this big. I'm like, this is going to be badass.
The fart pipe.
Dude, they lowered it, brought it out. And it was low. I mean, I was like, this is going to be awesome. I get in it and start driving. First bump. The whole thing, I thought it was just going to fall apart. I drove to Chattanooga and hit a bump. I thought I was going to call a tow truck. I hit it so hard. But yeah, rode like shit, but it looked cool. I thought it did.
But
see,
it looked cool.
I can't do it. Whenever anytime I see a truck that's lowered like that, I'm just like, what is
Dude,
the point?
it was
What-
the worst idea. It
I
looked like a
can't handle
lawnmower.
it. I can't handle it. I can't handle a lower.
Well,
truck.
I've seen guys turn that corner to where, like, I've seen, and they're friends of mine or acquaintances. Like, I know people that know them at worst, but like they'll build like a lowrider Volkswagen Bug, but it's a truck, and it's the body is on the ground. Like, they can't open the door if they're already out, but they got it on air where they air
it's
it back
super
up,
cool.
Yeah.
and then they can air down. It shows it's literally the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
But I have seen a guy take a big dually truck and bagged it out. And once again, you're like, what are you doing, man? You got a 1-ton truck right there.
Right.
You can't. It's on air. He airs this thing up. He can haul, 30, 40,000 pounds with a
There you
stick.
go.
Crazy,
That's the way to do it.
So
was to
if you
do
have
that.
form and function, you're
Yeah.
they're literally the coolest
it.
guy in the room because you can use your shit. But then you're looking better than the guy over here dragging his muffler off down the road.
yeah,
Because you're actually up in there riding. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So,
By the way, I can do all those things.
Okay.
Yeah. Just
Actually,
for
throwing
a
that
small
out there.
fee. For a small fee, I can
Small
do all
fee.
those things.
Can you do a remote start? Because I need that shit in my fucking truck.
You can order a remote start kit on
I
Amazon.
know I need to do that.
And they
Just-
can, it's
Because ever
it's not
since
that much.
Start
since
it.
the wind took my carport, I'm now having to. I can see it coming. I've already done it.
You just can't go outside.
No,
It's too cold.
Well,
or,
no, it's not the cold, but I'm usually in a rush because
You get up late and you just want to go.
I just want to, but no, then it's like all iced over, and I have to wait for that shit. So if I got remote start, that I can actually like defrost my window.
they are pretty. But yeah, you can order the kit on Amazon. It's actually not that much. And I've heard the installation is not that, or you can pay them to do it. But
Yeah.
yeah, I heard it's not that serious of a thing. I'm not going to do it.
Okay. Why not?
Don't ask.
I don't care if
me.
it said self-install. I'm like, nope.
It'll be like the what is it? The ceiling fan.
Yeah.
Fuck that ceiling fan. I love that ceiling fan, but I wanted to burn my house to the ground.
Oh
I
my
was so
god!
upset. I hated it. I hate working on the house. I
You've
love it
never
when
been
it's
that
done.
mad before, have you?
Yes.
Have I never been that mad?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Are you
But,
sure?
what
but
it
it
is?
We
takes
know,
you.
I know we
guys-
just met, but stick around.
The thing is, I know what it is.
I mean, I have a
like-
tattoo on my thigh that says "loose cannons go off."
Yeah.
That is no bullshit.
Well, what it is,
yeah.
is
I'm a
you don't
freak, man.
you don't like to lose, and the house was winning. Is what it is.
You know what I'm saying?
And I'm also
the house
yeah.
always wins.
The house was winning.
Dude, I get mad over the dumbest stuff. Like
What
I
was
feel
that
so
old
bad
movie?
for my wife.
Money
I was
pit.
to say I can remember
that
that.
Money Pit with Tom
Yeah.
with Tom
Yeah,
Hanks.
it's
That's
so
right.
much
That's
worse.
right.
I
So
love
much
that movie.
worse.
I love that movie.
But I don't lash out at people. Like
Right.
I'm not one that like beats people up. It's just myself.
his internal
It's like
thing.
me.
Yes.
And then it just gets. And then I just say horrible things. Mm-hmm. Like it's stupid. I'm trying to think. I think I had one the other day too. The ceiling fan was the last one. Oh yeah, it was about my neighbors. I was putting my front wheel back on my dirt bike.
Okay.
Not mad at what was happening. It's a pretty simple process. But in my thought, all of a sudden I keep hearing trucks, and I have young neighbors that I can't stand, and I'm hearing it, and I love bikes and trucks, and all of a sudden randomly I was just like, I'm really fucking sick of listening to trucks and shit up and down this fucking road all the time. I sound like a 9-year-old man. This all happened by myself in my garage. Then I was cool. They've heard me freak out on video games, and I'm very competitive. Like,
you know what?
I'll tell you, we would make
lose.
so much money. I swear to God, and I know you've already been pitched this idea, but
Yeah, I have.
But
Yes.
you playing a video game and we film you just
my
raging the
gosh.
fuck out.
Yeah.
Would be the funniest thing ever.
Yeah,
I'm the same way.
Hey, do you know
dude.
how many fucking video game controllers we've bought?
That's
Yeah.
PlayStations are not real sturdy.
well,
No, they're
so we
You
even
know what I
play.
mean?
Sometimes we play at work.
Xbox 360, you can really get in there on that.
So
thing.
we've gamed.
They're
We've gamed
designed for the gamer in you.
we've gamed with each other since we met, and they've heard me on the mic. I've actually mute the mic most of the time.
Yeah,
but
when
like
he goes
here,
mute, when he goes silent,
I don't do a
know
lot of
he's raging.
competitive stuff on video games anymore. That way, because I just can't. I'm slowly killing myself. When we play at work, sometimes we'll do like that little COD mobile app. Mm-hmm. It's a mobile app. We'll be playing it, and we got guys at
biggie.
work, and they don't get mad when they lose. Like, we lost. We came in second place the other day.
Oh, you were
Fucking
hot.
live it. And they're next to me. They're like this. One of them was like, well, they were like, we came close. I'm like, we came close? We fucking lost. What do you mean we came close? We lost. Second place
Yeah, but
is
we had
losing.
fun,
That's
right?
what
It was fun.
losers say, pal.
And the other guy behind me was like, well, we'll get them next time. I was like, we won't get them next time, guys. We just fucking lost. Like, I can't handle it.
I love
when
it,
we're
man.
winning,
I love
I'm
it.
like, this game's great, dude. This is the most
Best
fun
day,
of my life.
best day of my life.
But I'll do that by myself. Like, we'll go to like a charity ride, or we'll go do like just practice in the woods. I don't race anymore. This is just.
I
we'll
love
be-
the charity rides. By the way, I have to say that.
Yeah, we'll be riding, or if we do the fall ride with MTDR or something. It's not a race. There's no money. If I'm riding and I get tired, or if I mess up a corner or something, I will literally be like, "That's all right, motherfucker. You're going to redo your training program. We're going to fix this shit at post." And I will beat myself about it. It's not a race. I'm a freak.
it's not a
stupid.
race.
It's not a race. It's stupid. I did it yesterday.
Competitionness.
I messed up on a turn, and granted, the soil it was wet and nasty yesterday, but it was awesome. But yeah, like if I feel the slightest, I'm like, you're going to figure this out in training. We're going to fix
It must suck
Stupid.
to be that
He's not-
competitive, but not be really good.
Right? Yeah. You're in constant turmoil, you know?
You know what it is? The whole thing is, it's me. I'm the problem.
That's what Taylor Swift says. But no,
He's
to relate to you being mad about the trucks driving by or whatever,
Yeah.
here's what happens. I have to relate to that 100%, and I am turning into an old man as well.
Yeah,
Like,
it's great.
1,000%. I can back this up with facts.
I'll pull a car up to the garage, and I'm like, oh, thank God it's starting to make this noise. This lady told me that it only makes after 20 minutes of running and driving this certain style. Oh, yeah, you know. So, and then I'm like, here it is. Here's the noise. You hear the noise about that time a concrete truck drives by. I'm like, why does that truck have to drive by right now?
Pull over.
Get off of my road.
When you said it was me, just not good. It's funny you say that because Garrett with us yesterday, and he's got a new bike, and he's only been on it like 5 or 6 times. And I said, "How's it going?" And he's like, "Oh, the bike's awesome. I've had a better rider." And I was like, "Damn, man!"
Oh my God.
Like yesterday, he went down on a hill, and it was pretty gnarly out there yesterday. And Dad and I are walking back this huge hill. Come down, and he's trying to get his bike up. You know, they're like 240, 250 pounds. Well, he's like, it's the worst in kind. It's wet. You're in an astronaut costume. And I said, how come every time I come over here, you're laying on your fucking ass? And then we're like yelling at him to help, trying to help, and you can tell he's just fuming. And finally, he like fell over again. I was like, just lay there. We'll be there in just a minute. But yeah, dude.
Hang in there, little buddy. We're coming
we're
down
on our
there.
way.
The pylon. The pylon is the best.
Yeah, oh yeah. Dad's recorded. I have a video saved that I was going to share. Like, I was on a new bike. I'd never been on. I got stuck on this hill, and I'm pushing. It's so heavy, and he's constantly like, "Hey, what's going on, man? What's wrong? Is it heavy?" And I'm like, "Please turn off the camera." Like, so the whole thing is filmed. Yeah, it sucks, dude.
Awesome. That's real. That's reality, though. You know,
It blows.
It happens.
I actually have never I rode with Garrett back when we were in school.
2007.
Yeah, I know. 2008. Yeah, 2007, 2000. You're right. You're
Good
right.
God.
It's ridiculous, dude.
But I never got to see you guys like actually ride. We did go with Garrett's parents
Yeah.
to Turkey Bay.
Yeah, that's where we do it. We don't do any track riding anymore. It's all
Right.
woods riding now.
Right.
But yeah, it's if there you can't really watch because it's like you can watch us leave the parking lot and then we're off.
You're in the
On the
woods.
acres.
Well, we were in the Jeep. We were in the Jeep
Oh,
at
okay.
that time. I think.
Okay,
I think
yeah.
some of you guys were riding.
His
some of
dad
you guys,
does the
yes,
Jeep
yes,
stuff.
Yes,
Yeah, I
his
never-
dad did Jeeps. So, and
never
he
done
was
that.
riding as well. But I rode with his dad and his stepmom. So I was
Yeah.
like, okay, cool. And that was where I found out where Butt Pucker Hill was.
Yep.
So look, all these things led up, and I was like, hey, look what I know. And I hooked that motherfucker real quick.
Nice.
Yeah, badly.
Yeah, like, so it's funny is that we've been riding for like 20 years now, but when you tell people you ride, they're like, they start questioning like if you actually ride or like, are you any good at it? Because they don't ever see you do it. So I've had to
No.
actually bring friends with me, and they're like, "Oh, okay, I guess you do this."
Yeah, I mean, I've only ever seen the bike in the garage. So
right. What's that one day you walked in? You're like,
it's just a trophy piece.
that's when you
Yeah.
walked like, you keep everything really clean.
Oh,
You're like,
yeah.
you ever ride this?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just because you hose it down every time. You
I mean,
ride,
first time Kylie watched me ride, she had no idea. She actually, I had been on a track in years, and she was like watching, and I pull over, and she's like, "How come you're not jumping it like that guy?"
Oh my
And
god.
this had been years since I'd raced
Yeah.
like,
I
on a
love this
track.
story.
So of course, me, I was like, "Fucking ass."
question your manhood.
Oh, that's cool. I'll handle this shit. So I went back out, and she was watching. I was like, I can do that jump. It was a pretty big finish line jump. I was like, I can do that. So a guy come around. I sped check off of him. Like, I got it. We hit it. Front end came up, and I was like, I'm gonna break my back because at the
You're
time,
midair, you're
at
like,
the time, like
I fucked up.
the time it was my fiance. My fiance called me. I'm gonna do this shit. So I ended up landing. The front end came on, boom, and I came up and I was like,
You like headbutt the
I was like,
crossbar.
did you see that?
What is the
I
machine?
can do those things.
What machine was it?
I was on a KX 250 at the time.
2 4-stroke.
2-stroke that one was.
Oh,
I'm on
you got the
4-stroke
power.
now. Oh, it wasn't
Oh,
the
yeah.
bike. It was me. I was chicken shit. to
Well,
do
I'm
that
saying
time.
that's why the front end was like, yay.
Oh, and
those
because
things
I
had plenty of
I
power.
totally did it wrong. Like I was literally just following some guy. I'm like, I can get over this like him. And yeah,
So
Hammer down.
see, like you're gonna know more about dirt bikes than I am. So I have a question for you.
sure.
Because I pay attention to all of it, the dirt bikes, the quads, the side by sides.
Yeah.
I know how they all work. I know how they all operate. I can fix and repair all of them. Do you remember when the dirt bikes went to the inverted forks? Because I do believe that was a big thing on them when they
I
landed.
do not know.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I don't know though. I know. Like I thought you were gonna ask me when they went to fuel injection. I'm like, God, please don't ask me something mechanical. I'm not
No,
gonna know.
it was newer. It's newer bikes.
If you want to
yeah.
ask me how they ride, I can tell you all that. But
Right.
like
but in what years did you noticeably understand like this bike lands easier so I can jump it farther and faster?
so
That's
my first bike
question.
was an RT 100 when I was like 12, and it had like the little pull over shocks in the back. It no suspension really.
You would break your back on that
yeah.
same
So
jump.
probably when I got to
And the bike's back.
probably like a KX 80, like an 85 and like 100, you could tell obviously going from the RT to that.
Yeah.
But like when I could really tell I had some plus shit is when I first got like a YZ 125, and then that was
Yamaha
a 02.
Zinger.
And then I got to the Kawasaki is kind of where I stayed for a while. I went to a 4-stroke. That's when but like I have a 23 now. Like you can tell like,
Oh, man, that
You
thing is
can-
a machine.
oh
dude.
dude, it's
What is it? A
ridiculous.
23 what?
It's a KX 250X. So
And
it's
it's-
a woods bike.
Oh,
It's
so it's hair
Kawasaki's
scramble
was-
type.
Yeah,
huh?
so it's like the 18-inch rear wheel, the kickstand.
Is it geared lower than the Supercross bikes?
Yeah, so you can actually now that you can change out the ECU on them. Now you can change out
See,
how
I
they
didn't know all
ride.
that. That's
Now-
2-stroke bike still?
No, that's 4-stroke.
So that thing's just bottom. It's got the
Yeah,
bottom all
it's-
day long.
It's really special.
Doesn't matter what gear you're in, you're just like, okay,
Oh, you can.
yeah, we're gonna get right
Yeah,
through
first is useless, obviously, but
Mhm.
dude, you can lope it down. It'll just.
Oh.
It'll just.
this. You gotta love
Zach and I
4-strokes
over
for
here
that.
like, huh?
It's
The
so
2 cycles
special.
are just so. I like they rev real hard. And
But now like KTM and gas and like the
Gas is a
the
nasty.
2-strokes, dude, you can lope them down to nothing and they'll no problems.
they got more
It's
technology
wild.
now.
Yeah, it's wild, man. The
Mhm.
dirt bike game has changed dramatically. It's nuts.
I would say
more
anything.
That was my
You
TED. That was my
know.
TED talk.
Like I'll be on. No, you're good. That's good. That's good. But like a couple things I wanted to say about it. Like I'll say I'm man enough to admit like a 250 4-stroke bike.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, I can't really wrangle that bike. So every bike up into that is something I can wrangle. Now, if it's a motorcycle on the street, I
Oh,
can
yeah.
handle it.
Totally different. Yeah, like I
But-
used to have a road glide. You talking
Jesus Christ, those 450s, I'm
I had
throttling.
one.
I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, I had
my
one.
God, man.
It's special. But they make it, man. Like I had a 450 for a while, and it's a lot. It's a lot. It's too much for the woods, in my opinion.
It's honestly you're not visiting that bike's top end in the woods.
Now on a supercross track, on a motocross, it's awesome.
Especially if the turns are tight before the big jumps.
Oh, it's
because you're going to be
nasty.
hammering it, But
the two, they make them now, they're really manageable. Like even the 450s are really manageable. It's only going to give what you want it. So it's not like you said though, like, you'd get like a 1700cc street bike. It's not going to be, it doesn't translate over at all. No. But vice versa. You might have somebody who's rode dirt bikes their whole life and be like, yeah, I can handle all it. I've done both. Like they
go into like a speed wobble at high speeds. They're used to 50 and lower. You put them on a 1300R Hayabusa and they get into speed wobble at like $150.
Yeah, they're
fucked.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So I see that, but most of the time, if they can wrangle one, they can usually do the other within reason. But a lot of the big guys in the what is it, Supercross, we're talking about the 450 just being too much of a monster.
It is.
And they're going to go to a 350.
Yeah, 350 is a sweet spot. We've been looking at 350s and 300s for the woods because you get the best of both worlds.
Yes.
But they're expensive. Dirt bikes are a lot higher than they used to be too.
So the CC of dirt bike that I'm going to own next is going to be my street and off-road bike.
Like a dual sport?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm going to go to next. And it's larger than the 450cc, but the 450 will beat it in any kind of agility race or anything. But I'm really looking into like a full custom XR 650L that doesn't look anything like a Honda on the showroom floor. I want to put all the Dakar shit all over it. Something like that. I could just, I could ride it to work, or I can just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to the Bay this weekend.
You seen Honda's African Twin?
Yes. We have a guy that we used to go to church with. He has an African Twin.
Or the Yamaha.
It's the same thing as a Twin.
I'm going to say it wrong. It's the Yamaha Tenere.
Yeah.
That's a sweet ass bike too.
So those things are like that Yamaha and that new Twin. It's like, it's freaking nuts. That thing is an app. Like I own a 85 V65 Sabre street bike. It's a V4 and it'll sit on 150 no problem. Like it with me and her both on it.
Yeah.
It's one of the old muscle bikes, they call them.
Yeah.
Well, it's crotch rockets now. You know about the crotch rockets. All of those are fast. To me, a dirt bike that can do those same things is just nuts to me. And that, they're just going out there and winning Dakar with that thing, and you can buy one.
It's
you know what I mean? Like, what?
Mm-hmm. So when are you getting it?
Like a Twin?
Is that like a Christmas thing we're going to do, Amber?
I'm going to.
You going to get that for Christmas?
It's that easy.
You just sign, and they'll give it to you.
I'm sure. I want to buy land first before we do
Yeah, we got
big.
some priorities, but I'll probably. I've actually had my eye on like a 86 XR 600.
Yeah.
Or actually, it was an XL. That was the series before the R series. It was XL, not XR. I was looking at one of those to restore just to have.
Yeah.
And then I'd like to have an XR. I don't think, I know I can't wrangle the Twin, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm on anything like a Twin, it needs 4 wheels and a fucking roll cage. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so I don't know if you know this, but Justin's like super careful. Like he's very much a rule follower. All the safety gear,
I like rules.
Everything.
I'm a rule guy.
You want to follow
things.
I'm a 3-wheeler guy.
So he's a 3-wheeler guy too, though. But
my neighbor is too.
Here's the thing.
You gotta wear your fucking helmet on 3-wheeler.
Yes.
It will kill you.
So when he gets on shit that can do these things, he's stupid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like super stupid. And he's never super stupid. But when he gets on them, super stupid.
Like going down hills I shouldn't.
Be.
You know what I mean? Like me and my buddy went out riding for Father's Day. And he was on a 4-wheeler, a 4-wheel drive 4-wheeler, and I'm on an old school ATC Honda 3-wheeler. Yeah. And we're out there, and I'm going down some of the stuff that's just stupid, you know? And my buddy, every time we're doing it, he said, I took a deep breath like, man, I'm not letting the death machine outdo me, so now I'm going down too. So finally he just stops me and goes, hey, man, are you ready to be done? Because we were out there for a good while.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, we're finally ready. But during the trip, his brakes ended up failing.
Oh, shit.
On his 4-wheel drive 4-wheeler. And luckily nothing happened whenever they failed. But me being the nut I am, I'm on a 3-wheeler that has a rear racket. So it was like a utility version of his bike, but it was a 3-wheeler. So I'm like, dude, my brakes work. So I'll go down before, because this is not smart thinking at all. Yeah. I'm like, I'll go down before you, and I'll like stand all over my brakes, and it's a little 200cc 3-wheeler. You know, he's got a 350 4-wheel drive. He's pushing me down this hill, and some of the hills we got going a little too fast. You know what I mean? Like, and if you turn on a 3-wheeler, like he's gonna run over me. You know.
Yeah.
But he ended up beating the bag out of the old rancher he had to the point to where the brakes came back. Like he could double pump his hand and they would come back a little bit. So we rode a little bit while longer, you know, and finally he's just like, all right, man.
He had to prime the brakes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Just get him ready to go.
It's hilarious. But
Actually, talking about Christmas, I made too many promises this year. I'm going to have a busy December. I said I was going to get a bike this year. It's been a while since I've had one. And also get a tattoo. My first tattoo.
Oh, you don't have a tattoo yet?
I don't have a tattoo yet.
How
get a
the
tattoo
fuck are
of
you
the
friends
bike.
with Josh and
Yeah,
you
I
do
know,
not
it's
have a
weird.
tattoo yet?
It's weird.
Like, holy shit.
because of the dynamic, man.
Well, I was going to say, I said I was going to get one this year. I'm going to have a busy December because
Yeah.
we're in December now and I still haven't got the tattoo.
That's what I said. How the fuck are you friends with Josh
Where
and
do
you don't have
guys
a
go?
tattoo?
Anyway,
I go to Monolith in Nashville off Nolensville Pike.
I don't blame you.
Well, no, I just followed the same artist for
No,
like
I'm just
11
talking
years
about
now.
what I'm seeing here.
Oh, thanks, man. Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I've
Like,
been following
it's on
her
your body.
since she was an apprentice. So wherever she goes, she just happened to fall in Nashville. But I started going to Hendersonville at first. It was a little shop when I turned 18. It used to be like an event. We used to go to dinner, play pool. It was like 3 of us that would all go. And we did that for years. And then I just found her through my wife. I met her. We became friends. And I've just stuck with her. But there's another guy that his name's Kyle. He's tattooed me last month. He's an apprentice there. He does really cool stuff. He's going to tattoo me. I think next week. I think I'm going for another one.
You know, I don't have any either, right?
You don't have any?
No.
Holy shit, man!
I plan on getting.
I just got one 2 weeks ago. Like, yeah, the cold months are the time to get
Yeah.
work done.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Most of the time, shops, this is their off season. I'm like,
People at the beach trying to show off. I didn't think about it like that.
because you can still now the way they heal up too, which is way better than when I started. Before it was like keep this bandage for an hour and then do all this. Now they have like
Those.
it's like second skin. Like
Yeah.
you leave it on for 4 or 5 days and it cuts down the healing time. It's yeah.
It's
I've
like,
seen them make
this
it
is
more
my second tattoo.
more clear,
and
too.
it's my favorite
They're like
tattoo.
clear.
You only have 2.
Yeah,
Well-
she has 2. I have none.
Well, my first tatt bit me in the ass.
You
Not
got it
literally.
on your ass?
No,
or-
not
okay.
literally, but it bit me in the ass. It bled really, really bad. It's all up in my shoe.
You
right
gotta
now,
tell
otherwise I
them.
share
You
it.
gotta tell them where it was done, and it was done by
Whose basement?
So, okay, first of all,
100%.
So-
Nail on the head again.
yes. So, like 6 of my friends got tattoos by this guy. 6 of them, and they were all like big ass tattoos. They
Good
turned out
looking.
great.
Okay.
Everything was great. Okay,
But they were probably at a shop. I'm just saying.
no, they weren't. They were literally at the same fucking
Spare
place.
bedroom. Come on now.
Thank you, spare bedroom.
Hey, it's not a step on your toes, man.
So I went and got my biological dad's last name on my ankle.
Gotcha.
It bled like a motherfucker. Like it doesn't even. You can't even
Skin's
tell what
really
it says.
thin.
She almost bit my thumb off.
Oh,
during that
ankle is
tattoo.
terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ankle is rough.
That was my
dude.
very first tattoo. So it like gave me a bad taste in my mouth, and I was like, I don't.
Did
wanna
you get
do
like
that.
on the side here?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
you got your Han Solo boots on. You can't show them.
Oh, you don't have to show. I was just curious about placement because that
on
anything
that
around
bone,
the bottom of the
Gotta
ankle
see
on
how
the
bad it
outside leg
is
bone.
bad.
Oh yeah. And you can see it's almost like it's
really muddy.
It's blurry.
Oh, it bled out real bad. The ink bled out.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So
Not
do you
healthy.
think that your person,
Oh, yeah,
your
we could-
girl,
yeah, we
she
could
could
fix
go
that.
through the? Oh,
We
wow,
can fix that.
wow.
That ain't no
Okay.
problem. You do a cover up on. Now it's gonna hurt still, but if you don't like everybody has a pain tolerance. If you don't like it, those numbing creams.
Yeah.
I last year for the first time used it just mostly out of curiosity. I kept getting emails and like
You're not going to do
algorithm,
anything else,
and I
are
was
you?
like, let me check it out. I've used it 3 times, and I got 2.5 hours the first time, 3 hours the second, and the third time I went to use it, the stencil didn't set because we had to adjust it. So use alcohol to get it off, so all the numbing cream went away. But the 2 times I did use it just to try it, it works.
Right.
If you do exactly what it says on the label, it works. So if you just even just to get over the outline portion, if you think it's worse than the shading, or just the in general anxiety of it, or just to have a better experience, like that whole earn your tattoo.
I think
fuck
I
you.
would.
That's stupid.
Right. Well, and
It's so dumb.
I hate
it,
that.
It hurts.
I
They
will
all
tell you
hurt.
this right here. Like if you see this one on my
Yeah.
wrist, so this part hurt the worst. Just right here, just these 2 lines, they hurt the worst.
That take 10 minutes. The
no,
lines?
like the whole thing took 10 minutes.
It's to
Maybe.
argue to further prove your statement. Like it's like be a man and take it, but then at the same time, men used to live to like 46 and
Dude,
die.
like the whole like culture
You know what I
has
mean?
changed so much.
Yeah.
Use technology.
Everybody, the whole thing was like, you gotta go in there, it has to hurt, you gotta earn like that. Everybody has tattoos now. Like it's not
Right.
it's not a new thing.
You're not a tough guy because you have tattoos and
No,
you were able to
absolutely
take the
not.
pain.
And it all hurts. If anyone tells you they don't, they're a liar. They all hurt.
Yeah.
There's just some that
Stings.
are more comfortable to get, but they all hurt. It sucks.
Man, as far as like
Yeah, you need
burning
some- you know-
myself or something,
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
like welding and torching, I'm sure is worse.
Probably.
because that's probably going to be on the body for the rest of my life,
Well, your shoulder.
just like a tattoo.
This
So-
one where you got antifreeze. Yeah,
so
he got burnt by
saved my
antifreeze there.
I saved my little
Goo.
brother right there,
Yeah, that sucks.
and I could cover that up nicely with a tattoo. So
Yeah.
that's my plan,
yeah.
and be like, "Hey, what can you do with this?"
But
You
yeah,
know?
if you wanted that cover up, I could send you her stuff. Yeah.
Sweet.
They could now
Yeah.
it's gonna have to be pretty dark and bigger.
Yeah, I know.
But-
We'll figure it out.
Because I've heard getting them removed is worse than getting them.
oh
Yeah,
wow,
well-
really?
Oh yeah, we have a
Yeah.
friend of ours, Crunk,
Yeah,
has had
we're-
multiple sessions, and it's only like
Removal's
2 or
worse.
3 minutes, and he said it is excruciating.
Oh hell no, I'm good.
How does it go down below where the layer your skin?
I have no idea
It's
how
like
it works.
strong
but
enough
it's
laser. I guess it gets the layers below it to where you.
because what happens is like you see those y'all seen
burn
the
it
videos,
off.
right? Where
Yes.
they're like
yeah, and you have to do
and it
multiple
looks-
sessions though to actually get.
and
it
you know how
out.
it looks like it's gone instantly? It does not look like
It's
that.
got to go through and then
Well,
go
it has
through
to.
and-
All that ink is being broken up over multiple sessions, so it doesn't just because that video shows it burned off and it looks
gotta
gone
go
that day.
back.
It's multiple. Like he's been a handful of times, and it does look better than it did. But it's going to take a long time. I told him, I was like, why don't you just get it covered up?
Right.
But hey, to each his own, I guess.
So
Did you-
what tattoo are you thinking about getting?
I haven't actually settled. I'm such a procrastinator that I haven't actually settled on something. I've got ideas. And it's probably gonna be one of those things where I'm gonna get there and be like, "Fuck it, let's do it today." And I just go and I'm
yeah.
like, "Put this on here."
You had one picked out that was awesome. I even pinned some for you for reference for the one you wanted.
And you're a like Pinterest pin?
I fucking love Pinterest.
I love you
Pinterest
that you
is
said that.
badass.
Yeah, I do it. Yeah, I dabble in some metro shit now. Like I got a facial regimen at night and during the day.
Josh is like 50% woman.
Yeah, like
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh,
There's
dude,
no,
oh,
what
yeah.
you know, like people are telling me, you got TikTok, Justin? What the fuck, man? I thought
I
she
don't
was a
have
man
TikTok.
and all that. Well, look, this is what's cool about TikTok. I'm on TikTok scrolling around and I seen an old video that I would have never seen without TikTok.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a skip it that would just be right there.
I just got tired of motorcycles and twerking. It just
you
got
know what I
really
mean?
obsessive.
Yeah, right.
It got weird. Like
Right.
it's all it was. I was just like, I don't want to do this.
You're like,
anymore.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, mine was, it was Schwarzenegger on the set of the original Predator and said that
nice.
he had played a trick on Jesse the Body.
Yeah.
Said he told Wardrobe to tell him that his arms measured out a half inch bigger than Schwarzenegger's and just let him brew on it. You remember? Yeah, and he just let him brew on it. So finally he was like, that makes Jesse the Body feel pretty good, you know?
Yeah.
And Arnold lets him down and was like, sorry, man, but no. And they had a big good laugh about
Oh,
it.
yeah.
That's
but
good stuff.
I like those kind of videos on there.
Yeah.
And then that more stuff pops up. And then there was another one with the first Expendables. And they said that Steve Austin, he legitimately broke Stallone's neck in that scene where he head rams him in the cave. He actually broke his neck. And the story behind it was Steve Austin was like, hey, you know, Stallone is the lead guy in this movie. He's also the director. Tells me to hit him with everything I got. You hit the son of a bitch with everything you got.
Yeah.
And they're like, shit, it's Steve Austin, you know?
What a madman, dude.
You shared that video. Was it you that shared the video?
Yeah.
Of Steve Austin getting punked.
Oh, that was Jacob.
That was
Or
the
Garrett.
They tried.
That was awesome. Oh, he was like in that dude's face. Is like, I'm looking at a stupid motherfucker right now. Like,
Yeah, I think they realized real quick.
that's when
a bad idea.
the guy was like, "Oh, Steve Austin, you're being pranked. Please don't kill me."
Well, you know, when Tyson came to the WWF, back then it was the WWF still.
Oh yeah.
And Vince, you know, that guy's amazing anyway. Vince McMahon, like he's so inventive. And he actually didn't tell Tyson. He did not explain to Tyson that Steve Austin was going to get in his ass. And so that he wanted an organic reaction.
Yeah.
Well, they're a couple weight classes apart. You know, Steve's a pretty good sized fella. And you can see it on Tyson's face as Steve Austin turns at him and just starts telling him how he's the toughest son of a bitch and like getting in his bubble. And Tyson was like, "Hey man, like we're in a wrestling ring, you know."
This is just for show. What's happening?
I'm really sorry about this.
Did I offend you at the company dinner? Was that
Exactly. Well, as it goes on, they end up telling him in his earpiece, Vince tells him, "Hey, I wanted an organic reaction. Steve's not going to do anything against you. You don't have to act or, sell anything or anything like that." And ended up coming out that Vince ended up getting, roughed up by Tyson, because of it.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty
That's
cool.
good
It's like
shit.
messing his hair up and stuff,
Because I used to watch that stuff when I was younger. I haven't really watched wrestling since The Rock left,
You know what I mean?
for the most part. So I watched a little bit into WWE, but I mean, The Rock left soon after it went to WWE. So I haven't really watched it since then. But what I've really loved is being a former wrestling fan, and then now there's just like nothing but memes. Like they're so memeable now.
It was so much fun.
It's so
It was
great.
fun, man.
It is so great. Like the Vince McMahon's ones that you see where he's doing those
gosh,
interviews
man.
where he's like crying. That's
Yes.
a big meme.
That's a big one right now.
There's a lot of Steve. There's one.
How did you feel about when your friend moved away and he's just silent and there's a tear
Yeah,
coming
he's
down?
like he's doing the cut it
Yep.
So good.
motion. Yeah, exactly. He's like he was special. He was special. Right. Those memes are great.
to kind of pivot off of wrestling and The Rock.
Well, I was gonna say, like, the only reason I even pay attention now is because of Rhea Ripley.
The women
Dami
are
Mommy
the one
all day.
holding it down
Who's
right
that?
now.
Rhea Ripley, go ahead and
one
look
is
her
that?
up. She's fantastic.
Rhea Ripley, Google
She
right
could-
now.
She could.
Back in the day, I liked Lita and the Hardy Boys.
Yes.
Oh yeah, man.
Rhea Ripley could pin me in any position she'd want me to. Any,
Well, her
all
pin is
day.
really good.
Scissor
It
me
is.
Timbers.
Oh,
No joke.
Right.
I've seen this girl on
Hey.
Yeah.
Instagram.
All day. long.
Flair's daughter's running
what's
the
her name?
thing.
Oh yeah.
I love a good
Charlotte
thought to
Flair?
add to the-
Rhea Ripley. Yeah.
Charlotte Flair is another one. They
All day.
wrestled
Dami
each
Mommy
other
all
at
day. She could tell me what to
WrestleMania
do
here lately.
anytime. Pin me all day.
Zach, you know what this reminds me of, right?
China.
If you don't
Let
remember
me see.
that girl. That reminds me of that one that you met in Vegas.
I like it with her
Oh
black
my
lipstick.
the tall,
The
dark
muscle
haired girl,
mommy?
the muscle mommy.
All day.
No, not that one. Not that.
Why are you not married
The
to her
one,
right now?
the brunette that I could tell you're really into, the real tall one.
Oh, from Alaska.
That's
The
who that
Inuit?
that's
Yeah.
who the Inuit. That's who that reminds me of.
Come on now.
She's a
Story
muscle
time.
/ Dami Mommy.
She was
all
super
day.
tall. I was all about her.
Yeah, he was.
Story time.
She was fucking.
I know. I remember. I saw your face.
Which I guess that's another thing I have recently discovered is how mobile exotic dancers are. They come from all over the place.
Yeah, they really do.
Like they're very mobile. Like it's not.
Well, they can
just
drive
like,
cars too.
it's-
That's what you're eating. They can fly in planes.
Well, I would
Well,
say
you
that's
think
because they're daring.
well,
I mean,
you
bold.
think- You would think that's like they live in that town, they work in that town. They're townies, right?
we really
But
segue to Vegas every episode.
No, that's just Clarksville on the north side.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But in Vegas, and even I guess the cities where the higher class ones are, they could fucking live anywhere else, and they just seasonally come down here and then do their job, or vice versa, and they'll fuck
So-
off half the year. So they're like traveling nurses.
Traveling
It's
nurses.
kinda wild.
They both help people.
The
Yeah.
way I look at that is they're
They provide a
journeymen.
valuable service.
It's a journeyman. He's a welder. He's a pipe fitter. Whatever he goes and
It's like
works
that.
for here for a day, and he gets paid for his day. They're doing the same thing,
And they
man.
make so much fucking money.
They
Yes.
make more than a pipe fitter.
They do make a lot of money. A lot more than I actually thought.
Even
Oh,
the
yeah.
even the average ones
Yeah.
I've seen.
We had an inside track
like,
and
fuck.
found out some of that income, and it is nuts.
That's good. Good for them.
Because they have an inside track too. It's insane.
nuts.
I'm
It's
like, fuck. I wish I had
no
titties.
offense, but no offense.
You can mail strip. What do you mean you don't
I
have
guess I
titties
could.
to mail
Yeah.
strip?
I'm just saying.
Dudes are fucking gross.
Yeah, I actually saw recently a clip on Instagram of a show because we've talked about we've been before together at Vegas and stuff, but like it is what it is. But like some of the stuff I've seen in them clips of them that is way more intense than anything I've ever seen. Like
Whoa.
they get some ladies up on stage and like they'll be like nude, and I'm like, holy shit. And of course, the women are having a great time, but that like it is way more intense than anything I've ever seen of the 2 times I've been with Zach.
Oh my goodness. What I went to? Where did we go to? Was I with you when we did the thing at Silverado's? It was like a male review at Silverado's. First of all,
I remember something about that.
number one, could never imagine being with someone or trying to get someone like that. like, there's no way you could stand at attention all day. Like, there'd be no way I could fix that for you all day
Master
long.
of ceremonies.
There'd be no fucking way I could fix that all day long. No way. So how does that happen? How does that work? That's never going to happen in the real world.
There's supplements you could take. I'm sure,
Yeah.
It's called Create a Hog.
Horny goat weed.
Horny goat weed. That was our. You know, that was our most popular episode.
Was it?
Was that one about? Was it? I think you called it horny goat weed or something
like
goat
that, yeah.
weed. Because I was looking at our yearly review on Spotify in a meeting, and it came on my laptop. I was like, "Your best episode, horny goat."
Right.
I was like,
Best episodes about dick pills.
How awesome.
"Dick pills." Yeah, from the gas
yeah.
station.
Yeah, gas station dick pills. That's what I think it was. Gas
Gas station dick pills.
That's a whole. That's like a whole spirit animal, dude.
Yeah.
Going in there and getting what was it? The killer bee or the
Yes.
Yeah.
Had the little yellow
man.
jackets on. Yeah. It was right next to the lighters.
Pretty sure that's a couple of parts removed from meth
Yeah.
or speed, maybe.
Get
you
a
know?
get a Four Loko and some horny goat weed. You're having a night.
You know? Even if you're by yourself,
Old
you're
school
still
Four
having
Loko, not the watered down shit they got
Right.
now.
right.
The stuff that
The
was
real
like,
shit.
The stuff that was like killing children.
Yeah, the real shit.
It's like, hey guys, we got to take this off the shelf.
It's like
We
kids
actually
are
got to
dying.
lay low for a little while.
I love it.
So let me ask y'all this. Not to segue off horny goat weed. What is y'all's plan for y'all's podcast? Just as a fellow podcast, like, are y'all like
Oh,
trying
that's
to
cool.
segue
He thinks
into
we have a plan.
into a business or? Well, no, I mean, because I've been
Yeah.
asked the same thing too. It's like, well, what is it? Is it for fun? Is it
Well,
for
what-
money eventually?
What made you want to start a podcast?
Yeah,
in the
that's
first
actually
place?
a
So
way better
I would
question.
say it's something that we started just to see if we can, just we're interested in where it goes. If it goes to advertisement, awesome.
Yeah.
If it turns into something that we make a lot of money on, that's fine because I'm trying to treat it like a plant. I like a seed. I planted it. It's there.
Yeah.
It's something I tend to every now and then. If it takes off, then that was just another form of income,
Yeah.
But I enjoy doing it. Like, I would love to come back on this show. Like,
Right.
I've enjoyed myself here,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the. That's what we talked about too. Is like when it's not fun anymore, I don't want to do it.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's right.
If it does, like our goals kind of line up for it, like because we talked about it last episode. Like I'd be okay if it didn't make you money, but if I got to meet really cool folks and do cool shit,
You don't even need the money. You just meet
I'm
them.
good. Like
Right.
if I got to like even travel and meet some of the people that I harass
Yeah.
on Instagram.
Like
Yeah.
I want it to grow, even if we just at the end of the day we break even because we keep making the show better. We get like
Right.
this studio space. We can like pay for cool guests or whatever.
Exactly.
We can
Right.
hire a producer. Like even if we break even at the end of it, I still feel like that's a success because we're growing an audience and it is an outlet for us. I think.
Like whether or not
guys.
be famous, I would just like to be the guy that everyone knows. Like, I met Josh. He's a pretty cool guy. Like, or I know him.
Right.
But like, even if that's it. It's just
Yeah, yeah,
mentioned.
yeah.
Like, I got name dropped the other day.
you want to be a professional
Yeah.
acquaintance.
Like, I got name
Right.
dropped. I got
Yeah.
name dropped the other day at a business. And
Relevant.
he's like, "Yeah, I brought you up." I was like, "Oh." He's like, "Yeah, you said knew you're cool." I was like, "That's cool.
That is-
I'm good with
Being
that."
relevant,
so you just,
right?
all I
you
want.
just you just want to be the name drop.
Well,
I just want to be.
I want to be name dropped. So I did. That is funny because NutriFit. I'm gonna go back to NutriFit when we first started talking. Like
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything paid, but it was super cool because we went into Nutrition Factory and I was going to get some new product and try some stuff out. And the manager was like, "Yeah, Austin," which is like the dude that made NutriFit, like the owner, CEO, whatever he is.
Yeah.
She was like, "Yeah, he was in here," and I was telling him, "Yeah, I got a customer," because I've been shouting him out a lot on Instagram and
Yeah.
Facebook, and he'd been commenting on my shit on Facebook, and like a week prior,
Feels good.
Yes, it does. And I was like, "Oh my god," because I was telling just like, he commented on my
Yeah.
shit.
Makes you feel like a big deal.
I think it's
And-
cool,
It is fucking
You know,
cool.
it is fucking cool. And we were in there, and she's like, "Yeah, I heard." I told Austin, I was like, "Yeah, I got a customer in here, and she's been doing your product." And he was like, "Oh yeah, she's the one that's been tagging us on social media." He's like, "I do not feel like I'm this like cult leader, blah blah blah." And she was like, "No, dude, but you have a product that people actually like."
She told him he had a following that he didn't
that
know
you
about.
actually do have a following, like a really loyal following that of people like using your product, doing your thing, doing your thing, and all that good stuff. And
Yeah.
I was like, "That is super fucking cool." That to him, he was like super humble, like, "Oh, I'm just me, I'm just trying to do something nice." And I feel like that's what we're trying to do. Like, I'm just me, and I'm just trying to be me and let the world in on a different perspective, maybe, and maybe they could think in a different way. And
Like our Matrix episode.
yeah, just kind of like do something different and be a voice for people that maybe don't have one or that are too afraid to be like normal.
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean? Because I don't really know a lot of females like me either. And I'm like, it's normal to feel like this. It's normal to be you. It's normal to be you, and if you're weird, that's okay.
Oh yeah,
you know
we
what
embrace weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I'm okay. I'm okay with
for
it.
every hole. Yeah, 100%.
That's what she said.
Yep.
Wow, that
But
one made full circle.
That's kind of what we're doing. Like we call it Road to 100 because
Yeah.
we got little milestones like 25, then 50, and then so on. So then so many downloads and stuff. But we're just going to do it until. I mean, we always say it only takes one, like one episode or one comment, one hashtag, something, and it'll just. So it's kind of what we're hoping for, but. We're just going to keep doing it, like I said, until if it sucks, it's boring, we're not going to do it anymore.
Like if you get 10 no's, you get on the 11th one, you get a yes. It's
right.
the way I explain it is like if you're trying to hit a bottle with a rock, you just throw a handful of rocks at it.
Yeah.
You know, something's going to eventually
That's why I told him it might take us 1,000 episodes. It may take 500.
I feel like that's like everything that you do in life. It doesn't matter what it is that you just have to stay at it, constantly make little bitty improvements, go look at it, reassess, adjust. If you just, you don't want to just keep doing the same thing, hammering away without any improvement, then you're not getting anywhere. You're just treading water. So we don't want to do that necessarily.
Right.
But it is fun to do. But I think it's just true in life in general is that you just got to be consistent with it. You know, we're 63 episodes in now.
Right? That's what I was about to say. Like 63 episodes in, that's freaking awesome. And as I'm looking around here, this is simple, but dude, I'm being honest with you. It's legit, man. Like your equipment's good.
It's fun,
and
dude.
you guys are good at what you're doing. Like it's professional, even though y'all don't I guess you're trying to make yourself approachable.
Yeah.
But you guys are professionals, man.
We appreciate that.
So I mean that's kind of what I'm saying is like when we first started out, I felt like we were just like even little stuff, even that's not technical, was just figuring out how to communicate back and forth. So we weren't like running over each other and making sure.
I ran over her
that
for
kind
the
of thing.
first. Oh, good God.
Well, it's etiquette. Like even tonight,
you kind of learn it.
We never had 4, but like y'all knew right away. Like nobody talked over each other. Like you just know. Like as soon as one starts, like even if you don't get it out, it's like because if not, like if we have some of our other friends on too, where that banter gets going really bad, like we'll have to be like, hey, you guys gotta fucking chill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Doing transition stuff. Although someone did say that your transitions are like abrupt and make no fucking sense, which is kind of now a part of the show.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last was I was like, speaking of a hand up the ass, and I went into like some kind of dessert or fruit or something. I was like,
Right.
ADHD is a thing, so
it's fun.
By the way, you want to go ride bikes? No.
Right. Exactly.
So y'all are how many episodes?
15. We just did 15.
We were
Episode
15 episodes in, and she came to me and finally she was like, I want you to listen to some of our podcasts. I'm like, okay.
Not 15. This was like the first 3 episodes, by the way.
Yeah.
And she was like, all right, do you see where you keep cutting me off? I'm like, shit, I'm talking at the same time. I'll shut up. I'll shut up and let you talk. And then I've had to learn that, So
Yeah, it's
Josh still screams in the mic, but I just fix it in post.
exactly like and I'd learned. It's little things after you listen to yourself for a while, you pick up like I'm laughing too close. If I do laugh, I gotta back up. Like there's an art form to it. And especially when we do switch to video, like that's going to be a whole new thing.
So that's a goal. About that, but it's same. Cool. That's a goal, but same. Yes, I'm nervous about that because then I'm usually in sweats and like.
Oh, I've been over here in gym shorts and a cut off t-shirt, feet up in my socks, like
right.
Whatever.
And I'm usually just hanging out. I'm not. I don't like you guys get a special treat. I have makeup on today.
Awesome. We're going all the way out.
We're going all the way. Usually I don't wear makeup. I don't like makeup. I don't like all that bullshit.
I've been married a long time, so I've seen aspects of women in their day, so it doesn't bother me.
But the video makes me nervous because then I don't want to.
You expose yourself to a lot. And people are mean. Like
you ain't never lied. So like, what if I try to I feel something in my nose and I'm trying to.
That or somebody hit you up with, man, that Justen guy is fatter than I thought he'd be.
Well, I'm waiting for somebody to get on there and be like, you have a face for podcasting.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Fuck.
So
Thanks, buddy.
Had this thought. We've been talking about going to video for a while, and we're eventually going to get there. And but I had a second thought after I finally watched the video for the Adam Friedland Show, formerly Cumtown, which is a fantastic comedy podcast, by the way.
Crazy.
Oh my gosh.
It's two they're two like New York comedians, and they have a bunch of guests on there sometimes. And it's some off the wall kind of humor, but it's hilarious. And I've only listened to audio, and Nick is my favorite on there.
Yeah.
And then when they had another guy, Adam, who's now Adam Friedland show, was on there, and they used to have Stavros, who was he's like this huge. The dude looks. He's
like, disgusting. He's
Let's
disgusting.
just say
He
looks terrible.
Wow.
But he's actually really funny. Anyway, he would just laugh his ass off, and it was listening to it was a great show.
I know who you're talking about now.
So fucking funny.
Was he just on
Yes.
First Date?
You've seen
Yes.
Lauren
He was on
Conley,
First
Yes.
really cute.
Stavros,
Yes.
he's
That's
Greek,
him.
and
Yes.
he looks like a pedophile. I'm not gonna lie, he looks terrible. He looks like he collects hair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That type. But anyway, he
Or teeth, whichever,
or teeth.
yeah.
Right? He collects other people's body parts. But I finally watched the video because I started doing video too. And it completely broke my because you have this picture of what they look like
Yes.
and based on their voice in your head.
It's horrible.
And then you see it, and it was not. I didn't realize how bad they
Yeah,
were.
they're all really
They look
really
so bad,
unattractive people.
so bad. Like I've kind of figured they had, based on their voice, they had a certain air about them and the way they moved. You could kind of see, but Nick looks like he is doing a cover band for like CCR or something.
Sweet.
And he looks. I mean, not what his comedy fits. He doesn't. His look does not fit his comedy at all. It's weird. And Adam Friedland looks like he looks like a fucking dork. I don't know how to describe it.
It's it's an interesting podcast.
It's very weird. So
But-
I'm a little nervous. I'm like, what if we do
what if-
video? And everyone's like, that's the fuck he looks like.
Oh, dude, I don't know.
what I mean?
It makes me nervous for that part too because
So
me
it's,
being
well,
me,
we've-
I'll be like, I'll
we've
be
kind of
cool
put some
about
stuff out there on the Instagram though, to where so it's maybe won't be as much of a shock.
We had an awkward pool picture that I
Yeah, that's
posted,
true.
which I immediately regretted posting that. I didn't think about
why?
it. Well, because so I was at Thanksgiving or some I was at the house. My dad's like, who posted that weird ass? Who took that weird ass picture of y'all? I was like, what are you talking about? And he's like, it's creepy looking. I'm like, yeah, I guess
boy.
it kind of is now I'm thinking about it. He's like, yeah, it's just like two dudes. Y'all are just hanging out in the pool. I'm like, yeah, because my fault nobody else would get in the fucking pool that day.
That's true.
And I didn't take it. I didn't take that picture, but I posted it anyways. Whatever. But yeah, so you do. We didn't get any mean comments. I was really hoping for something.
So that's funny. So when y'all were talking about making money and what the goal was for the podcast.
Yeah.
So I've turned all of my social media into creator accounts.
Yeah.
I made like $40.
Look at you. We've made $37.
Yeah. I've made like $41 in the last 2 months. Not too bad. Not too
No,
bad.
that's good.
So, and I've noticed a couple of things. So, that shout out I gave you on Infinite Weekend? Well, before that, I did another test to see if it worked that way too. Anytime that I show any type of skin on stories,
Oh, yeah.
my views are insane.
It's night and day.
Any type of skin. So
She
if
did
my
a cold
boobs are-
plunge.
So I did a cold
In a
plunge.
sports bra, and all the guys were like, yeah.
I got like so many DMs, but
Josh, the clothes are coming off. I have no shame.
I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying is any type of skin. It doesn't matter if it's
Like,
man or woman.
what's my hashtag? Tattooed dad?
Yes.
Hell yeah,
All
dude.
day
That'll
long.
sell.
That'll sell like a
will.
motherfucker.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. You're tattooed dad. All the women are going to
be
come.
doing like dad chores with your shirt off.
100%.
I'm just saying.
I had to actually explain to my dad what OnlyFans was yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my
He had no idea.
No way.
Well, you
didn't
thought
know.
it was just people sitting on stuff.
That's what I thought it was at first. I thought it was all gross, horrible. But so I told my dad, I said, basically, Dad, I said, it'd be like, and he knew, I think he knew, I mean, he knows what like Instagram models are, but I said, OnlyFans, the way it works, I was like, for example, so if it was me, like if twice a week, one video I would shave my head with my shirt off, just black and white with music in the background. And all you could see is just like this, whatever the bathroom mirror,
Yeah.
that's it. I said, or if I was outside washing the dirt bike in some like 6-inch shorts, that's
Yeah.
all I had on. I was doing that.
Ranger panties.
I said, people
People
would
tip
pay
you and pay you.
to watch that.
Yeah.
Or
You give
I
them the
could do a
tease and they
snap
wanna get-
picture in it
it's
and
like, I
they'd
want
buy
more.
my picture.
I think a lot of it is not as bad as people make it out to be because you want to be seen. And they know that, so they don't
Yeah.
feel like they're peeping Toming you.
Yeah,
And they're paying you for your time, right?
Yeah.
So if you think about I'm trying to put some rationality to it. It's true, isn't it?
I mean, if I was a beautiful woman, or even you don't have to be a stunt. I mean, there's 7 billion people in the world. All you got to do is carve out 1,000 weirdos
Yeah.
at $10 or $15 a month.
All
Right.
day.
I'm not mad at anybody wanting to do that. Why
Hey.
wouldn't you?
Hey, look.
Or like that guy Thor who chops wood. That really good looking guy.
Yeah,
his
Bradley.
name is Thorin Bradley. Anyways,
he is. He's
all day.
he's a sexy man.
He
Yeah.
is.
He said I was already doing these things. I was already because he lives out there. He said I either donate this or I put it in my, and he just filmed it. And he does fitness stuff, but nobody really gives a shit about his workout. You just see him because he takes bath on a spring and shaves in front of a beautiful waterfall. Dick.
Well, I'm afraid
He is
that
a cool dude.
is
He is a cool dude.
He
he is the
seems like it.
closest thing to what men used to be. And I think that's what a lot of women miss because they're like, man, this guy's wearing flannel and he's got a hairy chest and he's chopping wood like
I don't
a
think
fucking
he has a
man.
hairy
No, he
chest.
doesn't. He
No,
doesn't
that's
have a
shaped.
hair. I can
But-
verify he does not have a cherry.
You don't want a Harry Lighthouse tattoo.
But what I'm saying is, you guys understand what I'm trying to
yeah.
bring around.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Well,
He's manly. He's
Very-
a man's man. That's what he looks like.
so but
and you
here's,
said that guy looked like a nerd or a geek or something.
I'm
you know?
sorry, but we're laughing. Like, don't get me wrong, though. I will say this in defense of like Pete Davidson because he is not hot at all.
Man, he pulls.
Dude, but he's his personality.
Fucking funny, dude. Like
He is
could,
funny.
And he's good. He's good at what he does, you know.
all
so.
day long.
Yeah.
Again, that's not. I do not have a type at all. If you're funny, you got a good personality.
But what's his name? Rife.
Hey.
He's
generally
not.
been my-
He's not
Rife.
very
That's generally been
manly.
The only way I've been
But
able to
women
pull
love
it
him.
off is I literally laugh their pants off.
Yes,
You know what I'm
exactly.
saying, though?
That's it.
You're right. Yeah.
Like Rife's not super manly,
no, he's
No.
not.
but women love him.
Well, I mean, look at what's his name? Who's the guy that sang that watermelon song and wears dresses and shit up on Harry Styles?
Ew.
He's
Matt
not
Rife
manly
kind of
by
looks
any
like a
means.
woman though to me. He kind of looks
Yeah.
feminine, so he's
Yeah.
non-threatening. That's probably what it is.
That's it. But he's got a strong jawline too, though. So
Yeah.
that doesn't hurt.
This numbers thing. I had a strong jawline when I was 17. I showed,
Yeah, then you had to
not to. I know I had to call,
get
but
the
I
beard
showed,
to cover it up.
I showed a picture to Kylie yesterday of my. I said, "Look at this jawline." She's like, I said, "Right?
All right.
How'd you have that?" I said, "It's like 40 pounds lighter." I said, and I ran all the time.
I was just emaciated.
I said, I was very, really thin. Like that's why, honey.
Yeah.
And I had no beard, so you couldn't see it. So
But numbers.
yeah, so so just that little bit, like even
So-
all that
My shout out to you had over 700 views.
that video I made of him with the dub of his face over the Dirty Dancing scene, 2,600 views.
Awesome.
I have no, and I haven't got that many since.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I looked hot as fuck. That's
Well, yeah, I actually, and I'd comment was the thing I made was stupid, but it's amazing.
me
like,
with Patrick Swayze's body.
but the skin
Fuck.
thing makes
It's a
sense.
perfect match.
Done.
you know?
He's the perfect man.
And you're not really doing anything like crazy. You're not
I'm not-
reinventing the wheel.
I'm literally not doing anything other than showing some cleavage and some shoulder.
Which you can see that at restaurants sometimes. That's
Exactly.
what I'm saying. It's amazing to me how it's.
It's
but if
so
you,
insane.
But if you were covered, you probably wouldn't get the same, would you?
I do not get the same, and I've literally
bullshit.
done it. I've
Makes
literally
sense.
done it. So I just did my
Yoga
video.
pants that have like, you know,
The little. So I did a video, my workout video too, that I've been doing, and I have a couple more kind of set in the queue.
sweatpants, nothing. Yoga booty ballet pants.
Yep, all
you
day
know,
long.
2,600 views.
I actually
I-
brought up yoga pants today. I said,
Yeah.
we were somewhere. I said, Jesus Christ, I wish I invented these. I'd be a million. I have so much money.
Gajillionaire.
They're amazing.
I wonder if that works for males. Like, I'm gonna go to the gym in sweats and then
Yeah.
yoga pants.
Yes.
No, you'll get more views.
No
though.
one. No one.
I'll get more views, but it's like
They're
for
not
the
there for
comedic
us.
value
Yeah,
or something.
exactly.
Awesome views, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
But it is.
I drive a
insane.
Toyota
So,
Tundra, by the way. you know?
I actually.
Yeah, exactly. I cure my own meats.
Check out these casings.
So
Drive shaft.
if you follow me on Snapchat, recently I haven't been as ratchet, but Snapchat I'm a little more. Not necessarily. I don't want to say exposed,
You can,
but
go ahead.
But I'm a little more exposed on Snapchat.
That's that
than I am.
audience.
It's the
Yeah,
audience.
yeah.
It's that
but
audience.
I have like a lot of followers on Snapchat, which is so weird to
I'm
me.
gonna try this. It's so
weird.
Okay.
I'm
so-
gonna try it.
This
I have
latest
an idea.
video, the one that I did with him standing behind me, that Facebook video got it got over to 1.2 thousand views in less than 24 hours.
My head looks so fat in that video.
I'm gonna try something.
But-
I'm not gonna talk about it on here
It's
because
gonna
I
be you
want
because
you
I'm
wanna
such
try
a.
it.
It's gonna be you. I'm such a stalker when it comes to social media. I don't post.
Kylie will help
Yeah.
me.
So yes, so if you got an Instagram wife all day long, do it. It's worth it. I do not have an Instagram
Oh, I don't have
husband.
Instagram. That Kylie's my actual wife. I don't
Well,
have an
it's
Instagram
so
wife.
funny. So the reason why I say
we got to clarify.
Honey, I don't have an
that
Instagram wife.
right
well,
now.
she is your Instagram wife. I'm gonna tell you why. Justin, I love him, but he doesn't get angles. Like he can't
Yeah,
figure
yeah,
out the
you
angles.
have to.
And you have to. That's my. I need an Instagram husband.
I take a
Like,
terrible photo.
Yeah.
and I'm like, you've got to do it at the right angle.
That's because
You
I'm
gotta
like,
make sure
hey,
that
yeah,
it's
there you
like
go.
Whatever.
Is that what you wanted?
That's the typical. Well, y'all just did. You haven't learned. You never
you gotta
take
get
you.
high.
You go up high,
You go up high.
Everything looks taut.
and don't ever take a picture down here. You have lost your mind.
Ever.
Well, it's, my face seems to
you ever
always.
do that?
Anytime a camera is out, my face seems to be like, "Oh, there's a camera," and starts to contort and make weird faces,
right.
unknowingly. So
I'm gonna try
Never
that.
take a good
I'm
photo.
gonna do some experimenting on that.
Experiment. I did the experiment because what I did was I post a lot of other like health and fitness shit.
Yeah.
And I'll get on there and do some other things like of other content like the NutriFit stuff or whatever. But if my fucking face is not in it or I'm showing some sort of cleavage or midsection, no views.
So she starts off with the least face.
So I'm gonna try to I'll get a pump, and then post, and I'll work. I'm curious. I am
Do
curious.
it. And do
I'm gonna say,
seriously do your experiment.
and then I'll post one of our episodes,
Yes.
and then just have me fade in the background.
Yep.
Just something mediocre, just whatever.
If it works out, you're going to be a problem because you're going to think you're a man dying.
I won't until I get God until I get one comment's like kind of fat, like something.
It's going to be me.
It'll be something.
It'll be me.
It'll be something like it'd be better if you were tan.
I will get an anonymous account and post that.
I told you.
gosh.
I told you about Vegas when we were going to go. I said, I don't know. I'm not a big, I don't like having my shirt off and stuff. I don't. I don't like going to the pool because I'm harder on me than anybody else.
Yeah.
So we got out there and Zach was like, just so you know, Zach's like, I told him, I said, you could ruin my entire trip at the pool if you're like, sure you really want to be wearing that out here? One comment, I would literally go back to the fucking rim. I'd be like, I'm never coming back to the pool with you.
I love that.
Yeah,
So
dude.
you could do the anonymous post or comment or whatever, but then you could just be like both sides of the fence for your best friend. Be like, hey,
yeah.
man, it was probably a bot. Problem.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
You know what I mean?
While I'm over here like doing it again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but that's crazy to me. That's crazy.
Don't get me wrong. Like, the Instagram models and whatnot that I feel like they're doing the most with it. I feel like an imposter doing what I'm doing because I'm legit trying to do it. I'm a legit mom with like C-section scar, everything. And I'm like, I'm trying to do the things to make the money to show people that it's normal to look like this, to go through the thing. But I don't want to feel like if I got a comment from someone, especially like another female, I'd be like,
yeah, but is it? Let me ask you this:
That
you
would
said
make-
you get
that would hurt my
you
feelings.
get random DMs too, I guess, when you do that, right?
It's all men though. Yeah.
It's got to be somewhat flattering, a little bit. I would feel
the
flattered.
latest one was funny as fuck.
the latest
Now, some of
one
them
on,
are probably horrible, gross, and like
yes, but the latest one was hilarious as fuck. I do get
I'll
a
actually
lot
pull
on
up my messages so you guys can read it.
he said, "Check this shit out."
So the latest one was really funny, but a lot of my Snapchats are the ones I get these like 22-year-olds on there, and they're like, "Hey, I'm 22, just trying to see what you're doing," and I'm like,
ew.
I'm like, hey, you guys, I am a married woman. This is I'm not about that life. I'm here to connect. I'm here to get people to listen to my podcast.
Even if I wasn't married, I don't want a 22-year-old girl. What am I? I'm so set in my ways.
It's like, hey, did you know what TRL is? Okay, lose my name.
They would hate me.
You're too young for me, bro.
God forbid I ever had to get back in the
I don't
dating
know,
game. I'd be just. it'd be
As someone who
awful.
is single and swipes Tinder quite often, I run into so many couples on Tinder. It's kind of weird.
No, thank you.
That
sounds like-
Or
The
they're
thought of
they're
that-
looking for
Yeah.
a third.
The thought of that exhausts me in my seat. I'm exhausted by that. That sounds exhausting.
You're like, just the one that I have is enough.
That's
Like,
plen-
that's it. I can't.
I'm good.
Again.
Weird.
Again, the male review, like, how are you? There's no way. You'd have to have multiple partners to satisfy that all day long.
You ain't lying.
No fucking
Had
way.
a hog on him, didn't he?
Yes. And I'm
Big.
like, who does? There is such thing as too big. That's a thing.
Yeah.
That is a thing. It's
Well, I
legit.
don't know because it'd be
Yeah,
kind
you
of
need
gay if I
You need to be in
did.
the
But
you need to be in the Goldilocks zone. Not
Yes.
too big, not too
Not
small.
just exactly just right.
Goldilocks zone.
Yeah.
I say that
Like
too.
the Earth is in the Goldilocks zone. You know what I'm saying?
Nice.
To produce life
Just
or
right.
orgasms.
You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah.
100%.
But,
You obviously know where we're sitting now.
yes. Yes.
We're right on the edge of the Goldilocks zone, and it's not the upper end.
Hell yeah, brother. Say it with your chest.
It's my concealed. It's my concealed carry.
You can't see it, but I'm fist pumping.
That's what we call subcompact. It gets the job done.
That's right. And it doesn't get in my way when I'm walking.
Yeah,
My-
exactly.
My thing is, it's not big, but man, when it's going 150 mile an hour, that
Yeah,
motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It'll
22
brutalize
bullet goes
you.
fast.
Yeah, exactly.
It'll brutalize
I can provide more dick per minute. than a huge one.
More frames per
You know what I'm saying?
second,
I
son
got
of
the
a
RPMs
bitch.
revved up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hell
Plenty to
yeah.
game with.
So
100%.
this last Facebook DM was hilarious.
Oh, man.
So he messaged me on like a Tuesday, and a very older gentleman. I say very older. He was at least 55 to 60. He's like, "Hey, nice legs," and I'm like, "Man, when did I post my legs on something like for him to comment nice legs?" Like I was so confused about it, and I didn't message him.
Okay, so if I'm looking at my wife and I've never met her before, and then I look at like, I don't know, a girl that's 5'10" or something, or maybe like Stacy Keebler, or and maybe anybody else with longer legs than my wife, maybe, just saying.
Yeah, legs for days. Yeah,
Yeah, like, and I'm looking at my wife, I'm like, ass, titties, big lips, you know, I legs?
yeah.
Like, I love my most favorite part about my wife's legs is because they start with their feet and end with their ass. Kind of thing.
Sure.
Yeah,
But at the
not
same,
like I was just so confused at it, and I was like, I ignored the message, and I was like, okay, cool. And then he said,
I don't know
"Hey,
what-
how are
whatever's
you?"
going
Like 2
on.
days later, and I was like, ignored the message. Like,
Sure.
you're on my Facebook. If you follow me on Facebook, you know that I'm married.
Yeah,
You
but
know
that sort of
what's going
thing
on.
is apparently,
You know, people know when people are married.
Right, like, you're not
it's
dumb.
very apparent.
You're not dumb.
Yeah.
And then if you're wondering what our sexuality is, just come out and ask about it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Sure.
we don't share. You're
Yeah.
welcome. That's it.
Yeah.
It's
I'll
that
make you a
simple.
sandwich, but I can't share it. Sorry.
Yeah, can't share.
the end.
So the third message came in. We were sitting at Waffle House for breakfast, and he said, "Are you stuck up or something?" And I was like,
Trying to eat my waffle. Damn it.
and I
Well,
just,
meanwhile, there's somebody going, drop some hash brown. You know what I mean?
so I like turned my phone over to Justin. I was like, "What the fuck is this dude doing?" Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
that kind of, it ticked me off because I was like,
Like he's entitled to you.
right.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's what's wrong.
Just because he posts
Just
on your
because-
fucking socials. Like,
Exactly.
okay.
And I'm like, I didn't say anything. Well, he messaged him finally. Can you find it?
What was his name again? I don't want to say either, but I can't remember and I can't find it because
He sounds like a Jeff.
it got, man,
I
my
think more of a
messenger
Matthew.
is
It's more of a Matthew.
busy place.
A
man.
Matthew? Yeah, but not like Matt. Like
Wow.
spelled out like Matthew. Right.
It was like
So,
Big Cock 22.
Here it is. I finally found it.
Show him the name, though.
So his
won't say
name
it.
is that.
Boom! Jeff, when I said it, I called it.
You did call it.
She hit me with the Goldilocks. I like you're speaking right into my soul.
You know what happened?
Hey, listen, man.
After you said Jeffrey, he was like, Jeff.
It was.
It's got to be.
So
Listen,
I want you to read
listen.
it.
I know my own kind. Okay.
You want me to read it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I said-
Listen,
yeah.
game recognizes
Okay,
game. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so just so everybody listening is on board, it's fucking hilarious. But just so everybody listening is on board, I grabbed the phone from Amber at the good old Waffle House.
Right.
And
Interrupt my damn breakfast.
So I was like, okay, I'm going to answer this guy. So just for clarification, I sent like a really flattering picture of my wife to this guy, which is something that's like really off.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
caught him off guard already. And then this is what I sent him, and I want you to read it. So,
Oh, it's fucking hilarious, dude.
So, okay, here we go.
so there's the picture, you know, and then here's my response.
You mean just started that
Yes,
first
so
blue?
let me see the
Here's
picture.
the picture.
Okay, yeah.
Nice
it's
picture.
Smiles,
Yeah.
yeah,
Don't-
absolutely.
Nothing risque. Nothing
No.
inappropriate.
No.
That's just a happy woman, right?
Buttons all the way up.
All the way up. No
You know what I'm
flavors,
saying?
nothing.
Very
Hey, what's up,
very
man?
conservative.
This hoe right here is already mine. She does have nice legs, though. We appreciate the compliment.
This hoe is.
You might want to think about who you are messaging, by the way. She's not stuck up, you know, just for the record. Sincerely, the baddest motherfucker you'll ever know. He didn't say anything back.
That's awesome. This hoe right here is mine.
I tried to message him, and Amber explained to me, like, hey, he's already blocked you. I was like, oh,
Oh,
okay.
dude, that's great.
Cool.
You know what? You could have been a lot worse about it. That's actually hilarious. Right. You should make. You know what you should do is save all the craziness like that,
Yes.
and then make that a thing.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
For
Oh
sure.
my goodness. So there was that.
Well, I've been catcalling her ever since she walks to the shop. I'll just be like, damn, fellas, look at the legs on that one. You know,
oh
like
my
that.
God, fucking idiot. So
really
anyways, so he blocked him finally, or he blocked him after that message and didn't even like whatever.
My name's Jeff. That's actually I see that.
Jump Street.
Yes. So I looked through his profile because he hadn't blocked me at this time or messaged me back. And I was looking through his profile and he had a girlfriend. So I messaged the girlfriend.
It gets even better. It gets even better.
So I sent the screenshot of
Maury,
what he sent
Maury.
me to the girlfriend. And she was like, "Who are you?" And I was like, "Well, I'm Amber on Facebook and in real life. Like, I don't really know what to say."
Jerry.
For real.
I'm just letting you know what he's doing, and he's messaging me, and my husband had to message him, like, to just kind of like, hey, like,
Just good
can
looking
you
out.
just
Good
chill?
looking out.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Oh, okay, thanks." And about 30 minutes later, and she messaged me back, and she says, "Thanks, I just ended that relationship because he wouldn't answer my phone, or he wouldn't answer my messages about whatever, whatnot, and blah, blah, blah." And I was like, "Okay, cool."
Hashtag
And about-
homewrecker.
I know. And about an hour later, I look to see my messages to make sure nobody's messaged me back, and he blocked me finally.
Oh, right. Well, look what you did.
When being thirsty goes wrong.
Yes.
That's still crazy to me, though.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy how all that works.
His
Sex
profile
sells, dude.
pic was funny
Oh,
as fuck because it was like
does.
a C4 Corvette, and he was wearing like cut off shirts, and he wasn't in shape at all, and you could tell he was an older guy. I was like,
100%.
it's like whenever Sandler was patting Farley on the back, like, no, you didn't, buddy.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
get on the bus, okay?
But it's funny you
know
say
what I
that.
mean?
Like, sex sells, like, we do all the time. Like, you might see, like, I think Kylie sent it to you before, too. The woman that fixes stuff around the house, like, in her underwear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's just
Like,
half
nobody gives a
naked.
shit what she's working on.
No, I've never seen that before in my life.
Yeah, she could be. I mean, and the other girl that we'll see, like, they'll be out, like, I don't know, planting plants, or like that one. She just demonstrates knives, and like, yeah, because you're hot. I don't give a shit what you have. You're just hot.
You're just hot. That's
No,
why can you do what you do.
I like the videos where Sydney Sweeney is like working on her Bronco in full coveralls, and I'm like,
You talking jerking off?
Yeah, here we almost made it. We made it back. Man, how long we been at it, and we didn't get to that subject till now.
Lord.
All right, let's
I had
cover
to sneak
taking a
one in.
shit.
I had to sneak one in.
I know.
All right, we
I
got
love
to cover
it.
But
shit
it's,
next.
it's true though. Like, sex sells. Like, it's fact.
So, and here's like, this is where I come into, I feel like an imposter, because it's not that I don't feel like I know I'm a decent looking person, but I don't want to be judged.
So that's the other thing about going to video is
By you're gonna be
because I do
judged.
it.
Yeah.
I judge the shit out of everybody.
I do too.
I'm an asshole.
Yeah, when I came in, you were like, "Man, this mother."
So, but that's really the only qualm I have with it is like, I don't want to feel like an imposter, which I know I'm not because I'm me. And
I'm gonna try to go into it. We've talked about it, like there's gonna be negativity because negativity sells. Like, everybody's negative.
My thing is like they're going to give me negative comments, and I have like low self esteem, so I'm gonna like agree with them. But like, yeah, you're
There's nothing.
right.
There's nothing you can say I haven't said it myself 6 inches from the
Right.
exactly.
Well, dude, if you want to talk about negativity selling, have you heard of Donald Trump? Like, I mean, I'm like, dude, just quit talking about him. Like, you just keep bringing him back up. You don't even want to talk about him in the first place, obviously. But he's always in there. It's like he's always mentioned. It's like, dude, you just keep on doing it. You know.
Well, I mean, like the news is all bad news, and every once in a while they'll throw in like a puppy parade or something like that as a palate cleanser. But it's usually all bad news because that's what people are interested in. People are interested in like the feel good stuff.
So now you know what to do for your audiences to cultivate more views.
oh, I mean, yeah,
I would use that to my advantage in a heartbeat.
100%. 100%.
The
Your
problem-
husband's saying, "Yeah,
yeah. The problem,
Get those viewers, honey.
you're doing great."
I
Look at the
think-
legs on this one, fellas.
Oh my
Shake it a
goodness.
little bit more.
I think the reason why we have more female viewers, though, is because of Justin. I don't know if y'all know Justin's nickname. We haven't said it on our podcast yet, but I will say it on yours.
Is it that?
Can we
it's
not?
That vest?
Can we
It's
not?
the hooded
That's
vest.
true.
Is what it is.
It is. So, can you guess what his
I just
nickname?
met him. I cannot.
No.
I can't guess.
We call him the MILF Whisperer.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, nothing wrong with that.
No, I've been called worse, but man, it's just like I'm embarrassed a little bit by it
Because you're nice.
Well,
Yes.
what it is,
He's
like,
disgustingly
her-
I
nice.
used to get free coffee from older women at Panera. They
Oh,
just give
he
free.
goes to
awesome.
Harbor Freight by himself because every time I go with him, they never give him discounts. But when I'm not with him, they're like, "Oh, here's this, and this coupon,
Yeah.
and here's
You
30%
should
off
be
of this."
flattered.
And I'm like, "Motherfucker, don't ever take me back there if you're going to save me $1,000 every trip. Like, get
Right.
out."
which I wish I was half the man they thought I was, but literally her mom and her will literally tell this woman the same thing at the shop. They'll tell her the same words before I come in there and say the same thing, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, okay, that sounds fine." I'm like, lady.
Right.
And then
It's
you got the classic
stupid.
girls that want to come in there and I say girls, these are full blown women.
They're-
Some of them
they're
are grand
way-
women.
Yes, they're gilf. He's a gilf / MILF whisperer
Yeah,
all day, all day.
Grandmothers, moms, older women.
If
They'll
they've
come in
got to be
there.
at minimum 40 and above, and they
And
are
they'll
all
say,
over that.
I have to go on a ride with them to hear a noise that we never hear the whole test ride. It's
Yeah.
You're like
kinda weird.
You'd be like a stripper whisperer.
I think so.
That's your thing. That's when you really shine.
You go right into like full blown conversation.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
That's,
I light the fuck up. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, you
I'm
should
Mr.
see it. It's pretty
Conversationalist.
incredible. If I was allowed to film in there,
No, he's in the moment.
well, we do this.
I think-
like
Yeah.
the last time,
I think what it is because I know they're getting paid, and so I can't really fuck up. So I just
The
go
last-
for it.
the last time we went, we sat at a table and they just came and sat and people just listened to him and I banter.
Yeah.
They basically they were getting a live podcast.
Right.
That's what it is
Pretty
essentially.
much.
I would be at that table.
Yeah. So then of course, like I said, he shines. Like it's
He shines.
yeah,
Ready to
it's
go.
amazing.
Yeah, you told me afterwards. You were like, you finally like had the energy that like I've been wanting to match.
Yeah, you matched. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was like. Yeah.
Awesome. But I
so
mean, I'll
funny.
just come into the office and be like, hey, this system works like this. And I'll like take a piece of blank paper and I'll draw and I can't draw, but it's like an illustration basically.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is what's wrong. And to be honest, you don't really even have to fix it right now. This can wait. And I'll just be like very one-on-one with them.
Yeah.
And then I'll look over at them. They're just like,
Now they want to fuck.
Staring
I'm
you.
like, oh,
Yes,
Cool.
all day.
Oh,
All day.
boy.
That's awesome.
And I'm like,
Back out.
Slip you their number. Like,
Back
yeah,
out.
This is for
She's
you.
like, "Are you sure it's going to cost?" If it can wait, I'll be back.
I make nice casseroles.
those numbers are supposed. Those codes are supposed to. Blah.
Yeah.
Those codes are supposed to start with the letter P, man. Sorry.
If he gets excited about it, it makes him fumble his words.
Blah, 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 blah.
I'm gonna see her tomorrow.
Good
They're gonna
God,
start.
man.
They're gonna start making shit up that's wrong with their vehicle.
Listen,
yes.
Oh yeah.
if our
it's not even.
The tire
Nope.
pressure's low again.
Hey,
you
the
nailed
problem-
it, dude.
the
I
problem
am
is that-
nervous, and I will stumble over my words because these women sometimes they come in hard, buddy.
and
like
he's
it.
so funny story, and have no clue how we ended up together because he's
And
not.
I'm really worried and about their judgment. Like I'm looking at myself like, what the fuck is wrong with these ladies?
He doesn't. It makes him feel like
I know that
almost
feeling.
uncomfortable. Like he's very
I'm
uncomfortable. And
sweating
he's
now.
like,
I literally just started sweating.
he's like, can you get them away from me,
You
please?
would
Like
say
I don't
something
like
about
it.
the vest too, man.
So it's so odd because he's like, he'll look at me like with the scared. You know how like you're caught in something like.
Yeah.
Like what
My guys will.
I don't know if
Okay,
do my hands.
so my guys have noticed now they'll come and rescue me. That's what they call it.
Yeah.
They'll just like bust in the door and just lie. They're like, Justin, there's something out here we need your help on now. It's on fire or whatever. And I'm like, fuck yeah, yeah.
Right away, thanks. That's good though. That's cool.
So yeah, that was we call him the MILF. So he's not let off the hook. He's one of he's the clothed one. And if he's in there, I noticed that if he's in my videos too, like if he's in any of my videos, that's like us talking, I get more views on those. As
I'm
well.
trying this shit.
I
I'm
gotta say,
trying this shit.
I'm
going-
I have noticed there. I do
I need to do
follow
the
a lot
reels.
of the Instagram couples or whatever. A lot of those, I find those fascinating because maybe it's just me being a single person, never been married, but it's kind of just seeing the dynamic of like a married couple doing life or whatever, and then putting it out on Instagram. Even if I hate the ones that are like clearly fake and they're staging a bunch of shit.
Oh, yeah.
I hate those so much. I like the ones that are like they're legit, just
It's
doing
organic.
mundane, normal stuff.
An organic
But they're having
reaction.
like a husband wife banter and like kids are being wild or whatever. Like I like those videos. Those are kind of interesting to me.
Yeah.
So I don't think you can ever have like an oversaturation of those
No, you can come to my
because
house.
every dynamic is
You
different.
get to watch it live.
Right.
Come to the
Exactly.
house.
It's the best. She busts your balls so much. It's the best.
Yeah,
That's
Dang.
I
awesome.
love it.
Oh, I give it back. We have some
Yeah,
really
yeah.
interesting
Oh, yeah.
conversations.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm like,
I think Zach, some other day, he was like, "You're like
this is
40."
a big fight. I need to get out of here.
You say we're like,
Oh, it's getting serious. Love you,
it's
mean it,
not.
bye.
oh, but it's not. I think the day you told me I say things that are like 40 years, I'm too late.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh boy.
I say some mean shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
It's
you
only
s-
certain
you say-
subjects that tee me
you
up
say
that
stuff
piss
that's
me
like
off.
like the stereotypical like 1950s husband when
Yeah.
he comes home. You say shit like that.
Yeah.
That guy would.
Well,
say.
that's funny though.
Well, she'll bring
Yeah.
it. It's just certain subject. Anything that has to do with exercise, I have zero sympathy for anybody. I just don't. I used to sell gym memberships. I just don't. And she'll say shit. I'm just like,
Oh, I need an
anytime-
elaboration,
it's
but
usually-
I know what you're
It's
talking
usually
about.
around swimsuit season.
Okay.
We always run into that. It's when we start shopping around for bathing suits. We think about these and these. I'm like, we've been down this road on. Like, you hate all these
Yeah.
because they look like you're 90. You don't need these. And then she's like, well, maybe I should do these things. But anytime someone brings up, like, even, and it doesn't be just my wife, it's other ones. They're like, I really need to start soon or all this. And I'm just like,
You're the only one that can make yourself
Or they'll be
start
like-
soon.
It takes
Or-
longer than 2 weeks.
Or they'll be like, I lost 5 pounds. What do you think? Or can you tell? Nope, I can't.
Well, you're just being honest.
I am
You know?
brutally honest, but I want it back from her too. Like, if you can't be honest with me, I don't know who you can be. Like, just give it to me straight.
Right.
Because I'm one of the ones too that's like hardest on me. Like, I say really awkward shit to myself. I'll be like, I probably need to just not do this or don't eat that because this. And she's like, you sound like a freak. And I'm like, yeah, it's because I am. That's
'cause I am.
That's why I sound like
That's
that.
what it takes.
Yeah.
That's what it takes.
You wouldn't believe how many times Justin and I have been called stupid.
Oh man,
That's so fucking
it sucks,
stupid.
dude.
Why
'cause
would you do that? That's
I'm
stupid.
not a tough guy at all, man. So like
Or-
my feelings are just out there all the time, and people come up to me and they're like,
They're crazy. We're crazy. We're
"Y'all
stupid.
are crazy." I'm like, "Why?" They're like, "You're constantly in work all the time, and you're, I
So
don't
all
get
of
it,
us
dude.
do.
Just take a break." And I'm like, "You motherfucker." You know what I mean? Like,
Everybody, I mean, we all work a lot. Everybody works a lot. Everybody
Right.
I know in my circle works a lot. Like
that or I'll
Right.
say, I'm getting up at 5 and I'm going to make my walk at like 6, or I'm getting up at 5 and I'm starting to work out at 5:30. I'm like, fuck you, man. That's like right to my face. I'm like, well, at least it's to my face,
Yeah, we have a friend that says that.
I was making coffee at 5 this morning. And I was out washing motorcycles before 7.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure, and doing laundry at 6:30. I'm not sure what. That's normal for me. I don't know.
Well, I love it.
That's normal.
I love
That's
that.
normal. Like,
Well, yeah.
and you don't
same.
complain, unlike teachers.
Oh my
fuck.
god!
Don't.
Oh my god!
our goal. That needs to be our goal for
Trigger
24
word.
is to get a teacher on here so that
Yeah.
can
Actually,
duke it out.
My
I
buddy
love
was one of my buddies was it was Scott. He was at a Christmas party, something or another, and there was like it was for teachers, and it was like 20 something teachers there.
Yeah.
And I was like, and someone said you should have invited me. I should have went.
We
to
need to
that
do that.
fucking party.
Gosh, it'd be so good. I'd be in the corner.
Started
just
an
like
uproar with
popcorn.
20 teachers.
You know,
I actually know a teacher that would probably be.
I know one that wants to come on bad.
Oh, really?
I feel like you're getting ribbed. Like, but to be honest with you, like some of my most favorite people I've met in my life were teachers.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
they,
Oh, yeah, I
it
have
went with me. You
tons
know
of
what I mean? I
fond
took that
memories.
with
Oh,
me
yeah.
when I left school.
yeah,
I was
well,
like,
I-
oh, thank God for
my
Mr.
drama
Fitz.
teacher
You
and
know?
history teacher. I remember a lot of teachers that don't get me wrong, like teachers are awesome. I don't want to go down this road, but
Don't.
I
No, we've already been on. Don't.
I feel like I've beaten this horse to death.
It's dead.
But
We're just kicking it across
Yeah.
the room at this point. You know.
I don't know.
We just need to have that show.
yes.
I just don't know why we're treating them like war heroes. That's all.
Well, mine teacher. Oh God, you're not gonna like me. My teacher was a war hero.
Well,
In
he
real
was
life.
actually a war hero.
Yeah, he was.
It counts if they really are. That's
Yeah.
what you say.
Went to
I
war.
think he was a helicopter mechanic. You remember Mr. Fitzpatrick, right?
Yeah.
He was one of my favorites. And then, of course, I'm a gearhead, and I'm into welding and fabrication and mechanics. So the ag teachers was always somebody I gravitated towards. But the ag teachers that I've had were also really good men. So they were role models.
See, that's like a tradesman. Like those type of people.
Yeah.
That's I think that's different than what he's talking about.
He's talking
Right.
about
That's
somebody
probably
like
not
Ms.
the,
Z.
those probably aren't the guys like bitching about I need more pay. Those guys
Yeah,
are like
yeah,
we're here to
yeah,
teach a trade. Like that's
Right.
potentially
They never
that could
bitch.
potentially be a dying art.
My
we're
basic
teaching.
thesis is all the complaints I hear from teachers are the complaints that everybody has.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, we treat the complaints from teachers with more weight.
Which we
for
shouldn't.
some reason.
We shouldn't.
Everyone, a lot of people in professions are underpaid. A lot of people
100%.
work overtime and don't get paid for it. A lot of people
Okay.
use their own money toward their profession and don't get recompensated for it. It's
Let-
just part of life.
Can I tell you what I think about it? Real quick. I'll tell you what I think about it. As my wife tells me to
honey,
step up
lean
to
in.
the mic
Lean
again for the 60th time.
Lean in.
Okay, so here's what I think about it. I think that I just broke this mic.
You
so,
didn't. It should tighten up.
anyways,
You're good.
So let's just say you're a teacher and you're complaining about pay or whatever you're complaining about, the dynamic of anything. Why not start your own private little group and you can say, hey, look, I have a lot of life experience. I've made a lot of mistakes. However, I can teach kids at a young age what I know now, and they can know how to do their taxes and not, be trigonometry experts.
Mm-hmm.
They can actually learn how to balance a checkbook. And I could start my own thing and have, 30 kids. And those 30 kids' parents pay a certain amount of money. In other words,
like
they could
private
create
school,
their
but still.
own venue. So the people that are complaining they're not getting paid enough, to be honest, the pay is only going to be so good at a certain thing like that.
Well,
To where-
it's government funded though. That's another thing.
Right. So they're not going to budget out money to pay you more. You know what I'm saying? Or, hey, look, find a lot of kids. If you want to stay in the school system instead of creating your own thing, let's just say you stay with the school system and you say, hey, look, I'm going to go find all the kids that are not doing well. I'm going to tutor them for extra money.
Well, I think a lot of their problem is that the system that they operate under, government, public funded, right, and teachers unions, giant organizations, anything that gets that big gets less efficient,
Right.
And so I think that
100%.
they're operating in a system that is wasteful and doesn't have priorities aligned correctly. But the thing is they keep supporting the system. So it's a feedback loop. They keep supporting the system
vicious
that's
cycle.
actually fucking them over.
Exactly.
And so it's just constantly like that. And anytime someone tries to get out of that, the answer always is, well, just more. I just need more cowbell, more money. Just push more of this at it, more regulation, more of this, more of that. Instead of thinking it like what you're getting at. It's like maybe we need to think about this a little differently and do things a little differently. But anytime you mention that, it's like, well, you hate education.
Yeah.
No.
You're trying to
Well, you
destroy the
said
public
private
schools,
school.
and I went to public school, and look at me. It's like,
I'll never put my child back
said
in public
private
school.
school.
Lizzie
There
Ray
you
will
go.
never ever be back in public school.
You
ever.
can say, hey, I'm tired of this school system. I'm going to private school. The parents pay, not the government. The parents pay, and you make better money or what, advance yourself. If you want to make more money, advance yourself to make more money. Or get a second job or something. I don't know.
was
But that's like
homeschooled-
with
I was
anything, not just
homeschooled early.
teachers. It's everything.
I did
man.
half. I was homeschooled all the way up till about a 7.5, eighth grade, and
I
then
can-
I went to.
I can
public.
tell. No, I'm just kidding.
He gives it a jump all the time.
And you're serious. You're like, you can't.
I thought you were teaming up. I'm like, this is about to get good. I was going to be like, you can't you? You
No.
can see the Amish.
Absolutely not.
man.
So,
Josh loves throwing that little quip in there.
It's the mustache.
Yeah.
It's the mustache. No.
no.
It's a homeschool mustache.
That's a homeschool goatee.
Do I look like a Duggar or something? What the fuck?
Oh, man.
You're
Hey,
really
look,
pulling some ass in.
you ain't lying.
But
On
my,
lock,
Stronger
son.
than family.
say we homeschool our daughter, but it's all online homeschool, so
Yeah.
I don't have to actually do any of the teaching. I just have to step in when needed.
I did the same thing, but it was old school. It was mailed in VHS tapes.
Oh my God, no! This is online.
You just
Thank-
dated yourself, sir.
Oh, yeah, he's old as fuck. Yeah.
Thank God I have for internet right now because yes, no, I would not be able to do it. But she does it all online, and I will never, ever, ever put her back in public school ever. I'll never do it again. She'll never go back.
Well,
It was a pain in the
thing
ass.
is, when I mention this, like we all went to high school with public school. We know what the fuck it was like. Half of it was bullshit.
God, it was awesome.
Come on, it was.
I would go back for 2 or 3 weeks. Let me hang out.
It was awesome.
It was the best.
But as far as
I'd go back to senior year all day,
all
all day,
all day.
all day.
But
It
as
was
far
the
as
best.
as far as getting an education,
No,
like half of
Really?
the day was wasted.
Dude,
Like, give
my-
me a
thank
break.
you.
I always tell him that. Like, I wish I could go back. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, finally, someone's here that was there.
But I have to.
She was there.
Yeah, but see,
That's
like
right.
again, you were a child bride. Like I got all that in college. The
Oh, dude.
fun, fucking
Well, I
crazy
wasn't
shit.
child.
No.
This is 17, 18 years old. It was.
It was way different. It was,
was-
that was
dude.
that was
It was
fun.
the best.
That was a lot of fun.
I'll describe
Homecoming.
one of my days in school. Like in the summer, I would get out at, I don't even think I had fifth or sixth period. I'd get out at fourth period, and at the time I had a motorcycle, a little 750 Honda. So I left at fourth period. What time is that? I had to make it to Putt Putt. I was a go-kart mechanic at Putt Putt. And so I get
You're
on,
pulling so much ass back then.
so I was
Probably had a leather jacket.
Putt putt poon.
Putt putt.
well, chill
All the
out.
moms, their kids.
Hey, chill out. It wasn't a Harley. It was a Honda. So just, and I didn't wear a jacket. I don't know what I was made out of back then,
I got you.
but I could ride through a snowstorm on that bike with a t-shirt. Not now, but I would get out fourth period, make it out to the putt putt, work all day. And when I say work, I might do some engine work. And most of the time I rode the carts around with all the GIs that were coming in, riding around and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then I'd leave there. That was on like a Friday. I'd leave there and go to the racetrack until like 3 a.m. on my motorcycle still and go home. Like high school, yeah, I would definitely go back
that's awesome.
in time. Like if you could do what you could do with the TVA,
Yeah.
Oh, I'd go back to high school. I just go ride my bike.
Everything I know
and
now.
fucking
Like,
nothing bad.
I always make the joke. I'm like, I just
The
want to go do
knowledge
2
that I have
weeks.
now.
Yeah.
I just want to go back and just hang out for 2. I don't want to leave all this behind.
Yeah.
I just want
Right.
to go back and just
Like the
be in
TVA.
it for 2 weeks. Just
Right.
be back in it. Like
The good like
The
a good solid 2
weeks.
The
Yeah.
good of the good
It's
time.
the freedom, the no responsibility.
But I want
is
no
the
one
key
else to know
part
what's
of it.
happening. Like just me.
It's all.
Like, I want to
high
just
school was
snap
all
back in.
about. High school was like, especially the last couple years, it's all about just like good fucking times. It was just like that. That's all you were like seeking was just a good fucking time.
We were just like trying to put gas in the vehicles.
Yeah.
To make it to the
You
next
just-
spot.
exactly.
It was the best.
Because it
Right.
puts you in the game.
Everybody
son.
was broke.
Yes.
Like it was
Having
the
to
best.
ask mom and dad for. Well, I was in a fucked up position
No.
at that time, but
It was all.
it was
was
fun.
real.
It was
raw.
real. It was awesome. Like literally the whole time, like with them in senior year, that was bomb. Like that was I'd have to say I went to one
So
school
fun.
from kindergarten to 11th grade, and then I ended up at CHS at my senior year.
Was it senior year you came to CHS?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was my senior year because I was in
I thought it was
both.
junior year. Okay,
Nope.
got it. All right.
Nope, it was senior year. I graduated with you guys.
That's right.
And I'll never forget. I'm like, I would have traded my whole life to be able to go to this school
for the whole time.
for the whole time.
Yeah.
We established
she
that I
was-
was a senior when y'all were a freshman
yeah.
at CHS.
Oh yeah. Oh wait. Is when we graduated.
Yeah, we graduated at 08.
Oh wait, okay.
What were you?
Oh,
90, 05.
90. Shut the fuck
Oh
up.
shit! 90.
Yeah. So like that. But yeah,
It was the
I mean,
turn of the century.
it was-
I tell you.
It was just like it was just like this. Like it was me, Garrett, and there was a few other of us, but
Eric.
like it's the same crew.
Yeah.
The whole senior did. Like our lunch table was basically
It's just us.
pre-podcasting.
That's the
Yes.
thing that the latest generation is saying now, saying that people from the 1900s.
Oh my god! You know, we were
you.
walking. Hey, we were walking through Walmart, and usually, whenever a guy is freshly with a girl, and then she sees somebody that's a guy and runs up and gives him a big hug, usually it's like an alarming thing. But who did we see in Walmart that night? He was working in the. This was a long time ago when we first met. We were at Walmart, and he knew Garrett because I know Garrett was just mentioned earlier.
Oh, Eric. It was
Yeah,
Eric.
yeah.
It was Eric.
And she goes, "Oh, what's going on, man?" And I could just see the pure joy, and then I knew she was going back to those days that you guys are talking about. Like,
So was at our reunion this year when you just basically just watched Garrett and I joke in the corner. Well, both of us had drinking a lot that night, but
Oh, that our senior year reunion.
yeah, she was like, "This is just y'all have not changed," because
At
I hadn't
all.
seen you in a long time in person. She was like, "Y'all have not changed at all."
oh yeah, Ashley.
because he was my date that night because Kelly had to work. So I said, "Hey, you should be my plus one, dude. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go see everybody."
Yep.
I love it.
We
Well,
had way too much fun.
oh yes, and then Patrick was there. Of course, I love Patrick.
The whole thing
Yes.
was ridiculous.
Patrick's awesome.
Yeah, we had a good time.
We
He
did have a
stays
good
busy.
time. That was fun.
Do what?
That dude's covered up, man.
Is he?
Patrick, he's
Yeah.
busy, man. He's got his work cut out for him, but he's made for it. He's been doing it. He's the man. So but he's doing it.
He's been
I
doing it
love
a
him.
long time over there.
Yes. Yes. Finally, like it. I think,
love him.
When did he take over? A couple years ago, or right as we took over?
You know, it's been
Or
longer
we
than
did-
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he changes trucks every couple weeks. That's how it.
Yeah.
Every couple weeks, you have another truck.
trucks like underwear, you know? That's awesome.
But I would change my whole scholastic career to be back there. I would have rather gone through school with them that whole time.
It was so much fun.
Yeah.
It was the best.
Well, I don't know what's worse than being fake country than being real country. That's what I've been told. Like, people at CHS were fake country. They
Oh yeah, we had a whole
Carhartts.
demographic.
Let me
Right,
tell you,
right, right.
So that like the guys that acted like fake gangster, like trying to be hood or whatever.
Yeah.
Then you could
Gotta love those.
I couldn't stand them. The fake country dudes though, where it was like they wore camo everywhere.
Yeah, we're up here
But
at
everything was,
Walmart and
like,
our Dodges,
perfect.
boy, we'll post it up in this thing, man.
It's like you were
And
just
Sonic.
as much of a poser as
Sonic.
these like dudes trying to play like hood. Like
Right. We got
hated
them
that so
four-wheel
much.
drives,
I
son.
hated it so much. Exactly.
Sitting on a tailgate.
Right. Like you're in school. Why the fuck are you wearing high vis right now?
You know what I mean?
Fuck
Like,
out of here.
You were not this.
It made no sense.
chill
You a
out,
hall
man.
monitor?
Exactly.
Now, see, the boys out there at Central, they were actually dipping in school. But that
Oh,
was
yeah.
like what their dad did. So they did it. So they were actually
Yeah.
legit country. Like
Yeah.
some of these people, they just didn't. One day they just quit coming to school.
Yeah.
I was like, "What happened to so and so?" And they're like, "Yeah, he quit." I'm like, what do you mean he quit? It's against the law. You know what I mean? Like,
We have truancy laws. in this country.
yeah, like I'm like, okay, cool. So and so quit, whatever. So it was legit country. And then they, one year in the middle of high school, I think it was 10th grade, they put all the Summon Heights, which is the Section 8 kids, with us. I'm like, oh, this is going to be great. You know, this is going to be in one show. I think one,
Yeah.
one day there was 13 fights.
He's like, I can smell a stabbing.
You know what I mean? Like, and I instantly made friends with like the gangsters that came there because
The twins.
they pulled up in this Cutlass that looked like it was like an 85, just dripping wet paints. Obviously a granny car that stayed mint in a garage, and they got it and put wheels on it and system on it. Looked wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. And this was like, you know, their car that they drove because that's normal.
Yeah.
You know, it's not normal.
No.
They drove by me and the tip was hanging down on it. And I was like, I whistled real loud. And they stopped and they looked at me and I'm just, you know, standing there in the ag shop. I'm like, Jesus. I'm like, hey, can you back in here? And he puts it in reverse, backs it in there. I cut the exhaust off, straighten it all out. And he goes, why did you do all that? I was like, dude, if you're going to be driving out here in that kind of car, it needs to be right if it's going to come to this school. So I kind of like set the tone. Like,
I like
if you
that.
coming out here, your shit's going to have to be right. You're going to be out here with us, boy, you know?
Yeah.
And the guys were so athletic and talented, but they got into a lot of trouble. And I don't even know if they're still living or not. But anyway, I kind of got off subject there. But there was 13 fights that day. And the principal was at his wit's end, and he told us all, he's like, the next fight, you're out of here, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. And like a week after that, he told us everybody was late getting to school. And he said, this lets you know where I was in high school. He goes, the next person that's late, that's it. That's it. He said this over the intercom, and I'm like, oh, shit. You know?
He starts heavy breathing on the mic.
You know what I mean? Like,
I've had enough of this
I'm
shit.
so tired.
And then the next day, this mother.
the next day, the bike, my motorcycle battery, I don't know what happened to it. Those things are short-lived anyway. Mm-hmm. I went to my battery, nothing. So I called my buddy Brett, and I was like, hey, dude, have you made it to school? He said, no. I said, you mind circling back around and grip me? He was like, dude, we're going to be late. I'm like, yeah, I know. Because he already told us that, you know, if you're late, this is it. We walked in. The principal's literally standing above where we're walking in. He just looks at me and goes, I'm just like, okay. So me and Brett walk up there, and he goes, hey, Justin. I was like, yeah. And he pulls out his pen. He's writing down a note, and he hands it to my buddy Brett, and he goes, go to class. I'm like, oh, my God. So he's with me, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like guilty by association. Hold on.
You're profiling.
So we go in his office, and he sits in his chair, and he goes, so listen, man, I've got a 48 Chevrolet, and I'm trying to put it. He said, can
All
you
the
put
sweating.
it? Yeah, you know what I mean? He's like, I'm trying to put a 9-inch rear in it. Is it possible? I'm like, oh, yeah, man. So we talked for like 20 minutes. He writes me a note to class, and he goes, I'll see you in ag later when I weld some fenders on my trailer. So that's what kind of student I was in school, you know.
See, whenever
cool, man.
whenever you fixed the Cutlass, in that moment you became a guy.
You're a
Yeah.
So
guy.
anytime
Yeah.
they were like, oh, I got a guy. I got a guy.
Yeah,
You're that
100%.
guy.
Yeah, I know a guy.
Yeah,
okay.
Coach Young, he never had to
Oh my
play.
God,
he
Coach
never
Young.
had to do gym
What
class.
a character, man. Coach Young was a character.
Never had to do
Oh, yeah.
gym class. He was like, hey, hey, Justin, because he'd make everybody go change out and whatever. Not. He's like, hey, hold back. Hey, Justin, here's about $30. Go get fuel in the.
He'd be like, here's the keys. Go and get my truck. Go up to the store. Get us whatever you want. And get me this and this. And change the oil on my lawnmowers and sharpen the blades. And that'll be just fine. And I'm just like, you didn't ask for anything. He just told me to go do it. You know what I mean?
He's like, bye.
All you hear is, yes, sir. Sharpen the blades while you're at it.
You get an A.
I remember the people that were at the gas station were like, well, that's Mr. Young's truck. What is this kid doing? He's up here buying RC cola and moon pies and stuff, you know.
Like, he's the guy. I know a guy.
I know a guy. That's the guy.
It's funny, man. Fun times, though. I had a great time in high school.
Yeah.
I had to agree.
Yeah.
Yep, it was definitely good.
Just not for
Wait, where'd you
homeschool
go?
kids.
Montgomery Central,
Was Central? Okay.
where the real country kids go. But
Yeah,
you got to
that's
remember, my only one set of, like, my dad was really from here. And my mom really wasn't. Her family's from up north, Illinois, and I didn't have a lot of down home backwardness to me.
Yeah.
I just naturally didn't. But a lot of my good friends were just real simple country people, man. But
Yeah.
these guys are badass though. Like I know guys that can go out and stand in a fucking canoe and shoot a fish with a bow and arrow from like a long ways away
It's really impressive.
and reel it in. And I'm like, that's
On
my
a
friend
canoe.
right there. Hey.
Right.
I know a guy.
I know that. That's my friend right
do a
there.
cool thing.
Do a cool thing.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
but this country stuff, cool country shit. You know?
Yeah.
And I wasn't as country as them, but I am country just because of where I grew up and went to school.
Yeah.
It's just fun, you know.
Yeah, in my mind, like country is like it's just salted the earth, hardworking like people that
Blue collar guys,
blue collar type. You know what I mean?
right?
That's kind of country to me. Not the ones that just because they wear flannel every day and they go hunting on the weekends, they don't make you country in my mind.
Right.
But
You're a sportsman at best.
yeah.
Them boys act like they shit in the woods, but they ain't never shit in the woods. You can tell.
Yeah, exactly.
That kind of thing. Anyways,
So I have a question for you guys, off subject, on
What's
another
up?
subject. So the next big episode, 75. Are you going to do something big for it, or?
they're having us on, obviously. Duh. No.
I have. We're going to start a new thing where it'll be another four. Now that I know how the 4 people works great with the mic setup we have, so we'll probably end up bringing kind of like I don't know if you've seen like Joe Rogan's show. He does like protect our parks, and he has like his buddies on, and they just like rant. We'll probably start doing. We'll have like Garrett. We'll have another buddy on, and we'll do
that's
like
fun.
that. We're going to try that and see how it goes. And then I've got Gage is going to come back on. I don't know if y'all heard that episode with Gage. He's from 3 Horse Hat Co. He makes custom hats by hand.
I know about him from you guys.
That's the guy I stalked on Facebook. We ended up becoming friends. So, which
I don't know why you can't do that to Ray Park.
he was on the episode. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, going back to Ray Park, when I met him, like my hands are like super strong.
Yeah.
He literally crushed my hand. I was like, oh my God. Well, he is Darth Maul and like Sub-Zero and everybody at least.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
You
I don't
should've told him,
mind
like,
losing to him.
thought you'd be stronger.
While you're crying.
But video will probably be the next big thing. But I'm going to keep reaching out to people, and so I've reached out to some people in like the dirt bike world. I'd love to have on just to shoot the shit.
Who is
I've reached out to Twitch.
Cool.
There's another guy named Seth. I really want him on. I've been talking to him on Instagram for a long time now. His
What are
girlfriend.
these R&B singers? They have just one names?
Yeah,
Just
I don't know
Seth?
his last name. I don't want to pronounce it wrong.
Okay.
Seth B. It's B
Okay.
something. And then Vicky Golden is his girlfriend. Like the baddest chick ever on a motorcycle. So I reached out to them, and then Pastrana, like someone asked me if I was going to have him on. I'm like, I'll never get to. I'd have to like hop circles.
There's so many
to
things,
get to
you know
him.
what I
'Cause
mean?
when you get that kind of following, like she did that one thing and got several DMs. They probably get thousands.
Oh, you know.
of
You
DMs. Like, it's
know.
probably the number probably stays red, and they don't even have time. So, but yeah, I'd love to have, or if we went on another podcast, would be cool. Like, I've invited another podcast group on too. Y'all are our first, but I've invited some other ones too. But like, that would be awesome. Like to go to like if we actually had to travel to go to a big show, that would be really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
That would be
We're
awesome.
wanting to. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying it's just fun to I like this bringing on, because a lot of times it's just been me and him, but bringing in a third or collab, I'm really excited about. I think that's going to be kind of our 2024 kind of thing.
Actually, have guests on more often because
Right.
everybody's heard us flash over a year now on our banter, and
like
sometimes
we're
it's
trying to
hard
repeat
not to
ourselves.
loop back in the same shit you talk. It's hard not to sometimes, but when you bring even just a third person on, like it introduces a whole nother dynamic you can play off of.
Exactly. That's what we were talking about too, because we loop the same things even
You
in
can't help
15
it. I mean,
because that's what we know. That's literally what we live.
Tell
every
you what,
single
it's
day.
that damn red 40. It's the devil.
But for us, we want new topics, but we don't know how to talk on new topics without like having to research them heavily before we even talk on them.
Yeah, that's tough.
You don't want to be perceived as somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about, like what we were talking about earlier.
hey, always have. we used to have
well,
notes
we all-
in front of us or
Yeah.
a laptop.
Yeah,
Like,
we've done that, and I naturally absorb, what I absorb, and he naturally absorbs what he absorbs, but they're different things.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know
All
what I
day.
mean? So we would have to actually make a concerted effort to look at the same stuff, and like you're more interested in dirt bikes and that whole world, and I'm not, but I like get lost in the sauce with politics, and you don't.
right.
So
That's a good mix, though.
yeah,
It's
So
a good mix, man.
We try to like like when you guys were going back and forth about like dirt bikes and everything, now I know what he feels like whenever I'm talking to somebody about like football or politics.
Oh yeah, immediately I'm on my phone.
Well, you do drive a 2-wheel drive Toyota truck. So. No, I'm just messing with
Toyota, it's El Camino.
It's still real world drive. Get the fuck out of here.
It is 4-wheel drive. Hey, I remember that day you took me home and my truck was in the shop when that deer hit me, or whatever. And we was snowed that day.
Yeah.
Zach's like, that won't be a problem. I was like, we're gonna die
because you ain't got a 4-wheel
just
drive.
getting across Ashland City Road was treacherous.
It was fun though.
We were fine.
It was fun.
I made it
Did
just
you
fine.
die?
Oh no,
Did
Did you die?
I'm here. It's better than walking. And I was like, if anything, we crash, we'll be together.
Exactly.
So it'll be fun.
I used to run in the snow in my '89 Camaro. So
Yeah, I
it's
remember.
fine.
Oh Jesus
that car.
Christ! How the hell did you do that?
Hey, you take
Those
it
cars
easy.
won't even go in
You
rain.
just take it easy, man.
How do
really
you
did.
take it easy in the Camaro? Your mullet's flapping in the wind, dude.
You couldn't afford a haircut. No, we couldn't afford to have
that's
somebody
what
cut
it
your hair.
It was
We were poor as fuck. Like, I remember that.
unintentional mullet.
Yes,
Right.
man. I wanted to ask a question. We kind of wanted, as far as our podcast goes, we're not really wanting to go in any one direction, but I would kind of like a mobile setup. What's the simplest? And I know that you're going to sacrifice something being mobile, but I'd like to go to the restaurants that we're reviewing on Feral Eats, Feed the Beast, or wherever we're at, and being like live there. So I
You
think
can-
that'd be
this
cool.
cat-
That's going to be your best
That
option.
right there is pretty much the mobile unit. I only added this. So the trick with some of this, and for our listeners, just pardon us, we're getting technical here. But this extra module is just because when you're in this particular podcast mode, which just kind of sets everything up for you, makes it easy. It doesn't allow in that mode to have more than 2 inputs for mic. So I had to get this module to add to it. Otherwise, it's really just this piece. And so this is the whole thing.
That's the whole. Does
It's
everything.
actually battery. I'm gonna tell you, you may have to swap out batteries, but it drains batteries quick. But if you got a full set in there, you should be able to get a 2-hour episode out of it.
But the original module also has a.
So we're in
external-
danger right now.
I'll get on power right
It has
now.
external mics
Okay.
on the other module too, so you could actually hold it up
Yeah,
to
so-
somebody talking it.
And it's in that bin.
Oh.
But yeah, you
Okay.
can put what do they call it?
What's that setup,
It's
Ron?
like a
What's something like
it's a
that?
360 mic. So if you're just in the vicinity, it picks up anything.
And you
that's
can
in
also
that
do the
area.
Patel mic.
You can
the-
just hold it up.
I said
You
that
want
wrong.
to.
The
lapel.
lapel mics.
You do lapel
There's also
mics.
USB ones. There's the mobile thing is they even have just digital recorders.
This is the mixer. So this is this obviously is compact. That way, you don't have that ginormous mixer unit. So this is what you want to do. But I mean, you can do it on an iPhone. in
Oh,
reality.
really?
You know, it'd be cool for y'all to
It
do.
depends.
I
on,
want to do it
depends
on our
what you're-
walks.
It depends on what you're wanting to do. Like if it's just you two, you could do 2 mics. Split it, go into an iPhone, and go right into like the Spotify has some stuff now to where you can.
And you're going
it
to
will
help
mix
us with
right
it,
on
right?
Spotify. Yeah, we can help you out.
Well, if you're reviewing food, like if you're just doing a dish, like I have a friend of mine named Louis. Like Lewis reviews, he does foods reviews here in town. So like if it was just you two eating like in wherever you're sitting, you could go live on your Instagram for the Ferrells, and then eat obviously don't eat the whole meal, but maybe first bite. I mean, like this is bumping, whatever, and then do that. Now, obviously, if you're interviewing the person that runs the place, whatever, that'd probably be a little difficult with the phone. But just you two, or just one of you or somewhere,
Yeah.
you could pop that quick, go live because it'll save that as a reel. You could
And
save
you
where
could pop
went
in
live.
there and be like, hey,
Done. I mean, you already
do you
do that
mind if
now.
I give you a live review? And if you're cool with it, then,
yeah, and then like you're already comfortable on video because you do your reels now for your supplements, Snapchat. So that's no big deal.
it'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Do you know how many times I've re-recorded shit?
Well, yeah. I mean, I
yeah.
FaceTimed my wife the other day in my truck, and I have like a mount in my window. I was like, I could do this, but it's awkward because you're not talking to anybody. You don't see the other person if you're going live or you're going on a reel. Like, because I've thought about doing that for us. Like, I need to do that too. Like, because I saw you posting like, "Hey, new episodes live," and it's just you two. It's not this big elaborate scene. No. But I was like, "Fuck, I need to do that. I just need to like
Get more
commit
comfortable
and just
and
be
just
like, hey,
dive in.
yeah." And now if someone else is recording me, I'd be fine. I'm sure, but. It's when you're doing it yourself, you're like, I don't want to sound like an idiot.
You're
So
judging yourself.
Or I'll look weird. I'll be like,
I
look stupid in that angle.
You're like contort. You're
Yeah.
That's
contorting.
me. That's the reason. That's the reason I just stalk on social media. Like I usually don't post because I don't know. I just
Yeah.
don't take a good photo.
Yes, you do. First of all, that kills me.
By the way, when
because
she showed me a picture of you guys, first of all, y'all look very familiar, but I would have to say that you do look like somebody that you sound like. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like I turn the corner, I'm like, dudes. You know?
It's the dude.
Okay. All right, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, man.
All right, so we're not going to shock anybody when we go to video.
No.
No, I don't think so.
Like,
Man.
oh my God. I'm
So-
never listening again.
You're way worse than I thought.
Exactly.
I don't like it when Justin is recording because he's not going to be like in the background. Usually you see like I'm tapping him because I can like.
Yeah. I'm gonna be
But
tied to the table the next
He's
one.
not going to do that for me. He's not going to be like, hey, can you like stand up a little straighter, you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
so you don't have whatever going on.
I'm not gonna be the
Can you-
overbearing cheer mom.
Well, I mean,
I'm the overbearing cheer mom.
you just have
first of
to. You just have, my thing. I think even with the audio, we kind of learned it, but you just have to go with it, and then whenever you listen back, I early on I was listening to some of our episodes, and I absolutely hated the way I sounded. Hated it so much
Yeah.
because you're
It's
worst
weird
critic or
hearing
whatever.
yourself
It's
first
weird
couple
hearing you
times.
because you think you sound different in your head than when you do on audio. And it's going to be the same way for video, but you just as you watch it, you're like, next time I need to not do that, and
Yeah.
then it'll slowly it gets better. But,
Or just embrace the awkward.
or just be like, just fuck it.
Like,
Yeah.
I know this. I'll be like, I know I look stupid.
Right,
but,
exactly.
Yeah.
Just full man spreading.
I mean, I follow guys who've done. They're like, look, this is super weird because there's no one here. You guys aren't actually looking at me. So I'm just gonna. You just have to commit to it.
Yeah, that's my biggest thing. If I'm like recording myself, I don't like interruptions if at all possible because then I get awkward. Then I feel real awkward. Like, don't pay attention to me. I'm trying to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting better with Justin, like walking in randomly, but it's still awkward because it's like I don't know how to explain that. I'm not being me, but at the same time, I'm like,
You gotta you're selling yourself a little bit. You gotta-
Exactly.
See, if Kylie walking
So-
away like, don't mind her. She just fucked this all up. But she'd be the one to come in the background and make faces or say something really inappropriate to me.
yeah.
I think I'm gonna start doing that, but not overbearingly. Just riding
Yeah.
by and just be like,
Or she'll be like,
Walking off.
the lighting would be better if it was natural. Or like something I would. Damn it, she's right. Yeah, because I'll do that.
Yes.
I'll post pictures for
Critiquing.
my sponsors. Or like if I get new gear in or something, I want to tag them in and stuff. She's
Yeah.
like, that does not look good.
Yeah, but then
I'm like she's like, you need to do it during the day. Let me take it. And of course, does it look better when she does it? Yes, but
she'll become like a little like for your viewers, long term viewers. She'll be like a little Easter egg, like a little cameo. Like,
Yeah.
she was on this
Yeah.
reel today.
she's coming to give him shit. Get ready.
It's gonna be awesome.
Yes.
This is a treat. Doesn't happen very often.
I love it.
so
Yeah.
I'll have to get you to message me what all that is, and
Yeah,
I
yeah.
will have to take a note of going live Instagram. That's pretty cool. I didn't even
And even
think
if you
about
don't
it.
go
And I have
live,
mics,
Now that you
just
say it,
record
it sounds
and
so
just-
simple.
It'd be a reel.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
we're all visual people. Like, where do you go usually when you get on Insta right away? You go to the reels.
Stories are
Most
real.
of the
Stories
time.
are reels because that's what every time. So that's why I tried when we like that one I have when we did that one episode I posted of him in Vegas at that club. Like he was casting a
Yep.
spell. He turned into a reel. It gets way more views than it
does.
would if it was a post.
Some sweet dance moves. I don't want casting no spell.
I'm actually getting that made into a coffee cup. I love that fucking picture.
Oh my goodness!
I love it.
Great.
I love it. But I try to do a lot of video. Like I do try to do video, especially
Yeah.
working out. Tomorrow morning I'm going to be do some videos as well, so I can try to get that in the queue.
I think I
most
just need
of
to have other people film me.
I filmed you. I usually take pictures of you and that stuff.
Have you guys visited my TikTok or my reels yet?
I don't have a TikTok.
Yeah,
I follow
I'm
you on
TikTok.
Instagram.
I did. I tried
Because
to
you
do
have
TikTok,
the
but-
mini bike. You were drifting it. I
Yes.
watched that video.
Oh my gosh, that thing! I had no idea it'd be that fun. So that's what most of my videos are going to be on, builds and
Yeah.
stuff like that. But
Cool
like
shit.
the sleeves that you put on the tires, they don't last that long. But it's fun. So you're like, I want to drift all day, but I got to buy like multiples of these sleeves, you know? So like the man in me's like,
I need a
dude,
BOGO.
dial that back. And so now I'm trying to find, I think it's like a full stick of that stuff is like $400.
Yeah.
And if that's what it comes down to, it's done.
Just expensive.
You're paying for the
just write it
experiments.
off.
You know what
Just
I mean?
write that off on your taxes.
Yes.
Yep.
That's 100% what's probably going to happen.
Exactly.
But I'm rolling up
Check-
to like
mark this down
construction
for-
sites
for
and
my
like, hey
mental
man,
health.
you got that 12-inch PVC, man? You know what I mean?
In more ways than one.
No, man, not PCP, PVC. No. But well, construction, you know. Anyway, But I'm trying to find like a stick of it they have left over that they really, once you get to the end of that stuff, you can't sell it to nobody. You just got scraps. And that's where I show up and cut it in like 6-foot sections. And I got drift trike stuff,
Done.
But
That's dope.
all my stuff's going to be like that. Me playing on stuff, power sports, which you guys know, riding and stuff. It's fun, man. And people are all about it.
And it's really hard. We talked about, I think, on one of our episodes, niching down to what we do.
You can't do it.
I can't niche down. Like, I cannot do it. There'd be no fucking way. I have no attention span for it. I want to do all the things all the time. I'm a thrifter, customer service. I love all things customer service. We've got the business.
If it's yellow, let it mellow.
So I don't know how
We
to
don't
niche
flush
down.
number twos in this house.
Yeah, we just leave it so we can ponder it. We're going to review it later on the show.
So I don't know how to niche down. I don't know what my niche down would be.
Yeah.
Because then I'd be miserable on that just one subject when I would like to do all the things.
that was kind of where we were at too early on, is that we were struggling to be like, do we just need to pick a particular lane and stay in that lane? But we tried to do that a little bit earlier on, and it just it didn't feel we weren't comfortable.
It felt
It's
forced.
not organic.
Almost.
Like
It felt forced.
we even tried topics and like notes, but you end up paying so much attention to your notes that it takes away from the flow of the show. You're like, we got to make sure we stay on this subject for this amount of time. Like, okay, go to the next one. How are we going to transition in? So then we were like, you know what? Let's just be us. Let's just
And the stuff that we got the most feedback on was when we were just ripping. You know what I mean?
Right.
When nothing was
yeah.
planned.
Because I've heard from other people too. We usually bring up stuff that people are already thinking about, but it's funny to hear it in another perspective. Like the shower squats, people doing weird shit in the shower, cupping the water and then letting it drop. Like everybody does that weird
Everybody
shit.
does that
It's
shit.
hilarious.
Yes.
And then, or like the other day, we had the one where you put your debit card in the thing. If you're like, oh, or when you pulled it out,
Just moan.
it's just stupid shit.
Yes.
That's hilarious. And you're like, now what happens is people go do these things. And they're like, or they'll just, or they'll try it.
Yeah.
It's little shit like that. So we just, and then you have to pick what your genre is on your show. And I'm like, comedy, life stories.
I don't know what to say because we like all the things.
Well, I'm sticking with comedy. That way,
Yes.
if I get into a professional setting and someone brings up that I was talking about jerking off, I'll be like, I was just joking. It's a comedy podcast.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm at
None of
family
it's real.
Yeah, I mean,
And they give you that backpack. Yeah, okay, buddy.
yeah, we get family friends that are like, I didn't know that about you. I'm like, which I hope it's
What are you
not the
talking
Bush years or me losing my virginity because I don't want to. Yeah, now you know.
Y'all-
Everybody knows.
I lost my ever loving mind because we asked some friends about, like I said, so question, Bush? Strip? Like, what are we doing here? I said, what's the thing? Because as a woman who's grown into womanhood, I'm like, I am a lazy bitch sometimes.
Yeah.
Good luck fending through that forest. So good luck.
Hey, listen. Sometimes you're riding open field, and sometimes you're hair scrambling it, man. There you go.
Oh, funny last episode, we're like,
All I can say is I think the strip is coming back, and I'm all for it.
that's what he's bringing up. And
Yeah.
I was like, is the Bush coming back? Because I'll run with the best of them.
Yeah, I think it's
That's
coming back. I
hilarious.
think it's going to start. It's like reverse Benjamin Button, right? We've gone
Yeah.
down
Right.
to completely smooth, and now we're going to go back to strip.
Like-
and then it's going to go back to Bush.
I'm gonna have
so
Gen
true.
Z below
what
my
it is.
waist. I'm gonna have that Muppet cut.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm all
Get out.
broccoli.
Oh, bro.
Good guy.
be
What,
great.
what was the Step Brothers from my chest pubes
Down to my ball fro.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Luscious beat of sweat.
All right,
You know what I mean?
scrote tea.
So the question now, I have a question as a female. Are we manscapers?
I'm a
All day?
Yeah.
manscaper. 100%.
You gotta keep it neat.
Yep.
Keep it neat.
I do
Okay.
but I do arms and chest.
That,
Because nobody wants furry tattoos.
the best way
Like, I can't get down on
the
that.
best way I can
Right.
say is that movie. She's just not into you. Or no, was that it? Or she's out of your league. Whenever his hot friend or whatever, the guy, he was like, he drops trowel and he's talking about manscaping and he was explaining to his
Yeah.
buddy, this is what you got to do. The one thing that he said that I was like, that's it right there. He's like, you need it to say, this needs to be a look that says you can put your mouth here.
He did say that.
It's got to be approachable.
It's got to be approachable.
You know
It's
what I mean?
1,000%.
Doesn't matter
true.
really. It's got to
But
be
when
maintained.
he was trying to trim himself and his friend helped him, he's like,
He's like blowing up
You took the towel.
like an old timey barber.
He was holding. He was like, just right.
I think the way to go to that area, man on man, is like you instantly go to the barber and you just start bullshitting about just normal things.
Yeah.
You still putting a 350 small block in that thing, man? You know?
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
but yes,
Josh has
I'm a
the
manscaper.
Josh has the pro tip on that is that the best way to manscape is with an erection.
That is true.
Yep, you get the full effect.
You get all
You're getting the full
One of them
effect.
things where you don't know that, and all of a sudden you may be like, I'm kind of in the mood. Like you're like, wait a second, and you
I gotta trim these bushes
that on
back
the
a little
side. And
bit.
you're like, I can get to everything so much better for however long that lasts. You're like, because
it's all
that's it.
soft and pliable, and he's hard
it's
to
like
shake.
a-
So
right.
but if you like, if you're stood up, then you're just like, oh.
I mean, think of it this way: if it's all
done.
soft and pliable, it's like it looks like a dead baby bird that got thrown into the nest because it couldn't fly.
Exactly.
We were literally just in this podcast's element. Like, you guys were flowing, man. That's
I love it.
As
beautiful.
soon as it gets disgusting.
It's beautiful.
It's disgusting.
As soon as it goes to balls and shaft,
hey.
right, here we go.
But it's
So
true,
would-
though, man, because you're going
have
into the actual...
Then now I have another question. Would you get your ass waxed? Like, would you get waxed?
Yeah, I would.
I would.
It's
I
not
don't-
that bad.
So I've had my chest waxed years ago. I wouldn't. I don't know. I don't know if I would or not.
No, you don't know.
I don't know.
It depends on what you'd be doing.
You talking about the
The
innards?
butthole? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I couldn't do that. I'd be scared.
Really?
Yeah, I'd be
That's
really
not bad.
nervous, and
Like
I would make
wax?
awkward jokes. Yeah, like wax your like
But-
a Brazilian.
Say, say it was like
I
no
do.
pain or whatever, but would
The
you?
pain doesn't.
There is
But it
no
would be
pain.
nice not just to have like a hairy crack. Is the
So
question.
I mean, yeah, because sometimes like it's a lot.
Gets a
Well, it's
little
like the
messy,
dark
yeah.
forest from
Right.
Harry Potter.
Oh, they would
but
have
Right.
to. They'd have to trim men's
dark
stuff down for
forest,
sure.
like-
Oh, you have to.
You have to.
You'd have to, dude. It's.
I was gonna say-
and sometimes I'll walk by the like if you're getting dressed, you'll walk by the mirror and catch it, and you're like, why the fuck do I have hair right there? Like, why does that?
You know
what
what
is
I
the
mean?
purpose
Okay.
in this? In this,
So
I'm not out hunting in the wintertime naked anymore.
three-part question, right?
yes, because
Okay, go
Justin.
ahead.
I was going to say this is a lot of information, but whatever. We talk about it on our morning walks. Justin waxes my butt, like
Really?
because there's no you can't shave it.
That is.
yeah, right.
Well, my thing is,
Wow.
it's like, who
You
else?
can't shave it.
It's like, who else would do it?
I mean, I could go
Could
have
you
a girl
could you do
waxer
it to yourself?
No, I can't see that. I'm trying to like feel like
What if you
I
just
can't
like
reach.
just take a big goop of wax, just
No.
slap it up in your ass?
no,
Yikes.
Like,
No.
I don't know.
I'll be honest. That's impressive.
It's a
That's-
wax strip. It's a wax strip. Super
okay.
easy. Doesn't
But-
even hurt.
You've seen, I mean, if I had a problem, I would have Kylie look. Like,
You know what
I
I
can't
mean?
see it. You have to
Right.
look. huh?
Right.
You have
Right.
to just look.
You know, I'm trying to keep some mystery in the relationship.
No.
at all?
I have one.
Nah.
She's never seen me shit.
That's true.
So we
Okay.
have that. We have that.
I think-
13
I think
years
that would-
together.
I think that would
Never
also
seen
be
me
seen
shit.
you shit, or just never
never
like,
seen me sit on the toilet. Like I will. That door. I will hold the door if I think it will get opened.
So
That is
Locked
my time.
I've never.
I would probably be that way
I'm-
too.
Damn right.
That'd be mine.
I'm vulnerable.
So funny.
Yeah, you
That's
could get
another
beat
story.
up.
Hold on.
And
So
if you're wearing sandals, you might get raped.
If you're wearing flip flops, you will get raped. You're already halfway there.
Take it's
me.
already down.
Take me.
No socks. No socks. You're in danger.
but seriously though, so
Stop it.
I would never like. I love him, but I would never get near his asshole ever.
Right. I wouldn't want you to.
Ever. And I'm not. I like. He's like. I've opened the door really quick to like hand him something really fast if he needed it. But no.
Yeah. The male
I'll just-
asshole
You
is a
have a
treacherous
slot in
place.
your door that your wife just put stuff in.
I
you know?
triple check. There better be everything I need in there before. No one's helping me.
So-
I'll go out the fucking window. I'm nope.
I don't want Justin to
love
watch
it,
me
dude.
wipe. That's the only thing.
Oh
like,
no, because it's vulnerable.
that is vulnerable.
You know why? Do you know why?
I just imagine Kyler
'Cause-
like kicking in the door and you diving out the window.
If you
Shit
could
on my ass.
if you could have seen Josh's face when she said, "I don't let him watch me wipe," his face contorted.
And the reason why is because here's why. When you eat a bag of chips, you always look at the chip before you put it in your mouth, right?
Yes.
You
I
always
always
back.
look at it.
You look back at that paper when you wipe. You do not want to lock eyes with somebody when you've got your product.
Yeah, you don't do that.
You've got your
man.
product on your hand like
Right.
this. You know what I mean?
It's
Like, you're-
actually a catalyst.
yeah, you're holding shit right on this paper, and he looks at you, you're like this.
Is that what you're brewing over here?
You see what I did? And you can't be like, oh, and try to like
No.
hide it.
Because you have to make sure you're clean though too.
Yeah, it's
Like,
fucking messy.
It's all horrible.
Especially when
So-
you know back and you're like,
I don't care if
I'm
he's
gonna be here in a
there.
minute.
Guys must come to the cult of the bidet. It's a magical place.
I saw
I
that.
was seeing the
saw
bidet
that.
in there,
I
and the
saw
name
that.
of it is
He-
wonderful.
he
Yeah.
uses it when he pees, standing up.
The
Yeah.
tushy.
I just like the way it feels on the tip.
Dude, it's gangster.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome.
I've never used it.
It goes
But
like
also,
here's your
it's-
levels
if
of this.
you want to look for it, make sure it's like tushytoilet.com or something like that. Because if you just look up tushy.com, it's just a bunch of females getting their asses blown out.
Right.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
It's an anal porn.
So, with that being said, no, I'm just kidding.
As he friendly grips that mic stand. Like I said.
Did you give it for a spin?
So, I did not. But I'll say this. Like, there's levels of this stuff. Like, cheap toilet paper's down at the bottom, obviously.
Single ply?
Yeah, then you got your Cottonelle when you're getting up there. Baby wipes, it's right underneath the bidet. But
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude,
Bidet.
but bidet is the best.
Dude,
It is
I have
the best.
I have a wipe
the best way.
sponsor, Clean Freaks
Yeah.
with a K. They just came out with some ass wipes portions. Oh, it's awesome.
For men.
It's awesome. No,
It's for everybody. It's all alcohol free. It's awesome. It's
I was
badass.
gonna say, we
Dude,
use
I'm
water
going to
wipes.
get some.
Yeah, we use water wipes too, like the
Aqua wipes.
aqua wipes.
Dude
They're
wipes.
awesome.
Sam's Club carries dude wipes.
Yeah.
Dude wipes. That's a
Yeah.
good brand too, huh? Clean wipes.
Yeah, I'm a wiper. I'm a wet wipe guy.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah,
I mean,
dude.
Yeah, dude. If not, you're gonna like no.
I like how
No.
we kind of hit the trifecta in this episode. We had jerking off, pubic hair, and
Yeah.
The thing
shit.
about it is, we are on
Assholes.
your
Hey,
guys'
you
show.
need a wet. You need
Wipe
sometimes
ass.
you need a wet wipe.
Sometimes you do.
bro.
Well,
sometimes the cleanup takes longer than the shit, and
thank
it
you.
sucks.
Thank you.
It sucks.
You are not lying.
As a female, though, you never know. And I'm sorry. Like, I know guys are gross. Females are way more gross.
Yeah,
Like,
we know.
we're way gross.
I'm making that change today. Tomorrow, I'm going out and I'm getting. What'd you say? Clean wipes?
No,
Clean
so
Freak.
Clean Freak.
You have to order them. It's a company
I'm
in
ordering
California that sponsors me. Yeah, just
I'm
see
gonna
me
order.
after.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's happening.
me after.
Because here's my problem.
got you.
If I'm at the home fort, if I'm on my throne, I've got what I need. But if I'm going out, I'm like,
Dude,
this sucks,
I have
man.
travel ones, and not only that, they also
Fuck
make wipes
yes.
for the gym. It's for the gym.
Oh,
And you
cool.
can use them on babies, kids, and they're all natural. But you use them. It's like a shower and a wipe.
Oh,
They're
that's
Fuck yeah.
dude. They're amazing. They just sponsored me last year, and I just
That's a
renewed it
good
for this
sponsor.
year. Dude, they're amazing.
there are two
awesome.
items that I have multiple copies of in different places just because I may always need them, and that's Tums and ass wipes.
Boom, boom, boom. Strategic, you know.
Yes.
I got some in my truck. I got some at the office. I got
Yep.
some everywhere.
I might have some samples in my truck. I'll let you guys try some.
Sweet.
And how good does it feel to advertise for a company that you know you use it and it's awesome? That has to help.
If you follow me on Instagram, you'll know the companies that I support.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'll have
Mostly
to get-
tattoo artists.
I think a rule is if it's cool, we'll advertise it. If you're going to pay us, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't make money off any of it.
No, you're
Now,
right.
I've gotten some free stuff coming in the mail. I had a tattoo artist reach out. He's like,
What
I'm
do
going
we
to send
say?
you
The
some
the
shirts.
first one's free.
Yeah.
We'll advertise the first one.
Yeah,
free.
right.
First one's free.
Yeah, just like cool shit.
Hey, no pun intended. Cool shit.
You do like
Get
cool.
out.
Think about
Yeah.
it.
I just want to
Those
see how long
white-
that, I just want to see how long that would linger.
Get out.
I knew I was like, I know what he means, but I was like, let me just see how
Get
long
out.
this will go. Everybody's like,
I was like, get out. It took
Well,
me a second.
it's-
she's like, get on the mic. We can't hear you.
A wipe is cool.
yes.
It's very cool and refreshing. I
It
have
is
to say.
refreshing.
I like to
So-
leave it minty fresh. Right.
Ew, no.
I don't know
that's-
about the
I don't want my
menthol, man.
butthole on fire. I'm
It doesn't.
okay with it.
I have scented ones that don't.
Okay. I was
Thank
like,
I
God.
got some that are like Georgia peach.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Georgia
Yeah.
peach for your peach.
Yeah.
Hey,
Right for your taint.
Yeah, exactly.
that's hilarious.
The gooch area is to be taken care of for sure.
That's true.
Yeah.
When I get in the cold plunge, I have a tight compression on it.
Yeah.
And I let it bleed in slowly because if that were to get shocked,
It's like
don't even
steeping
know.
a tea bag.
you know what I'm
We got to ease in there a little bit.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
That
man.
that is an area on the male anatomy that gets no attention whatsoever from light. From
like a different color.
from human contact, from anything.
Yeah.
No one.
If someone got a
it's
skin
unknown
graft-
territory.
If somebody got a skin graft from my gooch, I'd feel sorry for him. He just looked fucking ugliest place on the
It'd look like a
body.
burn victim. If they
Jesus
got,
Christ, what happened to that guy's arm, man?
like if it ever got out in the sun, it would literally crisp immediately.
Right, 100%.
I was
Just
gonna say,
like bacon, just
going
yeah.
back to peeing, pissing, and shitting. Can you pee in front of your wife?
I do, but with my back to her. I mean, I don't want.
It took me a while.
It's just a weird operation. It's
Okay.
not attractive in any way. It's just not cute. It's not.
Unless
So
you're
can
R.
you
Kelly,
be in-
but whatever.
Can you
Nobody's
pee in front of a
saying
female?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I don't give a fuck.
That's like I could pee in front of anyone. I'll pee in front of any poop. That's another story.
different
I
one.
can't do that.
That's
But-
a little different one.
I'm like, hey, I gotta pee. Leaving the door open. Like,
Oh,
if I'm,
yeah,
if
no,
I'm
that's
scared
fine.
of the
Yeah,
dark,
yeah.
like I'm scared of the dark after a scary movie. And I'm like, all the lights are going to be fucking left on, and this door's being left open, so everybody can make sure they can get to me.
It's just weird, like, because Kylie will suddenly leave the door up, and I'll walk by, and it's like, it looks like you're just waiting on a bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, just with your pants down. Mm-hmm. It's just like, and then, like, Harper does it, too. Like, when I was like, what are you doing? She's like, I'm going poop. I said, really? Can you close the door?
No.
Why, what's wrong?
See,
I don't want to smell shit.
Since I live by myself, that door
Pretty
never
simple.
closes. That bathroom door is always open.
Oh, anytime
nobody's coming up in here.
Kylie and I will drive by, like, when we don't have Harper, and we'll see your bathroom light on, and I'm like, we should so scare the shit out of him right now. I was just walking, just smash.
That's right, because you live right over
Oh,
there.
dude, we're right here. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
That's actually one of my, I've talked about this before on the podcast where I used to sleep naked, but then I stopped.
Yeah.
Because of one thing. What if it's an emergency and I've got to get out of the house quick?
You're adding some time.
But naked, right, exactly.
It's so funny.
That's
watching him run
also,
across the
that's
yard
also,
naked.
I'm
I've
running
also
across the
thought
yard
about
naked.
like, what if this has happened to me several times? I'm like having a prolonged shit session, and scrolling Instagram where my thoughts are wandering.
It's not good for you to do that.
And then, I know. My legs are going numb. But I'll think like, fuck, what if something happened right now? What if something had popped off right now and I got to go and I got shit in my ass, my pants are down to my ankles, and I got to get out of here
That's
quick.
what it. That's what itch when it drives.
Exactly. But
Okay.
because I'm in this situation, emergency happens, I can't get out in time. Then they're going to find my body with my
No, listen.
shit on
pants
your
around
ass.
my ankles, shit on my ass.
I've thought about
Everybody's
it.
going to know exactly how I died.
I've thought
The
about
fucking
it.
can.
You got raped. You should have flip flops on.
I'll converse with you. Look, I've thought about the same thing. There's levels of what you'll do. Like, what is across that? If something's happened to my daughter, pants are coming up. I'm
Yank
out.
'em up.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm done and I'm out of there. The end. If somebody finds out about it, whatever.
Right.
Now, if the UPS man is beating on the door or something, I'm like, okay, man, what did I order again? Like,
Yeah, exactly. He
you
can
know what I
fucking
mean?
wait.
Yeah. Or I'm
Yeah.
yelling, hey.
Or I do
Something, man.
try to get it quick and fucking as best I can and whatever. Yeah.
And maybe you come back for a revisiting wipe.
Right. Exactly. Right.
Right. Is that why you have a bidet?
It's quick, man. I dig it.
We had someone. We had talked about
I'll sit there and
bidets,
I'll
and
just
you
like
finally
I'll just
ordered
turn it on and just like let it run for a bit.
I love it, dude.
one. Hey, what?
Well, I'm just saying.
You do that?
Yeah. In preparation, I know I'm done, and I'll just turn it on and let it run for a bit, and I'm not like, and then I check and like, okay, I need to hit it. I need to hit some more.
Hold on a second. Let me make sure I heard you right because I think I misheard you.
I don't like run it. I don't let it run for like 3 minutes.
Well, no, I was about to get on a real tear, but I need to make sure I heard right before I get on my tear. This is post shit.
Yeah.
Okay. I heard
Not like
I like to
while
run
I'm
it.
shitting.
No, I thought this
That'd
was
be
a
a
pre-shit
disaster.
thing. Like you let it run. Like
Oh,
I'm
no.
like, what are you loosening it up? Like make sure the skin's nice and warm.
I was gonna say, I think you may have a condition.
I was like, you run cold water, it's gonna tighten everything up. I don't understand.
But I'm saying is
Now
like,
it makes sense.
when you're wiping, you're
Yeah.
doing your business. But with the bidet, you can just like kind of turn it on, just kind of sit there and back on Instagram.
Yeah, but how do you
20, 30
But
seconds?
you have to
then
still
you go-
wipe check, right?
Yeah, and I do a wipe check. I'm like, oh, so then you go again. Boom. It's so much more
It takes me
relaxing.
time to trust that.
The
I mean,
wipes are very efficient.
But then I have the wet wipes.
Yeah, I know.
The final,
I got you. I'm
Cherry
You're
on
doing
that Sunday.
both. You're doing both.
Yeah,
Where
exactly.
we're getting 2 or 3 at a time. We're like we're out.
I've got a fully clean asshole, and then I hit it with some lavender breeze. Right. So it smells.
I
nice
smelled
too.
that when I came in. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding, man.
I was just wondering if it's effectiveness. Like, if you,
I've got a whole operation
I'd
in
have to
there.
be one of them things where I have to like put it through its paces. Like, have like a ghost wiper day, or have like a real mess on my hands. Like, I'd like to know like what it's capable
Well, I
of
gotta
doing.
tell you,
I
it's
hate
not
ghost wipers.
to trust it.
I hate
What?
them. I hate
It's,
them. Because I'm like, just in case something else happens later on, like you didn't, I don't know, maybe it's stuck up there. I
No,
don't
you
know,
just
they make
go.
me
You
nervous.
just
They make me nervous.
It's stuck.
the proof is in the
never know.
pudding. Like, I don't
No.
know what's
I know you're hiding it.
You know, I actually-
I know. To me, that's what it feels like. Something's hiding. Something's gonna literally pop out on me.
Which, by the way, I've never seen a cleaner butthole than when you have me wax it.
Oh fuck!
Obviously,
I'm
because
just saying.
think about if somebody was going to be there, you would make sure that
Oh,
thing
absolutely.
is just spotless, man.
I would.
You know?
They would. Mine would be so chafed and raw just from like out of fear that there'd be something there. They'd be like, "My God, did you need to seek medical attention?" I'm like, "Sorry, I wanted it to be nice and clean."
You'd be like, yeah, man, I sit on a poison oak plant. Sorry,
Yeah.
you know.
Right.
Long story.
No, but that's fucking hilarious. Those ghost wipes make me nervous because I'm like,
Fuck, I love those.
Fuck, I used to. The best shitting of my life was when I was in the Navy, in basic, because you were 3 square. It had you were on a constant schedule. You ate the same thing every day at the exact same time, to where it was a point where I had pretty much all shits would go shits. Pretty much, I would just boom, sit, one, done, stand up. I could just like fucking walk away and not even look at it. Now I have to worry.
No going back for rewipes later if you got itchy and you're working out.
No,
nothing.
I knew it was perfect every time.
Oh, fuck.
That's
cool.
beautiful.
It was amazing. All right.
That's beautiful, man. I could never imagine that.
This is the greatest 10 weeks of my life.
Just the shitting.
Just the shitting.
Not serving my country, just shitting.
I'd go back just for that.
Just the shit. That's in powdered. That's just powdered scrambled eggs and
apparently,
bacon.
Apparently, so you don't get boners. They put like shit in the eggs, so you don't get. Which I don't know if that's true or not, but I'll just say.
Hopefully,
Dude, I went to a JROTC boot
once,
camp and a boner was the last thing on
I'm
my
just
mind.
going to tell you, not once. Maybe it was just, I don't know, just being around that many dudes and just everything suppressed. Or I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't even get morning wood.
Well, no, it's fear mostly.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, some people don't shit.
Well, it's hard to get a boner
days.
whenever you're like, awoken by a fucking French horn. I guess. Maybe that's it.
Immediately
Right.
go to warm lettuce.
Kills the boner
I just
immediately.
wilt.
Right.
Yep.
man, master of ceremonies. No more.
Fuck, I think we're actually like
we're way over.
we're way in. Yeah,
We're way in.
This might be a two-parter. I'm gonna get a week off.
Or just throw one big one in.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, do you have anything to do?
Well, first off, you guys need to. Where can we find you? Like, this is do y'all stuff.
Oh,
Plug
do
your
the
stuff.
things.
Do
Plug
your
the things.
Okay, cool. But yeah.
Yes. Well, we're Feral Podcast on Instagram. The Feral Ferrels on Facebook. We set the Facebook up weird. I'm gonna have to adjust that shit.
It's fine.
But I do share everything to my personal stuff. So if you follow me on Facebook, it's Amber Wall Feral, and Instagram, Snapchat, and TikTok, it's CurlyQ106. It's all in my bios. Everything's in all the bios in the link tree, so you can find everything. All of Justin's TikToks. Justin's is at Justen, JUSTEN FERRELL on all his shit.
I noticed that it was a different spelling. That's
Had
you don't
nothing
see
to
that
do with it.
very often.
Had nothing to do with it.
Really.
Yeah.
No. Just playing with it right there. You know?
Well, I appreciate you guys coming on. I know we're trying to plan all this out, and everybody's schedules are crazy, so we really appreciate y'all coming on and doing this with us.
No, we appreciate you guys for
was
having
fun,
us.
dude.
Yeah.
Anytime, yeah. It's nice. This is our first time actually having, like I said, another podcast and actually getting that, like how y'all's experiences with it, how ours is, and it is addictive. It's so much fun.
It's completely
I
different.
didn't think I'd like it this much. I
Yeah.
really didn't.
And it's so weird because I don't know, y'all. You said you guys used to work together.
Well,
my
Two different companies. Yeah.
my entire telco career.
We literally we're married, so we live, we work, we play. Everything is literally together. So we were like, how the hell are we going to add something else that we're all like? We literally already see each other
Yeah.
24/7.
Yeah.
And
Well, I mean, This Is 40. It's a pretty funny movie.
That's
so
true.
they're just telling the story about everyday life is the funniest thing ever.
yes. So
You know?
I was like, okay, that we can do this. This is easy. And then after we got the groove of it, it's like, okay, I'm just like a normal conversation. It's like, hey,
Yep.
So waxing buttholes is definitely going to be a next topic.
That will be brought up.
we haven't brought it up because my brother is the one that does like our production part.
He's
going to
hear it now.
Yeah.
So if he's going to hear it, well, everybody's going to hear it now, including.
We have a way of opening people up on our platform.
You know what I mean?
I want to tell weird stuff too. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
It's part of it.
we
It's
do
all
some-
natural, man.
We do talk some, but I try to keep it as
When you want to be gross, just let us know.
okay. Cool.
That's what we do.
There you
So,
go, man.
hey, do y'all have a spot coming up in the next couple of weeks? We want to talk about some pretty
something
gross
disgusting.
shit.
Sure. We'd love to hear it.
So, but
I know you mean that now. No.
you mean that now until we come back on, and then you're like, "Hey, Amber can't come back on again." Not today.
Absolutely
today.
not.
But
These
we
guys
appreciate
going
you
to take
guys.
it and tenfold it and give it back to you.
Yeah. So make sure you guys like.
I feel like I'm always governed. I'm always on a governor, so I can always take that off and go even grosser,
Hell
and
yeah.
crazier and wilder.
Yeah, I have to remember that my family listens to this
Right.
sometimes.
Right.
Shit.
I have a day job.
Right. I still have to pay
My
my
boss
mortgage.
listens to this podcast, like a bunch of like partners and vendors. listen
Mine
to
does
this
too, but he
podcast.
won't claim it.
That's
Yeah.
cool, though. That's cool. Because he's he's hyping you, but he's doing it in his own little thing.
And that's hey, that's what I tell all my friends and whatnot. Because I was like, I know you guys get to see me or hear me. Put that shit on mute on the background and just fucking listen.
Yeah.
Question. When you guys started the podcast, you want your friends to support you. You want support, obviously. Mm-hmm. But has anybody that has been kind of, at least somewhat close to you guys that doesn't?
Oh,
listen?
yeah, that's a whole. You mean that doesn't support or doesn't? Mm-hmm. We can talk about that after because that's a whole segue. Another hour we could get into that because
It is for
him going.
That gets me going. Really
it is for us too, man. Yeah. So don't feel bad. You're not the only one.
I don't feel bad about it at all.
We'll talk about it after we.
Yeah. But anyways, make sure you like and follow us too. Infinite Weekend. But you guys already know you're already listening. I don't know why I just self-plugged myself here. Make sure you follow the Ferrells. And like, share, follow with 10,000 friends. Road to 100.
All right.
See y'all next week.
Peace. Bye.